The title decider is here. Welcome along, everybody, to the bustling city of Naples. It's where Vesuvius looms over the bay and where Pompeii's ruins still whisper stories from 2,000 years ago, and where the streets buzz with life, history, and unmistakable Italian passion. Good morning, and what a morning it is here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli for the final round of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships for KZ and KZ2, but not including and not forgetting, of course, the FIA Karting Academy Trophy that will play host to its second of 3 rounds. Welcome, one and all, to Italy. The track here in Sarno opened back in 1993, which means it's a year older than myself, and very fast in time qualifying. Emilian Denner in the KZ category, putting in a 55.844. No one has beaten that time just as of yet. The track itself, though, what a venue. 180-metre run down that start-finish straight. It's 205 metres down the back straight. It totals about 1.6 kilometres and no real elevation change here. It's a nice flat circuit in Italy, but also very fast indeed. But those turns as well, there are many of them out there, but they don't count them. Only 9 in total, 6 to the right, 3 to the left, and 4 hairpins out there. If we counted every single one of those turns, it would be about 20 turns around the lap. Big overtaking opportunities, though. We see them everywhere. We do see them once or twice in towards turn 1. It's very hard, very tricky to do that, though. But we do see them into turns 2, turn 7, turn 5, and turn 9. Basically, all those big, major braking zones out there on the circuit. It is a very technical and demanding circuit here where speeds reach astronomically high numbers. 150 kilometers an hour, those numbers into 2 zones into turns 1. They cross over the start-finish line at 147 kilometers an hour as they continue accelerating into T1. And then, of course, also down in towards turn number 5, where they'll reach that top speed again of around 150 kilometers an hour. They'll average around 105 across the entirety of the lap. It is a true driver's circuit. I had the pleasure of driving it as well earlier on this weekend. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. It's a warm day once again, as you can see. Drama's already striking, but we're peaking at 31 degrees already.
Yeah, of course. Every time that the Circuito Internazionale Napoli appears on the calendar, I feel like we come here and we're shocked at how hot it is, but it's always this warm. We can always expect conditions like this. Of course, yesterday we had 1 rotation of KZ2 qualifying heats, but today, this morning, we go in first with our Academy Juniors groups. A versus D will be going head-to-head against each other for their first qualifying heat of the weekend, but not, of course, their first of the year. We had these groups of juniors out at Genk at our first round where, you know, actually the conditions, temperature-wise, were not actually too different.
No, they certainly weren't. A very interesting way we've seen it. There is John Han representing Hong Kong. He is your pole sitter for today in the Academy Junior. What a qualifying he had. We caught up with him after that TQ session.
John Hahn, firstly, congratulations. Pole overall in Academy Junior, but a lap for you that was put in very, very late. Did you know that you were going to be able to pull off a lap like that?
Well, everything was expected between the practice. We're like very fast between the practice, expected.
And for you, the circuit itself, bumpy, high-speed corners, maybe a little bit more challenging than Genk. What are you thinking of it?
Yeah, physically it's very tough here. Like bouncing tracks, high chicane. I really love this track. Very fun, yeah.
And as well, casting our minds back to Genk, you took some heat wins. For you, the super heats went really well as well. Are you thinking that you could come away this weekend maybe with some big results?
Yeah, for sure I'm gonna get, getting the goal to the win. Yeah, of course we're getting a high expectation this week for me.
Well, John, like we said, the only driver to get below a 1 minute throughout any of our sessions. Great lap out there. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Great to chat there to John Han at the head of this one, and really important qualifying session for him there, Nicole. He's in that title fight at the moment. Yes, okay, this is only going into round 2 of 3. We'll see them out again later this year. But, again, really strong position to put himself in.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, that lap actually put in yesterday in his qualifying session was a very last-moment opportunity for John. But previous to that session, he had actually said he felt confident, he felt good out there. There's Max Zulin, who will be starting alongside John. So within qualifying session, really good lap for Max. Much better qualifying than what we saw from him out at Genk. So he's come to this circuit, maybe a different challenge. Of course, it's very bumpy compared to Genk. The way that you approach these turns, faster for the drivers, very different in style indeed, despite those temperatures and the conditions out there being challenging, just like they were over in Belgium. And some of the people that are going to be bracing those challenging conditions all day long is the likes of Gonzalo Planta, who for your Academy Juniors will be your race director.
Indeed. Well, this is going to be an exciting one then for the juniors. Their first race here this weekend. We did have 3 races yesterday that unfortunately weren't broadcasted for the KZ2s. We'll obviously go over those results when the KZ2s are out a little bit later on. But it was only the 3 races that we had. So, in theory, you've not really missed too much racing action here this weekend. And welcome one and all from watching around the world. There is a look at some of the hard-working, dedicated marshals and officials here at the circuit. We could not go racing without the fabulous officials and marshalling teams that guide us through the race weekends and give up their precious time, especially in terrible, well, I say terrible conditions. I mean, beautiful conditions. It's just too hot.
It's beautiful conditions, maybe if you're sat on a beach. I think if you've got to marshal out there, if you've got to race direct, if you're somebody like Pasquale Lupoli out there, you're also going to have to deal with it. But, 27 degrees, considering the fact that it's only 20 past 10 in the morning.
He runs marathons, so this is nothing for him. He's absolutely fine. Do you know what? I would love to see Gonzalo Planta run a marathon.
Oh, okay. Have you ever run a marathon? Could you even run a bath?
What? Nicole! So mean. Right, anyway, here we go. It is the Academy Juniors as they get their engines fired up. Hopefully they do all get themselves fired up. They're having a little bit of challenges over the course of this one, and there is a lovely mechanic's backside to enjoy them over the course of this race. Right then, field makes their way out onto the circuit. Let's fire you through the full starting lineup then for the first race of the day, but it is race 4 overall of the weekend. It's John Han who started on pole position for Hong Kong. He is joined by Finland's Max Zulin on row number 1. Thailand's Pitapongpang Sutumno, great qualifying, finds himself the inside of row number 2 alongside Argentina's Joaquin Galero. Then you have Maximilian Paetek of Poland with Alonso Gonzalez. Then Domenico Coco of Italy will join Causera on row number 4. Jens Swoboda and Emilia Zaitis who will go from row number 5. There we'll see the likes of Oscar Hennig and Skulinov on row number 6.
The second part of your grid is started on row number 7 by Leo De Silva alongside William Nielsen. On row number 8, head-to-head will be going Italy's Giada Vignoli alongside Mai Ruska. And from row number 9, we have China's Fu Hanzi alongside Emiliano Bolladilla. From row number 10, your top 20, Sarduren says with Buana Gisese. And from row number 11, we have Colombia's David Luis Vasquez alongside Cristobal Bonet. 12 rows in total for qualifying heats groups A versus D for Academy Junior. And it's Lucas Ablaze alongside Johan Mapakada.
Indeed. Right. We will see what happens over the course of this one. Earlier on today in the warm-up, it was John Han who was fastest, so showcasing his speed from timed qualifying. He's able to bring that across through into today. And in that first morning warm-up. Can he bring it, though, into the race? This is the interesting factor. Lots will happen in this one. The race starts, of course, the rolling starts for the Academy Junior here on this very fast circuit. And turn 1, certainly very challenging. Fast entry into that corner and super challenging for them. Any mistake on a racing line, you can lose so much time. And, yeah, certainly is a tricky one. To put it into context, when I did my lap, I was losing 1 second alone through turn 1 against one of these drivers.
I think it's one of those points in the track that it's really actually easy to underestimate.
Yeah,
A,
how quick.
How fast it is, and B, how much grip has already been laid down. You can visibly hear when a driver gets it wrong. You can hear the hopping around on the grip for the karts. But here we go then. First Academy heat of the day is not out. We will go round again. Drivers not ready, too fast out of that 9th and final corner. Another opportunity for these drivers to just get in that rhythm, and for John Hahn and Max Sulin to just slow everybody down slightly more, get everybody formed up, lined up for that first and challenging corner.
Yes, indeed. So Gonzalo Planta not happy with the start of that one, so sends them round again. For everyone here, it was actually a relatively close qualifying. The gaps weren't too large. Yes, there was 1 or 2 that didn't set times. There was 1 or 2 that did struggle a little bit out there. But the main bulk of the pack here, very consistent over the course of it. There is race control, FIA head of race control, Chris Lambret, joined by David Manchester and Sam Fisher. Chris Lambret, excellent dance moves, I will say, for Chris Lambret. Is an old dark horse he is. Right, we're going to go racing, hopefully this time. They're heading into that final sector as they get themselves squared away and ready to go. John Hahn and Max Sulin on the front row of the grid. Hong Kong versus Finland here in the south of Italy. Air temperatures already 27 to 30 degrees as we get ready to go racing here in Sarno. Into the tram lines. It is lights out and fights on for turn 1. And Hahn is going to have to deal with Sulin, who sends it round the outside. Beautiful car control. It's Finland who leads the way into turn 2 for the first time. The rest of the pack squeezes their way through into the chicane for the first time. Got to avoid those curbs. It gets very bumpy for the drivers. They exit out of turn 3 now, in towards the back straight, 205-metre long straight here, into the braking zone, in towards turn 5. There you can see Sulin on the defensive posture. John Hahn is there in second. He's dealing with that pressure for the time being. But the fight behind still rages on, as well as John Hahn all over the rear bumper now.
Yeah, Max Sulin doing everything he can to try and hold on to this one in the early stages. First lap, John Hahn trying to hunt down away as there's a change in the background, and there's the change for the race lead. Sector number 3, John Hahn gets it done through the heavy braking zone at turn number 9. Perfectly executed there by John Hahn. Wastes no time to snatch back that top spot. So it's Hahn from Max Sulin. They are back in their positions where they started from. P3 currently owned by Galero, with Pirapongpan Sutamno losing out through that 8th corner just a moment ago. Domenico Coco up by 2 positions for Italy to sit in P5. But the battle rages on at the front, wheel to wheel. Max Sulin's going to snatch it back away, and he's going to invite in Galero and Sutamno.
Yeah, indeed. This is exactly what the drivers behind would like. And again, immediately Sulin on the defensive line there into turn 5. So again, this is going to keep the group nice and close here, and you can see now that Hahn's under pressure here from Galero, who's going to look to the inside, but now he's going to have the pressure on himself. He looks to the inside, gets it through on a very fast corner there, squeezes Hahn wide. Sutamno gets through as well. The Italian as well is starting to close in. This is Domenico Coco trying to get involved. He is bringing Piatek, he's bringing Hennock alongside, bringing De Silva and Gonzalez, who are all trying to get involved.
Is there a few nerves here for John Hahn? You've seen him just a moment ago make 2 or 3 consecutive mistakes. It's made him vulnerable. That's allowed Sutamno and Galero to find their way through. Max Sulin out there in the front, but he's not out of the woods just yet. Clips that curb through the second sector to line things up through the run, through the back straight, or off the road. Big mistake there for one of the drivers on that back straight. John Hahn, I'd say these are early stage nerves for John Hahn here, Anthony.
Well, I don't think it's nerves. I think it's a little bit of everything here. He knows how quick he was in the early stage of the weekend, and just here it seems to be just coming away for him. But again, I'm sure, head down and focused, he will think what he wants to do here. Vagnoli there having a bit of a moment, and that is why the young Italian female out of the race, and she will go no further in this first one. Over the line they go. Well, Zoltan under pressure here from the Argentine. Joaquin Galero is right there on his 2-place gain. He is on that rear bumper of Zoltan for P1, but no overtake just yet for the Argentine, as any move he does make, he will have to deal with the likes of everyone behind, which is now the Italian in 3rd place. Domenico Coco has pulled in, and there's an outrageous dive in towards turn 5. And that is Argentina leading the way here in Italy.
Yeah, great stuff there by Joaquin to get into the front. Now Max Zoltan being applied some pressure on his shoulders, then over his head. He's looking at Domenico Coco and Sarno now under some pressure, glued together towards the entrance of that 3rd sector. Where is the move going to happen for Domenico Coco? Out of the final sequence of corners, we do see moves into that 1st corner, but Max Zoltan is now going to go defensive. But all that he's going to do is cost himself some time on the run towards that 2nd corner. The gap, however, does not open up. Domenico Coco thinks against it for now, but your race leader, the Argentinian, now out there with a couple of kart lengths to his name. Oh, big lift to the rear there for Domenico Coco, just highlighting now this stage of the weekend how much grip is being started to lay down, because of course we've got the KZ2s out there, we've got the KZs out there. They'll be laying down plenty of rubber for these drivers as well. That's going to be a challenge in itself.
Yeah, it certainly will do. Here's a replay then. John Hahn, I think that was the moment of the exit of turn number 4, and this is what happens when you just push that little too hard with that toe, and that is so unfortunate there. Luckily, managed to keep it on the road, kept his foot in it, and keeps on going. Yundra Boda under investigation for potentially causing a collision. We'll keep an eye on that one as he'll be heading to the stewards after this race. We're on to lap number 6 now of 8, and the pressure is on, and John Hahn is dishing out that pressure. Gets through past Pitapong Pang Satumno. That's a 4th place.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a bit of a fire in the belly of John Hahn, who's now just got himself back into P4 and has now gone fastest with that. So he's settled back down and found that rhythm once more. Oh, another mistake for a driver in the background. Was that potentially Pitapong Pang Satumno or potentially Hennock there? Has just done exactly what John Hahn did a couple of laps ago. Through that 4th corner, lots of speed being carried, but these drivers running themselves off the road quite a few times now, and that's of course going to make the major braking zone of turn number 5 a challenge, because they've got dust and dirt over the tyres. Change now, switch down the inside. That's a lovely little move now. That's Hennock finding his way past. We've now seen the decision made by Hennock to get through on Saturno, who now loses a bit of pace out of that final corner. Couple of laps left to go for these drivers. Then is the switch going to happen into that 2nd corner. Nice little send down the inside by Domenico Coco.
Yeah, indeed. Beautiful little chop and change there. And that is exactly what the Italian would like to see here, as his fight for the race lead gets ever closer. Only half a second separates him from Galero, who sits there in that race lead. These drivers on a 3 and a 5-place gain. Big look to the inside, and as quickly as he may gain those places, he's lost out once again to Zoltan, who has retaken that 2nd place spot. A cheeky look down the inside there. Is that a mistake for the race leader? Galero all by himself out of turn number 7 into sector 3. Has lost out on a considerable amount of time there, and he's dropped down to, looks like, 3rd place. Has Zoltan just inherited the lead of this race as they cross the line to see the last lap? It is Zoltan who leads the way from John Hahn, who is now recovered back into this one. Yep, just ran too wide, too much speed all by himself.
I tell you what, it's absolutely not over for the likes of John Hahn now. Back into P2, is applying some pressure, is a thorn in the side now of Max Zoltan once more. You're not watching that 2nd lap, you're watching the final lap of this race. It's the battle between Zoltan and John Hahn, and off the road again. Galero has just done what John Hahn did, who's now back into the lead of this race, gets back to the front. We've got Zulin under some pressure by Domenico Coco once more. They're going to go bumper to bumper. Nose cone is absolutely glued to the back of John Hahn now. Still the race leader. So was your pole sitter. Has made some mistakes, but has brought things back to life. Now goes on to the defensive posture. Is going to park the bus into that 9th and final corner. We'll head through the final sequence down the inside. Domenico Coco is going to try and have a go at Zulin, but it's going to be John Hahn that takes your first qualifying heats win for Academy Junior.
What a recovery there for John Hahn. That's exactly what he was looking for, and that challenging start for the entrant from Hong Kong, where he was off the road at one point all by himself, finding his way back to the front. That is staying cool under pressure here in Sarno.
Yeah, absolutely. That's some composure there by John Hahn to know that he had made that mistake, pull things back together, find that pace once more, find that calmness as well, and get himself back up to the front.
Looks like they're still racing.
I think they're thinking, do you know what? I'm not done here. I've still got some unfinished business, but these groups A versus D, we're going to have to leave that until later on this afternoon, where, of course, we will see them once more. But biggest mover out there, it was a 7th-place gain for Oscar Hennick, who just missed out on that top 3.
Indeed, very strong result there for the field. John Hahn, Max Zulin and Domenico Coco taking 1, 2 and 3. And, yes, Max Zulin's gone round again, and that's not good. I said he thought he was still racing, and I think he thought he was still racing. He's gone round again. That actually might cost him that P2. That is quite the disaster for him. Well then, results there on your screen, very provisional then at the moment, but John Hahn takes the win ahead of Max Zulin. Domenico Coco from Oscar Hennick, as you mentioned, just missed out on that top 3 result with a 7th-place gain. Piripong Pang Satumno from Joaquin Galero, Leo da Silva from Max Piatek, finishing in 8th place. Indra Svoboda from Emil's Yudzakis. Fu Hanzi, who had a good race there, 6 places gained ahead of Alonso Gonzalez. William Nilsson from Skulinov. Duran from Rakusa. Serra from Bombardier. Gisese from Ublais. Bonet from Vasquez. And Bacada finishing that race in 23rd place. Vagnoli not taking the end. Here's your highlights from that race. And, from the word go, quite an interesting start. Max Zulin able to take the start, taking P1 away around the outside of turn 1.
Yeah, of course, started on that anti-pole side, but it's more on that racing line going in towards the entrance of the first corner. Just held on to that grip, held on to the front end, kept his foot in the power, and got into the race lead. In the background, we saw drivers have a bit of bad luck at that start, and that's at the back end of the field was one of those drivers just trying to get that anti-launch device picked from the back, and that was David Luiz that we saw. We had 3, of course, different race leaders throughout that one. We had the form of John Hahn and Max Zulin go for it momentarily. They tagged each other in towards the entrance of that second sector, where Max Zulin managed to find his way past. We also, of course, had the likes of Galero get involved. He got to the front, as that was the stage in the race there. We saw things start to get unpicked for John Hahn. He then ran himself off the road, massively caught the bump on the exit and on that rumble strip. Of course, dirty tyres for Hahn. Going into the next couple of sequences of corners made him lose positions and got vulnerable to the likes of Piripong Pang Sutamno and Leo da Silva as well.
And there was that change of the lead once again. This was has been trying to push his way back through. The Argentine leading the way in the middle stage of that race. It would all unfold, though, nearer the end of the racing, as a rare mistake for a driver right at the front end, finding himself into a spot of bother. Other overtakes happening in that early stage. And this overtake here, very, very interesting. This little fight that we saw between the two, Domenico Coco and Max Zulin, at this point completely unaware that they were potentially fighting for a race lead, with that rare mistake there. And Galero off the road by himself. John Hahn able to sneak through as well in that phase. And, you know, for John Hahn, this was a great opportunity for him to get back into the front. Cool, calm and collected on that final lap. Big move down the inside of turn 5. Saw the gap, went for it. A beautiful race.
Absolutely. And then extended the rest of the race and managed to just back up the pack behind him fed each other, fed the other drivers into the hands, and then just allowed them to battle it out. But the race for some actually wasn't, in their minds, over. We did have the likes of course, Max Zulin continue to go round and saw that checkered flag twice, which is probably not going to mean good stuff for him going into this afternoon. But your first qualifying heat of the day done and dusted, but we will go back in once more with more Academy Juniors. This time, it's Groups B versus C. Of course, all of these qualifying heats will be absolutely identical, 8 laps and 13.5 kilometres in race distance. And for this one, we see the likes of Alexander Prizovic on the front. We caught up with Alexander yesterday. Here's what he had to say. Alexander Prizovic, you've got a bit of a thing about putting it on pole in Group Genk. You were on pole. Now here, Sarno, you were on pole. But maybe you weren't actually that happy with the lap when you came in. Can you tell us about your first thoughts?
Yeah, no, I did not expect to go pole. The lap, I don't think, was that nice. I mean, the first and second sector were... I mean, the first sector was good, but the second sector was okay. But the third sector was really bad, and I thought that's where I lost it all. But apparently not, and... yeah, I hope I can keep it overall.
And of course, temperature-wise, similar conditions to what we had at Genk. It was really hot there as well, but a very different track. For you, your thoughts on the Sarno circuit, what are you thinking?
I mean, I've never been here before, and this was my first time, but, you know, it's a fun track. I really enjoy it, and yeah.
And of course, we're yet to see our second group of Academy Juniors go out. A certain name of maybe John Hahn you could be looking at. He was really quick this morning in our free practices. What are you thinking about the drivers around you when going into the races and for that second group of qualies?
Yeah, no, yeah, they're really quick. I'm hoping I can keep it, obviously, but let's see what the other group can do, how track conditions change and stuff, obviously, but yeah.
Great job then, Alexander, pole and group.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Alexander. And there, as you can hear from him, confirming he's never raced here before. So this is a first race pole start for him at Sarno as he starts at P1 alongside Fares Haroun. Very quick for the UAE on that front row of the grid. Roc Pinera, much better qualifying here in Sarno. The Spaniard starting alongside Augusto Salome of Chile on row 2. Zoltan Coigny, pole sitter from Genk, starts at row 3. He'll have Noah Grignet starting alongside Manuel Calendi and Vito Koza go from row number 4. They'll see Branislav Renka and Sebastian Galano on row number 5. Takeru Shimbashi of Japan joins Matvei Kupny. They go from row number 6.
Row number 7 houses Greece and Germany. It's George Saradikis alongside Stavros Stotos. From row number 8, we have Bjorn Glende alongside Marco Summert of the USA. And from 9, Martin Mermund will see Emiliano Bolanos. From your 10th row in your top 20, it's Adlav Ridwan alongside Rosalind Trier-Isa. And from row number 11, João Paulo Bodideman will start alongside Agam Shrikey. 12 rows in total, and it's Georgia and Sweden at the back. Is Ilya Bagaturia alongside Kevin Pentel, who you would not expect to see at the back of the field. Despite that P3 at Genk in your final, he did not manage to get that time in time qualifying, and now will have to weave his way past the 21 ahead.
Indeed. Well, luckily for him, a very fast track, very open for overtaking opportunities. Could be done. It's not going to be done just yet, though, because it's another false start. And the field once again making their way back for another lap.
So John Hahn, of course, was the number 1 in that previous qualifying heat. So the pole sitter converted things into a win. But let's not forget, that definitely was not a Leicester flag for Hahn. Alexander Prizovic could try and replicate that. Prizovic, of course, pole sitter out in Genk, so he's got a bit of the thing about time qualifying sessions, I would say. But in the racing at Genk, it did start to unfold and unravel for Prizovic. Let's find out within this qualifying heat if he's learnt something from that and if he's brought some more racecraft with him this weekend.
Indeed, Peter Mika there joining us this weekend. No Nigel Edwards this weekend, so Peter here as his cover. And doing a great job. He's out there with, of course, Gonzalo Planta and Pasquale Lupoli, who will be taking control over the KZ racing a little bit later on today. Like we say, in the points as it stands, Zoltan Coigny was a perfect scorer out in Genk. Maximum points in the intermediate classification and that final. And, of course, he is in that fight with John Hahn. Now, John Hahn's just taken the win. Zoltan Coigny starts this on the inside of row number 3. Certainly going to be an interesting fight, I can imagine. Into those tram lines then. Are we racing this time? Answer, yes. It's lights out, fights on towards turn 1. Much better start for Prizovic on the inside line here. But will he have Faris Harun with the up and under on the attack? No, he won't, but he will have Zoltan Coigny down the inside. Exactly what the Swiss driver needs. He leads the way at the start of this one. Absolutely emulating what his title fight contender of John Hahn has done, and now he is in control of this race.
I don't think Faris Harun has had the best start that he would have expected there at that first corner. Just went wide and looks to have lost a couple of positions. Changes now going on through turn number 5 for that P3 as a duo start to break away now with your top 2. Alexander Prizovic has dropped back in that start. Then there you can see the 5-1-4 on your screen as that's change for the race lead now. Nice little switch. Great start for Roc Piñera. Roc Piñera out at Genk was one of your protagonists. He was one of those drivers to absolutely watch as race leaders switched once more out there under the start-finish country. We will take you to your top 5 because they are glued together indeed. It's Noah Grenier that is your race leader. Grenier leads things ahead of Zoltan Coigny. Salome P3, Prizovic P4 with Roc Piñera in the case of just 2 corners, now dropping to P5.
Yeah, indeed. So, Grenier leading the way. It's been a really good start then for row number 3 in this one. Both of them now at first and second. So, Grenier leads from Coigny, Salome from Prizovic, Piñera from Harun. Kalendi still there ahead of Shimbashi, who's had a 3-place game. Sadadikis on a 4-place game. Totos from Germany, also a 4-place game. But it's Samet from the USA, who's gained 5 places and is looking very strong.
Prizovic then trying to get back into the business end of the field. Just saw that opportunity between him and Roc Piñera. Has now managed to muscle his way through for that P3 once more. But Roc Piñera is still very much within this fight. Let's watch how this duo potentially work together to chase up to Grenier and Zoltan Coigny there at the front. In the background then, drivers that are undecided for positions. We've got battles for Shimbashi and Saradikis. Soto has now just got his way past Manuel Kalendi as Sebastian Galliano there in P11 is also watching on eagerly at this battle. Nice little changes down the inside. Big attempts there for the likes of Koza for P12.
Indeed, strong getaway for the field here as Galliano setting the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute, 0.666 and pushes forward. But it is still Grenier in control here. But he's not out to the woods. Coigny, Prizovic, Piñera, they're right there. They're waiting for that slight mistake where they can pounce here at the Sarno circuit. But for the moment, no, Grenier is not showing any sign of weakness. He is showing a strong drive here as he's now extended the gap to 0.4 of a second. Big look down the inside there. That's Renke on Samet. That's her 11th place. It's a little further down in the field, but fighting showing it's still on through the field.
Well, the P3 looks to potentially be on for a bit of a switch in a moment. Alexander Prizovic trying to get past us. This is a change just behind. Faris Harun back into the fight, back into the mix despite that poor start. Roc Piñera under some pressure. Alexander Prizovic still trying to find his way through. Big lick at the curb there for Prizovic. Gets it ever so slightly wrong, but is still right there. Looks over his shoulder to see where Salome there. And now decides to get the move done. But it's not enough there for Alexander Prizovic. Makes a mistake. It was a half attempt, and that's going to absolutely cost him.
Yeah, this track, you cannot go for half attempts. It needs to be full attempts only to get those overtakes done. And you can see how much time that's actually cost him now because the speeds are so high here. That you will lose so much time if you just have those attempts.
And of course, every driver says around this circuit, it's bumpy. If you've just cost yourself some time, if you've dropped in that rev, you're then dealing with these bumps at slower speeds. It's then going to make it way more of a challenge to try and get the rest of the lap sprung back to life. And that's what you've just seen from Prizovic. He's still in this fight, but he's now dealing with the likes of Salome instead of Zoltan Coigny. In the background then, that is the switch now. Salome's got past Prizovic, so the P3 has now changed once more. Prizovic back into that P4 where he saw him on that second lap.
Indeed, so on lap number 5 at this moment in this race, and Grigny's lead, still holding 0.4 of a second from Coigny. Prizovic, Salome from Shimbashi. Pineda, it's actually twisting around. Salome's got through past Prizovic there, so nice little chop and change as this is going to heat up in a moment. Fares Harun back down the inside of Rock Pineda. That's into turn number 9, gets that done. Pineda dropping another spot there and running a little wide on the exit. And Saladikis to deal with in a moment. Takuro Shimbashi under investigation as the fight is on here. Salome pushing through now. Look at this pace now that the driver from Chile has got. That's through past Coigny and into second place.
Well, we just saw another mistake there for your previous pole sitter, your previous number 1 of Alexander Prizovic. Just took a big kiss of the curb, cost himself some time, and is now just continuing to tumble into the hands of the pack behind. Shimbashi is through. Fares Harun now looks to maybe make the move on Prizovic, as well as this group, this mid-pack, do start to edge closer and closer. Out in the front then, Noah Grenier and Salome there for that top spot. 3/10 split up, Grenier and Salome, but let's not forget that with that clean air that Grenier will have, he'll be cooling things down a lot better. There is now the switch for that mid-pack section. Prizovic under increasing pressure time and time again. Race isn't over. It was 0.3 of a second. It's now under 2 between Salome and Grenier. Grenier looks down the inside, tries to give it a go, does not manage it, was not close enough. It was a brave attempt, but it was not brave enough. However, doesn't lose out massively on Noah Grenier. It's actually not finished just yet, and quite crucially, the good thing is they've got quite a sizable gap there between themselves and Zoltan Coigny for a re-attempt at that one.
Well, Grenier actually made a mistake into that turn. He ran wide, and that's why Salome went for that overtake. It was kind of hand was forced to go down the inside, and unfortunately it didn't pan out for him on the exit of the turn. But I've got to say, Augusto Salome's pace here, it's like he's found a mushroom in Mario Kart right now, because he has just shot through this field all of a sudden in these last 2 laps and is on that rear bumper. Last lap board is out, and he will say to Noah Grenier to go. However, taking your hand off the steering wheel at that speed in towards turn 1's quite a challenge. Grenier holds on to that lead, takes the defensive line. Is this going to bring Zoltan Coigny back into this fight? It's exactly what Augusto Salome does not want to happen. But I think Grenier will try and make it happen.
Well, I would say actually Salome here is quite happy to just finish things in P2. He does not want the defensive posture there from Noah Grenier, because he's signalling to say keep going, keep pushing, because we're being caught. Switch now for P3. Is that Zoltan Coigny now having to really fend off Fares Harun? Fares Harun are back into the mix here, as we've still got that defensive line, that white line hugging there for Noah Grenier to try and hold on to this race lead, to try and replicate. Big mistake! Massive mistake there for turn number 9 for Noah Grenier. Runs himself off the road and gifts that win to Salome. Salome, great stuff there to read that one, to understand that the mistake was being made. Salome replicates John Hahn and takes your second Academy Junior qualifying heat win.
Well, that was quite that final turn there for Noah Grenier. He does still take second place, but that was quite the battle he had on him. Not sure what happened. It just showcased it. You push too hard here. Sarno bites back, and it bit back hard, spat him out into Mount Vesuvias, and unfortunately we'll finish that one in second place. Salome, though, taking the win. He'll be happy with that one. There is a look at your biggest move. We didn't really mention his name in that race, but Kevin Pentel, 7 places gain. You were saying to keep an eye on him to push through the field. He certainly did do just that. So Salome takes the win there. Had Noah Grenier and Zoltan Coigny, the third row certainly being the row to start on in that race. Fares Harun, he finishes that one in P4 ahead of Alexander Prizovic. So the front row having a little struggle there in that first race. Takuro Shimbashi having a good race, but of course is under investigation. Rock Pineda takes P7 ahead of Branislav Renka. Then it is Sebastian Galeano finishing in 9th place ahead of George Saladikis, who finishes that one in P10. Samet from Koza, Coigny from Tosos Kalendi from Mahmoud, who finishes that one in 16th place. Kevin Pencil, as mentioned, the biggest mover in 17th place. But a really strong race there for the field. And that is the first time of 3 times we will see the Academy Junior out in today's racing. We'll see them back out on track again at 20 past 12 is that time we will see the Academy Juniors back out on track, and their smiles all around for the entrant from Chile. Yes, it is indeed, Augusto. It's P1 for you here in Sarno. Well, action from the Academy is quite exciting, actually, Nicole, to kickstart our day. Here's some of the highlights from that after one attempt at a start to the second attempt here at a go, and well, strong start for the front row, but you can see there how Prizovic just squeezed out wide. He's on the outside line, opened the door up to the inside line, opened the door up to Zoltan Coigny, who was able to squeeze through from that third row into P1. Into turn 2.
Similar setup to your first qualifying heat, I would say, where we had a number of different qualifying heat leaders. Zoltan Coigny being one of those. Salome, Grenier, Faris gave it a good go, but dropped back, of course, at that start. Alexander Prizovic as well. It was in the early stages where Prizovic was really struggling, I would say, as that was a nice little switch there for that mid-pack section. Drivers off the course trying to weave their way through, as Marco Smut of the USA was the driver we just saw do a nice little move through that second sector. In the background, we had the switches. It was Rock Pinera that was momentarily one of the names to watch, but did end up finding himself in a bit of a heated battle with some of the drivers further back. Prizovic was a bit up and down, I would say, within that race. He was up at the front, then would try and make an overtake, make a mistake and fall back. Then he would find his pace and find his feet once more, but would then again make a mistake or get caught out with another driver like the 504 just ahead of him of Zoltan Coigny. And there you can just visibly see it. They almost come together there through that fourth corner.
That's that grip levels again. The Vega tyres very sticky here in Sarno, and you can just see you put a wheel on that curb, it could almost nearly flip you with just the grip levels.
See the rear lifting.
And there it is, yeah, that late braking moment there for Grenier, just costing him that race lead. A rare mistake, but easily done into that tricky braking zone. And Augusto Salome there of Chile, I'm sure, will be delighted with that result. Well, Academy Trophy done and dusted for the moment. We're going to turn our attention back over to the FIA Karting European Championships. It's KZ2, Heat C versus F. That will be the next one onto the track. And certainly looking forward to this one. Morgato and Dion van Verven on the front row of the grid. What a front row that is.
Absolutely. Of course, Morgato was not here in 2025 when we last had Sarno on the calendar for our European Championship. So a different challenge, but a driver who, of course, knows this circuit very well indeed and showed us that yesterday after time qualifying. Mateusz Morgato, pole in group, not pole overall, of course, that goes to Maximilian Schleimer, but a great lap out there. Going into this weekend, championship was on the line for you. What's the mindset like, considering that?
Yeah, it's great to start a week like this. So thankful to all my team, CPB, Saudi, Sunny Engines. Without them, anything would be possible. But very good to start qualifying like this. It's a long week ahead. We have many qualifying heats and then still the final to go. So yeah, let's keep pushing, giving our best, always on track, and we see what it is for the championship.
And of course, every time we come to Sarno this time of year, we're expecting conditions like this, but it's actually a bit cooler than maybe we had a couple of weeks ago. For you, track conditions, grip level, what's it like out there? How much of a challenge actually is it?
It's very challenging. It's very hard to drive in such a hot weather like this. We drivers, I think we struggle a lot, but it's part of the racing. It's the same for everyone, and I think we're doing okay.
Well, Mateusz, like we said, pole and group, great job.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Morgato, who went on to take a qualifying heat win yesterday. Dion van Verven here at third place in his first race yesterday. So in that top three, very quick speed, but can he convert that into a P1 at the end of this race? They do have a challenging second row, of course. Maddox Clivan and Alessandro Zolocco on that second row of the grid. All of these drivers here wanting to push forward. And one particular driver who did a very good job yesterday in his first race, Jay Irwin from New Zealand, on that fourth row of the grid, was a name that snuck through that field. So, again, keep a close eye on all of these drivers here, including the likes of the Spaniard Daniel Macia as well. He had a very strong race yesterday.
Yeah, I think it would also be fair to highlight the name of Marek Scriven there as well, starting P3 just behind teammate of Mateusz Magato. Scriven, of course, P2 yesterday, best qualifying heat result of the year so far for the driver of Czechia, who's starting alongside Alessandro Zolocco, who rounded out his day with a P5. Revs then, of course, will raise in a moment after these drivers get themselves into life. Of course, they're not going to have to work particularly hard to get things up to temperature, because now air temperature is 3 degrees hotter than what we saw only 20 minutes ago.
Indeed, and it's only going to get hotter. Here's your grid then. Morgato and Dean van Verven on the front row of the grid. They have Max Scrivan and Alessandro Zolocco on row 2. Sam Knopies of the Netherlands, he is joined by Ola Girardet on row number 3. Jay Owen and Hugo Besson will go from row number 4. Daniel Macia and Manuel Castle, they go from row 5 with Enzo Ball and Simas Pachuska rounding out the first half of the field on row 6.
Row number 7 houses Andrea Pivano alongside Kalayan Vabitsilev, and from row number 8, Massimo Vellante will go alongside Kian Fardin. Your 9th row has Martti Rittinen alongside Radek Vavra, and from 10 is Leonardo Bonomo with Maximo Tovacino. 11 rows in total, and it's the CPB Sport in the form of Matthias Omer that rounds out your field. First KZ2 qualifying heat of the day, but like Anthony Jordan called a moment ago, not your first of your weekend. You had 3 yesterday where we saw that driver there on your screen, Mateusz Magato, take his first qualifying heat win of the weekend.
Yeah, certainly so. And can he repeat that in this race? That is the question. You see the grandstands there filling out nicely here for the KZ2s. If you are local as well, if you're watching from Naples or Pompeii or anything like that, do come on down to the Sarno circuit. It's an open door. All is welcome. Here for the KZ2s, though, as we mentioned, to get the temperature into the brakes, the tyres, the engine, and as you can tell, they are expecting challenging conditions for the drivers, because, of course, you can see a lot of those karts, not all of them, but a lot of them sporting 2 radiators. And there was one, there's another one, and there's a third, and there's a fourth, and there's a fifth, actually, going through all with those. Don't worry, Nicole, that's just a cable for the cameras. So... It's not.
What is that?
Yeah, no, nothing. That's a cameraman as well. There we go. Right, the field nearly ready to go. They're heading round to the starting grid here. Pressure starts to build for these drivers as we get ready. Of course, standing start for the field. Pressure does build. You have to look at the lights. Don't stare. These standing starts are so challenging for these drivers. You know, any mistake on the lights and it can be quite the pressure that can build up, and then before you realise it, you've got a whole field absolutely swamping you at the start. But as you can see there, it's CPB Sports, top 3 lockout in this one. Great success last year for the team. Accelerated their driver programming towards 2026, where the entire field nearly covering the CPB Sports Sodi machines. But you cannot rule out the Tony karts, you can't rule out the Birrells, you can't rule out the CRGs, or the Kart Republics, or the Cali karts. They're all absolutely rapid, and the Paralympics, there's many of them out there. As the lights clear at the front, we are ready to go racing in KZ2 for the first time today, but it's race 4 of the weekend. It's C and F. As the lights procedure gets underway, it's 3 lights, 4 lights, it's lights out and fights on. Brilliant start there for Van Verven. Cuts across the nose of Morgato, his teammate. Round the outside goes Zolocco. The Birrell gets into second place as the 2 CPB Sports go wheel to wheel in towards turn number 3. The rest of the field gets into place. Look at that Cali kart coming through. Brilliant stuff for Daniel Macia at the beginning of this race. He is trying to step through this field beautifully, but it's Van Verven who leads the way as they enter onto the back straight for the first time. You can see how bumpy and physical it is there as they push through, as Kian Fardin leads that second group of drivers into the braking zone of turn 5. It closes up once again. I've got to say, though, it's looking very, very close here for Zoltan. Is that Zoloko? I just want to confirm if it is him or not. It could be Sem Knopies, who has got himself there into second place. We'll wait until they cross the line. It's impeccably difficult to see kart numbers when they're whizzing past at 150 kilometres an hour.
Well, Matheus Magato then could not get that CPB branded Sodi kart off the line, but he's still in the mix. He's still in the fight. Watch him potentially in towards that second corner.
Zoloko.
Over the line. It is Dion van Verven that leads the way, but potentially not for too much longer, because Zoloko, the Birol art there, sat in P2, looking hungry indeed. Matheus Magato there trying to find his way past, trying to weave his way through on the Birol, who finds himself absolutely sandwiched in a CPB Sports lineup. So, Dion van Verven leading the way. Zoloko looking comfortable and not actually shaking under any of this pressure. As a switch in the background is about to go on. Daniel Macier now under some pressure. Gets overtaken now by the likes of Sem Knopies. Jay Owen once more looks to be eager and hungry to get himself into the business end of this one. As again, Magato just could not find his way past Zoloko.
No, indeed. He is stuck there for the moment.
Van Verven backing it up.
Yeah, he really is now. He's trying, I'm sure, to break away here. I don't think he wants to be in this situation, but he's certainly in that situation. Towards turn one, outrageous down the inside, but he's going to get the up and under. Van Verven holds on to the lead. Morgato down the inside, contact into the barriers. Goes Morgato and Zoloko. Absolute disaster for the Brazilian. He won his first race yesterday. He'll DNF in race 2 today.
Well, all that's done is gifted Dion van Verven, the other CPB Sports in the fight, a nice sizable Italian kart length gap there out in the front. Scriven now is the driver who has made the most of that situation. Scriven now up into P2. Sem Knopies also in the fight as well. And watch Daniel Macier. Daniel Macier looks to maybe get his way past the Birol just ahead. Macier had a good day yesterday during the racing. We saw him inside of the top 5 for a couple of moments. Can he try and stay inside of this one or get into the top 4, potentially even the top 3 as well? In the background, drivers weaving their way through. Matti Rittinen now up by some positions. Rittinen 8 places now to be sat just behind Enzo Bol. Dion van Verven out in the front, but it's only just under 4/10 that he leads by. He's got his teammate Scriven still there. And of course, slight advantage there for Scriven could be used. But what we are going to say is the CPB Sports Sodis could look to work together. That gap now reducing once more. We're now under 3/10 as we'll watch on at what happened for Matheus Magato. So down in towards that first corner, we had Zoloko give it a go. Didn't manage to get it done. He went side by side there with Van Verven. Watch Magato goes to the inside, tags the rear of the Birol, and they just find themselves out. And then watch the impact taken by the Brazilian of Magato. Absolute 360 there.
Yeah, indeed, and that is right outside my hotel room over the course of this one. This is it again from another angle, and just as that switchover happened, you can see how Zoloko was coming across to cover off the advance from Morgato. Didn't realise he was fully alongside that front end, just tagging the rear wheel, both of them off the road, but it is Morgato who is under investigation there for potentially causing a collision. Alois Yedede is your fastest driver out on circuit. He's just put in a 56.554. Nice quick time there as he's trying to push through the field. Dion van Verven here under pressure though. Scrivan has closed in and is right there for the fight and for the taking. Knopies still there, but Daniel Macier said to keep an eye on him yesterday and today. He is showcasing that here in Sarno. They're in P4. Certainly ready to want to pick up the pieces here. The two teammates absolutely going wheel to wheel here into turn 9. But any attempt brings Knopies straight into the crosshairs and just stays there in third place for the moment as Pirovano goes also under investigation for potentially causing a collision.
With the pace that we saw last year for the Birol Art Camp and the CPB Sport Camp, we knew that both teams were going to be fast going into this weekend. We knew that they were going to be in the front. We saw that from Jaden Teen, Schleimer, Max Orlov, of course, for CPB. We saw it for Noah Wolf and Jay Owen pace-wise last year. But Daniel Macier could be a new name, and we could have the Cali Kart Camp be one of the newer drivers inside of the mix within this one, looking very, very strong out there indeed. And he's still got more opportunity. He has still now got more time to get himself inside of the top 3. Decision is undecided between Marek Scriven there and Dion van Verven. Scriven, is he going to go for the move? Of course, he's going to be costed some time. If he sits there for too long, he's going to start to overheat, and all of that temperature that will be getting pushed off of his teammate Dion van Verven and into the air and into the cards of him that he sat there in P2 in towards the first corner. Lacks ever so slightly now. Is getting way closer to Knopkes there than compared to what he was from Dion van Verven. As now you can visibly see big gaps starting to open up between Van Verven and Scriven.
Yeah.
Or a mistake for Knopkes there.
Yeah, indeed. So just showcasing that the pressure starting to get to the field here. There is Jay Irwin, who's not feeling any of that pressure. He is piling on that pressure to Daniel Macier, just up ahead as Macier forced to go defensive there in towards turn 6. Contact made off the road. There goes Alois Yelade as he tried to get through. I think it was a wheel-to-wheel moment, just squeezed onto the grass, but he's got away with it. He's only lost out in a couple of places. He's still there in P8, but I can imagine he's not going to be too happy with that one. Yeah, that last lap, Scriven looked like a mistake through turn 1. So easily done. Just missing the turning point, just missing an apex by a millimetre can cost you so much time. And this is that Gilliday moment. So it was with Jay Irwin. He had the nose down the inside on the exit. Irwin, I don't think, was aware that he was fully alongside. He committed to his racing line, and unfortunately squeezes the TRG off the road. Yeah,
Jay Irwin then just opened up the steering to get back into the left-hander, and then I don't actually think saw him there. This is now Dion van Verven starting, maybe here, Anthony, to go slightly defensive to his teammate on Scriven. We've got Knopkes back into the fight, so despite that mistake, he has now turned this back into a trio for the race lead. Battle for first is on. Last couple of laps still yet to go. These drivers down towards that ninth corner will maybe things open up. What we can say, though, is Scriven will maybe have a bit of a run going down that start-finish straight. We don't see it often, but we do see decisions be made through that first corner, but he's not quite close enough. Turn number 2, he could be brave, he could send a dive, but there's too much of a gap now between Dion van Verven and his teammates of Scriven there on this final lap. Knopkes still very much there. Previous qualifying heat for him, it was a P4, so looks like he could be one-upping what he achieved yesterday. But for Scriven, so far, really good job indeed. Potentially looks to double up on P2s. Could be a way better result so far from what he had out at Genk at our first round. But Dion van Verven, yesterday, qualifying heat, it was a P3. Today, looks to maybe make it a P1. All, I would say, caused by the bad luck and that moment out there at that second corner for teammates, the Brazilian of Mateus Magato. But turn number 9 shortly about to be ticked off. Checkered flag is readied. Checkered flag is waved for the first KZ2 qualifying heat of the day, and it's Dion van Verven that sees it first. Yeah, indeed. Delighted with that result. Converts a third place yesterday into a race win today. Scriven taking P2 ahead of Knopkes. Macier, another good run there to finish in P4 ahead of Jay Irwin. Hugo Besson finishing in P6 ahead of Alois Gilliday in P7. Enzo Bolt was under investigation at the end of that race. He had Marty Rittinen for company just behind, who was the biggest mover in that race with 8 places gained ahead of Pachuska, who rounds out the top 10. You can see that one there, 17th to 9th. With an 8th-place gain for him. But for Dion van Verven, that's a good start to the day. Takes an early lead in the intermediate classifications, but of course there are plenty of races to go. There, your top 3. Solid result for them. The top 10, we have gone over 11th place down. Babitsaliev finishing that one, the Bulgarian for CBB Sport, in 11th place. Valente finishing in 12th place ahead of Bononimo. Castel from Pirovano. Fardin from Zalocco. That was a tough race there for Zalocco with that moment with Morgato, but did recover back to 17th place. Vavra from Tovagino and Massis Almer, who ran out the 20 finishers in that race with the one and only retirement there for Morgato, with that impact into the wall at turn number 2. Hopefully all is okay with him, and the kart hopefully not too badly damaged at the end of that one. But there is your race winner. Strong start to the weekend, Nicole. That front row seemingly working out
Dion van Verven.
Yeah, and CPB, of course, looking like they're going to be really strong this weekend, as we would expect from them. Many qualifying heats now to add to their tally so far this weekend. So I would say for Matheus Magato, it was all kind of unravelled already as the lights went out. Couldn't quite get it off the line. They just saw him struggle with things. Did look like he was going to drop down to P4, but he actually only dropped down to P3. Van Verven instantly got to the front, and it was, of course, the Birrell that managed to slide his way through into P2. That was Alessandro Zolocco, but later on we saw that moment between him and Magato that we will, of course, watch that replay for. Jay Owen was one of the names further back that got involved time and time again. Finished his race out in P5. We also saw moments for him later on. In the background, we had Matas Umer try and get involved, Maximo Tovagino as well. In towards that first corner, this is where things started to go slightly wrong for a number of names. So side by side for Zolocco and Dion van Verven, but Van Verven had the run, had the power through that first corner. Magato looked like he was going to try and go down the inside. We then had Alessandro Zolocco maybe try and cover it. You saw the front of Magato tag the rear of the Birrell and ended up absolutely buried in the wall, bounced back out, spun, but of course would go no further.
A very strange place for it to happen as well. I mean, they're on the straight there. They're not even into the corner of turn 2, and very fast part of the lap. And yeah, that is quite an unusual one there. And you can see from the rear view replay that there was a lot of space still on the inside. There was a lot that they could have done, I think, from both ends to avoid that collision. But, like you say, we'll have to see what happens of that one. There, of course, you had that moment for Alois Gilliday. That was a heart and mouth moment with Jay Owen.
I'd say for Jay Owen that was unintentional. I actually don't think he saw him there. I think he was just covering his line, entering into that second sector, starting to go into the turn, and just seemingly tagged the CRG just behind. The second KZ2 qualifying heat of the day will be up shortly. Of course, we have got a bit of a recovery out there to collect Matheus Magato. So we'll take a short break before we see that heat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. If you're only just joining us, don't worry, you haven't missed too much, but still plenty of racing to go. KZ2 qualifying Heat B versus D is next to their 9-lap race, 15-kilometre race distance. And there you can see off in the distance Mount Vesuvias, who hopefully this weekend stays nice and calm for us. Here is your grid for the next one, and here is your pole sitter, Yanis Avico, showcasing the speed of the Tony Kart racing team this weekend. They had a great run in time qualifying, with two of their drivers finding themselves up at the sharp end of the field, as we caught up with the second fastest driver from TQ, Yanis Avico.
Janice, for Tony Kart, it's looking very good today. Polling group for Max Schleimer, now polling group for you. Not quite quick enough compared to Max, but the lap out there, last moment. Can you tell us about it?
Well, I think it was a really good lap. I have to say, to thank you so much to the team because they make a massive work this weekend. And so we had a really good lap, and then we could take the pole of Europe. So for the moment, it's enough. We see the hits.
And I could notice during the session, maybe you were using the driver ahead of you. Quick driver, Kimitani. Would you say that you used that to your advantage throughout the session?
Yeah, it was my live stream. I was using him for make the pole. I thought he was gonna take out the gas for to make me make the lap, but then he continued normal. So I used him for make the best lap I could.
Well, like we said, in group pole, great job.
Thank you so much.
Well, great to chat there to Savico, starting this one on pole position. And like he was mentioning, him and his teammate Schleimer with those fastest drives yesterday have shown that the Tony Kart package this weekend certainly could be a run to the line. And the Italian team, I'm sure, will be very happy with a podium at the end of this weekend. Field makes its way out onto the grid then. Second KZ2 race of the day. Fifth race of the weekend for the class, as they did one full rotation yesterday. Yannis Savico back on that top spot, but he is joined by Michael Adair, who found himself having a good result yesterday as well. And he as well could find himself from a P3 yesterday, potentially to a P1 today, as they started from the front row of the grid. Jens Lieu and Jean Louis will go from row number 2. There we'll see Robert Kindervater and Antoine Bourgeot on row number 3. Row 4 will see Nicholas Vine and Jaden Teen. They will see Andrea Dale and Mattis Prus on row number 5. Jensen Graham and Zhang Jose will round out the first half of the field. They go from row 6.
Part 2 of your grid is started on row number 7 by Mark Zvaric alongside Hugo Marti, and from 8 is Giovanni Tosso alongside Samuel Lier. From 9, Ilian Yankov starts with Mark Brovko, and from row number 10, Christian Fiorucci for Italy will start with Christian Patilla, who needs a good race after a disqualification yesterday. 11th and final row, Patrick Ovkrodovchik starts alongside Paul Androtis. So, within this second KZ2 qualifying heat of the day, no driver has taken a win so far. They have gone to Kimi Tani, Matheus Mogato, Max Schleimer, and of course in that previous race, Dion van Verven. So we're going to find a brand new winner here, Anthony. Thoughts on who we could be looking at, would you say?
You can't not rule out the pole system in this one. The Tony Kart package has looked superb this weekend, so you cannot rule out Savico in this one. But then again, so has the CRG package. That package has been looking very quick over the course of this one. The same can be said for the IPK package, because we've seen that, of course, in the KZ category with a certain Emilien Denner, who's been very, very quick, showcasing that the speed is there for the IPK and the Formula K package as well. So a lot to drivers you can't rule out in the form of this one, but only time will tell. Only the racing will tell the story. Right, Yannis Savico is sat now stationary on his grid spot. The back of the grid is still making their way into turn number... Well, they're not even at turn 9 yet. And so a lot of time to wait. Yes, OK. It won't be cooling things down too much because the track temperature, I can imagine, is probably around the mid-50s to 60 degrees out there. But a long time to sit there next to a very hot engine in the sun.
It's the mental game.
Yeah, and the mental game starts to pick up at this point. In the points at the moment, of course, it's Dion van Verven who does lead the way with those 91 points. Could we see a change of that order? We have to wait and see, as the field is yet to go. And I've got to say, loving the helmet designs here for the KZ drivers. They do love a good livery on those helmets. Right then, we're getting ready to go racing for the second KZ2 race of the day. It's lights out and fights on. Brilliant start for Adair. Slams it across the front nose of Savico, denies him the inside line towards turn 1. Brilliant start for him, but it's a good start for the CRG as well. Jean Louis up into third place. He had a brilliant start there also. He could hunt down the drivers at the front, but the back of the field is where the action's kicking off. There was some drama in the back of the field at the start of that one, where I think Christian Patillo and Paul Andriotis just had a moment, but they are in this race still, just a little further back in the field.
Michael Adair, you've got to give it to him. That was a lightning start when those lights went out. Adair is your leader. It's the Tony Kart of Civico there, sat comfortable in P2, as in P3, the newest driver into the mix, sat there very well in that CRG, looking strong, looking comfortable. First lap almost to be ticked off, and big gains there on the brakes and on the grip down towards turn number 9. Out of the final sequence of the corner, the newest part, of course, of this circuit is Michael Adair from Civico, from Jean Lier. Great stuff by Lier, but you can see a big gap now splits him up from the Tony Kart of Civico ahead. Michael Adair now under some pressure. There's 3.5 tenths that split up your driver at the head of the field compared to that OTK tailing round behind him. Let's not forget, long race, hot race as well. Civico's got to not sit there potentially for too long, because you don't want to overheat. You're going to be cost time, and then that could actually allow Jean Lier to edge closer and make it a 3-car battle.
Certainly could. And here, that qualifying package starting to spool up here for Civico. The gap down to 0.2 of a second, and big braking zone there into turn 9, showcasing the stopping power as well that is available with the front brakes and the rear brakes, of course, all four-wheel braking here. Down in 14th place.
Slight slide there maybe for Michael Adair there out turn number 6. You just saw him lax slightly. Does get things back up on the gears, of course. Down towards turn number 9 is still under the threads of the OTK just behind. Down the main straight these drivers will go. Big gap still exists between Adair, so he's not going to be too nervous just for the time being. Down towards that second corner, drivers dropping down in towards second or third gear, depending on what's going on ahead of them. But these drivers really focusing on not dropping down too quickly with the temperature that's out there and the stress that's already putting on that kart. They don't want to stress things too much. They don't want to get things wrong on those components, because they've got to not just think about getting things to the line and thinking about the driver ahead, but also babying that kart home, nursing things. These are long races. These are hot races for our drivers. Midfield drivers there, we've got Kindervetter, Nicholas Vine and Jaden Teen. Jaden Teen, Anthony, wouldn't have actually expected him to be sat there down in P7. We know, if you cast your minds back to 2025, he took some qualifying heat wins. He was right at the front with 2025 KZ2 teammate of Max Orlov. But now, this weekend, he's just not quite had that edge. Just behind Prouche there, absolutely going for it with Andrea Adele.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on that progression here. Robert Kindervater trying to close in on the lone crop promotions machine there, pushing through the former Wilton Mill-based team, pushing forward, well, the chassis where it's from, pushing forward, and this has been a superb run for them at this moment, but we'll keep a close eye on that fight down the 205-metre back straight, and no change for these top runners at the moment. So Adair still leads by 0.4 of a second. Looks pretty comfortable at the front end of this field. It does come down to about 0.3 here as they exit to the final turn, but no real pressure for him over the next few laps. This is the main fight that we're seeing here. Kindervater and that is the one that is really starting to heat up. And as I say that, an almighty amount of warning flags coming out in that last lap, Nicole.
First corner then. Michael Adair just looked to maybe struggle slightly there. Of course, there's no massive rumble strip on towards the exit of that corner. So these drivers really having to focus on where they're placing the karts on the circuit. They don't want to meet the white line and go over it. They don't want to drop a wheel. They just want to be on the edge of the circuit. Now down towards turn number 5. Heavy braking zone indeed for these drivers. Massively load things up on that front end. getting that kart stopped really abruptly, which will feel quite exaggerated for these drivers. They then head in towards that third sector, which is a challenge in itself. Back up to 6th gear then, down towards the run of turn number 9. Bumps existing everywhere through this new part of this circuit, newest part of the circuit that was introduced in 2024. New lap, new opportunity there for Savico to still try and chase down. Half a second has now been shaved off by him to get to the back of Michael Adair once more, but Adair holding on to it, not feeling the pressure or the nerves at all. Was quick out in Genk, had qualifying heat wins out at Genk, had a polling group in Genk. Now here in Sarno is still holding on to things, but here comes the Tony kart, has massively caught up now within the course of the first 4 corners of this lap. Could he maybe make a lunge down towards turn number 5? Was not quite close enough, but this is the stage in the race then that Michael Adair finds some white line fever, starts to hold on to things, starts to tighten things up now. We're not on the last lap whatsoever. We've still got plenty of more time. We've still got an undecided race then for a brand new race winner. We've not had anybody within this group take things just yet. We are going to hunt down and find a new start very momentarily. Is it going to be Adair? Is it going to be Savico? Or is John Lier potentially going to edge closer? Because he has now started to get closer to this battle. Adair in towards that first corner, does not tighten things up at all. He's got 2 or 3 kart lengths now in towards that second corner as the battle also still goes on for Jens Struer and Robert Kindervetter. Kindervetter can absolutely not find his way past.
No, not at this moment, but a little moment there. Oh, dear me, this is getting very close now in that backpack. And this is all starting to kick off here. Push there behind Jaden Teen. This is 7th, 8th and 9th getting involved. And Jaden Teen nearly having a moment there. This is the other one of the Formula Ks. Kindervetter, who we were talking about, as you can imagine, still not being able to find that way past. Jens Struer is doing a brilliant job at the moment of holding position into turn 9. No look this time around, just hugging that inside line. Absolutely no chance for a look down the inside. Adair over the line, still leads on Savico. Lier from Truer, Kindervetter from Vine, Teen from Prush, Brosio now past Prush. That's 8th place as they go on to the final lap of this race. No worries for Michael Adair over the course of this one. He has done a brilliant job from the outside of row 1 from the very start of this race.
It will be the first qualifying heat win of the weekend for the Birel Arts team. They will be watching on from the sidelines, but still Adair has got 4 more corners left to tick off. Head over his shoulder to see where Savico the Spaniard is sat. He is still on the tail, he's still there, but I don't think the gap is going to open up now. Adair then in towards turn number 9, will shift back up in towards 6. We'll have to deal with the bumps out there. We'll have to deal with things, of course, one-handed when these drivers then shift back down, playing with the kart through the last section. We'll see the checker flag. Michael Adair, qualifying heat winner for the KZ and KZ2 qualifying heat of the day. Great stuff for Adair, great stuff for Birel.
Yeah, indeed. They'll be happy with that result, I am sure, and the pace that they have found to try and match the speed of the Tony Kart team. These two teams are actually positioned next to each other in the paddock, and I can imagine they've got open ears over the course of the weekend next to each other in that paddock just to find out what is happening in each other's side of the camp. But it's a good start then for the Birels today, as Antoine Brogio becomes the biggest mover in that race. And unfortunately, it's in the wrong direction there. 2 places backwards. There was a 2-place gain in that race. That was Giovanni Tosso who finished that one in 13th place. Well, there is your results up the end of that one. Michael Adair finishing ahead of Yannis Savico. Jean Lier rounds out the top 3 at the end of that one. Jens Struer will finish that race in P4. Robert Kindervetter and Nicholas Fine. Jaden Teen and Antoine Brogio, Mathis Prush and Andrea Dale. Jensen Graham from Zhang Jose and Giovanni Tosso with Marek Zaric and Samuel Lier. Ilian Yankov from Hugo Marti. Mark Brovko from Patrick Ogrodovchik. Paul Andriotis and Christian Beabracci finishing in 21st place. And Christian Petillo, unfortunately, not making it to the end of that race.
It's tough stuff there for Christian Portillo, because let's not forget he had a disqualification yesterday, so nothing too major going on for him for the time being. This was the start then. Great stuff by Michael Adair, absolutely caught the lights, had those lightning quick starts. We watched the lights go out and just really did pull off the line ahead of Savico. Savico dropped down to P2 and would finish the race there in the back. We had a bit of tough stuff for Pankrat Ogradovchik, Paul Androtis as well. Off the line, these drivers would go. We had a good start as well by Robert Kindervoter. Kindervoter would try and hold it around the outside, would try and get past Jens Trua there for that P4 for the rest of the race, as in the background, Sam Lier, Ilian Yankov and Hugo Matti went wheel to wheel. Early stages of this one, midfielders got busy. Big Sens down the inside at turn number 9, as that was one of the Birrells that almost got himself caught out. Out there was a 3-1-4 that we just saw slide ever so slightly through that 9th corner. We saw Jaden Teen for some moments throughout the race, but nothing too major to report. It was only one place that was gained for him, and he was the leader of that long snake of karts throughout the entire race. But there he was, Michael Adair, happy with that one, and I would say would have signalled to the Birrell Art Camp that he drove past down that start-finish straight to say, absolutely, first qualifying heat win for the camp.
Yeah, indeed, and you can see what it means to him and that team there, so very good result indeed. Right, more racing coming up. KZ2 qualifying heat A versus E will be next. They'll be out on track at around 11:40, which is about 5 minutes' time. We'll take a short pause. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in a few moments' time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box to take you through the races today. And we've already cut down 2 of the Academy Junior races, 2 of the KZ2 races of the day, with one more KZ2 race before we restart the whole formation again after the KZs go out for their first race of the weekend. And this one will see the other of the 2 Tony karts that had a fabulous run in qualifying. There you can see Max Schleimer primed and ready to go on that pole position spot. Great run in qualifying, and again, showcasing that speed was there. But he has got to deal with the likes of Kimi Tani, who is starting alongside him, who himself has shown some absolutely great pace and has actually taken a race win so far this weekend. Here's what Schleimer had to say, though, after time qualifying.
Max, pole in group, first pole sitter of the day, and 2.5 tenths faster than anybody else in group. Quite an achievement already to kick off this weekend, right?
Yeah, perfect start to the weekend, also because it's so important this week to get everything right, no mistakes. Yeah, we worked hard, got everything right, and now put it on point.
And of course, this weekend is the second and final round of the European Championship. For you, what's the mindset like coming into the early stages of this weekend and knowing that big things are on the line this weekend?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to stay calm, more calm than the rest, more than I did last year. There I did some mistakes. Now this year I tried to better.
And thinking of last year, when we were here at Sarno in 2025, you were with CPB. The improvement in qualifying alone, chassis, engine, team, quite some stuff there for you. Do you think it's really helped going into this weekend?
Yeah, I felt really well in both teams. But yeah, no difference in Tony Kart. I feel really welcomed. So yeah, I think you see it on the timing.
Well, like we said, pole and group, great job.
Thank you very much.
Didn't want to hang around to chat to you, did you?
No, said see you in a bit.
So, yeah, see you in a bit. I'll see you later. There, Kimi Tani on that parallel machine, primed and ready to go, has been a race winner. And I've got to give credit where credit's due. His mechanic is wearing, one, a fantastic hat, and two, and has an absolutely fantastic moustache there as well. Big fan.
So Kimi Tani versus Max Schleimer for a driver who's going to double up on wins, or we're going to find somebody absolutely brand new. Could maybe be Noah Wolf. Wolf, yesterday, P3, was a race leader, of course, in the early stages of that one as well. So who's going to take their second? Is it Schleimer? Is it Kimi Tani? Or are we going to hunt down for a brand new qualifying heats winner in KZ2? Third, but sixth KZ2 qualifying heats of the day of the weekend, as other drivers that also include themselves in this field. Ellie Goldstein, championship leader. It's the first time we're seeing Ellie so far today.
Yes, indeed. So, field getting themselves out onto the circuit, still holding at 30 degrees, but at the moment over the track, not a cloud in the sky. There is some around the area, but it is a beautiful day once again, with the humidity levels being relatively high as well. But certainly a challenge here for the drivers as they get themselves primed and ready to go once again for this last KZ2 race of the morning, before we head over to the KZ category, the main category here this weekend in their European title fight. As the field makes their way round, let's take you through that full starting lineup then for qualifying heat A versus E. A very busy race for Max Schleimer in this one, because they'll have to deal with Kimi Tani for the La Motorsport team on that front row of the grid. Noah Wolf had a great start in his first race yesterday. Can he do the same ahead of Yaroslav Shevetalov on row number 2? Ellie Goldstein and Theo Blanc go from row number 3. Row 4 will see Tom Spagel and Filippo Sala. They'll see Yerasim Skulinov and Nicola Rossini on row number 5. Awa Timatara and Edgar Zilkens go from row number 6.
Row number 7 houses the USA's Kyle Wick on his wildcard entrant here this weekend alongside Amelia Koivisto. From your 8th row, Giuseppe Ambrosio joins Morgan Knudsen. And from row number 9, we had Tommy van der Stroys, who climbed to P8 yesterday in his first qualifying heat. He'll be starting with Arthur Leuk, who wouldn't have expected to be that far back. Your 10th row in your top 20 is rounded out by Julian Cummin and Rune de Broeke. And from row number 11, Simon Billman will be sat there on P21.
Yes, indeed. So let's see how this one will transpire for the field as, again, pressure starting to pick up. And you can see everyone ready to go. Rosa Santulli there on the front, deputy clerk of the course this weekend with the red flag on the front of the grid. I certainly wouldn't stand there with an impending grid of KZ2s approaching. Granted, they are going very slow. They're not at full race pace, but yeah, I still wouldn't want to stand there. Max Schleimer pulls into his grid spot. He is ready to go. Rest of the field is just following suit. Kimi Tani just pulls up there, but alongside him on that parallel machine for the La Motorsport team. Ready to go racing in this one. Back of the grid just now forming up as the pressure starting to build and everyone wanting to find a perfect viewing spot. There is Noah Wolf, took the race lead through turn 1 yesterday at the start of the race. Can he do the same on this one? We'll have to wait and see as the action and the revs start to build here Red lights come on. It's 4 red lights. It's lights out and fights on. Brilliant start for Tanny. That speed is absolutely rapid, and he'll have to deal with Schleimer later on in the race. The rest of the field going through in towards turn number 2. Wolf stays there in 3rd place. Everyone pushing through. You can see Goldstein there on the TB kart trying to get himself involved, but it's not been the best start for him. But the rest of the field doing a brilliant job. Few dramas in the background, but everyone gets through pretty much relatively cleanly. Theo Blaine is having a really good race as well. He's gained a fair few spots. He's there in P4.
Great stuff there by Filippo Sala. The young Italian is off the road. It's a driver in the background. Falling off at turn number 5. That is Tommy van der Stroys that we've just seen in the grass at that 5th corner. Filippo Sala then, first year of KZ2 racing for him, and good start within this first race. Yesterday was given a 5-second penalty for jumping those lights, but for now looks settled and looks comfortable in what could actually be the top 5. Under the start-finish gantry, there we go. Kimi Tanny, great stuff for that race lead. Pretty much did what Michael Adair did in that first qualifying heat that we saw earlier on. So it's Tanny from Schleimer from Noah Wolf. So Noah Wolf still sat where he started from. As they call it, you were correct, Theo Blanc. Good start from him. Sala up 3 positions and is the driver there in P5. Oh, looks to put some pressure on the Frenchman of Theo Blanc, set there in that Birrell, of course. Privateer entrant is Theo Blanc, and now we'll have to... Oh, great stuff there by Filippo Sala, but lacks and misses things. Opens up the door, and Shevchelov and Skulinov now through.
Yeah, indeed. You rush the entry into the corner. You can fail on the exit of the corner. That's exactly what we've seen there, and that's cost him quite a bit of time. The same for Theo as well. So he'll have to try and close things back up in this race. So Tanny leads the way then from Schleimer, gap 0.4 of a second. Wolf still there, 3rd from Shevchelov. Skulinov from Sala. Goldstein in 7th place. But this right here still raging on. The Maranello and the CPP. Shevchelov and Skulinov absolutely line astern for the moment. And yeah, as you can see there, both of them running the extra radiator for cooling here. And air temperatures still holding 30 degrees. Still very, very warm out there for the drivers. Look to the inside. And that's Skulinov up another place and into P4.
Arthur Leuk now under investigation for potentially causing a collision out there. Leuk is sat further down. He's currently in P13, but has climbed up by 5 positions already within this stage of the race. Here we go then. Here comes Filippo Sala. This is a race replay then between him and Theo Blanc. So sends a huge move down the inside at turn number 5. Slides slightly. Then we then have Theo Blanc go into the back ever so slightly of Filippo Sala, but both the Frenchman and the Italian lose positions. Sala now just ahead of Eli Goldstein there, so that's for P6 and P7. And then this fight just behind us, Tom Spagel, Nicola Rossini as well. Wolf has now found something here, Anthony, over the course of the first couple of corners. Has started to tail up to the Tony karts of Max Schleimer. So Schleimer under a threat and is actually starting to fall off the back of Kimi Tanny, who was, of course, in your practice sessions, in your warm-up sessions, time and time again so far this weekend. Fastest driver out there, great pace coming into Sarno for Kimi Tanny. Could be a massive contender as the day continues to go on. Wolf still tailing round, still trying to find his way past Schleimer. Could maybe open up in towards that first corner. It's hard, but it's not impossible for drivers into turn number 1. Turn number 2, however, is definitely a hot spot. These drivers can do it on the brakes, can really get the kart stopped, but for Noah Wolf, that opportunity is not going to arise. Schleimer holds on to it.
Indeed, and I've got to say, the speed difference here that we're seeing from the Birrells compared to yesterday, something's changed overnight. They've dialed something in, and they've managed to find the speed today. Filippo Sala is another one of those drivers pushing through on the CL machine, the Charles Leclerc machine, trying to get involved in the fighting, but still holds on there in 6th place. So no change in those top 3 for the moment. There is the Sala fight. This is a little further back in the field as well. This is right to the back of the field. So Julian Cameron getting moves done. Rundebrücker, Morgan Knudsen and Simon Billman in that fight. So showcasing that the action is all the way up and down the order, as Goldstein here now latches on to the back of Filippo Sala. Doesn't look for anything into turn 1.
Goldstein then, let's not forget it, he walked into this weekend with 80 points to his name as the championship leader. Of course, that was set up after his results out at Genk. He was your final winner. This weekend, however, qualifying, I would maybe say, has been the initial Achilles heel for the TV Kart Factory driver. He's now sat down there in P7. He's trying to find his way up, but absolutely needs to think about some points. Maybe is in the early stages of this weekend been given a bit of a saving grace because Moscato, the other championship contender, has already had a DNF. Just saw a bit of a moment there through turn number 5 for Filippo Sala. Looked to have ever so slightly run himself a bit wide, but picks things back up once more. This is still the undecided battle for P2. Wolf has not managed to find the opportunity now to get past Schleimer once more. Schleimer, however, is absolutely aware that Wolf is just behind.
He is. Over the line they go. Speeds again for the drivers over that start-finish line. They're roughly around 145 kilometres an hour. Got to say, though, Schleimer over the line 2 kilometres an hour faster over the speed trap than Kimi Tani. Despite that, the gap still holding at 0.6 of a second. Changes there. Sala and Goldstein both getting past Yaroslav Shevetalov. Shevetalov going backwards here. So nice changes in the front end of the field. But still no change here. And you've got to say, it must be so frustrating being in a situation like this. Right on the rear bumper, but just unable to get a look down the inside at any given opportunity.
Absolutely, and for Noah Wolf, he's faster than both drivers ahead of him, but he's in this moment of the race where he's also got a bit of a disadvantage. He's right on the tail there of Max Schleimer. He's going to start to get really hot on the engine, on the body temperature, on the tyre as well. Gets the kart really abruptly stopped there through turn number 2. Will shift down into the gears into around about 2nd or 3rd, depending on what Schleimer is doing just ahead. Is now glued to the back of Schleimer once more. Needs a gap to open up. Turn number 5 could potentially send it down the inside. It's a bit of a misleading corner. Drivers don't think it's going to happen until they really get it abruptly stopped. But Schleimer closes the door, takes that tighter line and V's things off ahead of Noah Wolf. Still, though, the gap between Kimi Tani and Schleimer is starting to tumble down slightly. It's not a million miles away out there, but Tani is doing a good job so far within this race to just keep his cool and hold on to things. I would say absolutely helped by that race start where we just saw him really cross against the rest of the field and hold on to things. Last lap board is out then. Last moments for Kimi Tani as a race leader for the 2nd time so far this weekend.
Yeah, indeed, he'll be delighted with this run as he'll be looking to take an early lead in the intermediate classifications with this result. Maximum points 100 to his name, and hey, you can see the train starts to close in. Keep an eye on Skulinov here on this last lap. Really has closed in on these last few moments. He's not close enough for an attack just yet, and I think he's actually going to stay relatively calm here. Very defensive posture for Shevetalov, though. Theo Blunt trying to get involved in that fight after that drama he had earlier on, and this time around not seeing his way through. Into the final sector then, into the final turns, and Kimi Tani looking for a checker flag here, and 100 points to his name. Over the line, it's Tani who takes the win from Schleimer. Wolf will take P3 from Skulinov. Sala, P5 from Goldstein. Shevetalov from Blanc, finishing in 8th place. Then it is Spagel and Nicola Rossini who rounds out the top 10. Tani taking the lead in the points end with 100 to his name. Schleimer with the win yesterday and a 2nd today puts him 2nd with 94 points. But a very eye on that one. But it was a quick driver out in Genk, of course. Here in Sarno, very different playing ground. There's your top 3 on your screen. Great results again for the field as they push their way through. But the top 10 still the same as it stands. Outside that top 10, Emili Koivisto finishes on a 3-place gain ahead of Artaliuk with his 6 places in P12. Carl Wick, the wild card, finishes in 13th place ahead of Edgar Zvilkens. Giuseppe Ambrosio finishing in 15th place ahead of Alvar Timmetsvara. Tommy van der Struis in 17th ahead of Julian Kamen. Simon Billman from Morgan Knudsen Rundebrücke rounds out the 21 kart field. The Belgian finishing 20 seconds off the race leader there, but still showing that it was very close indeed out on track. Well, KZ2's done and dusted for the moment, and at the end of that one, it is Kimi Tani who leads at the end of the second rotation. He's looking the strongest this weekend, with the Finn being P1 in all 2 sessions so far.
Yeah, the only driver then to take 2 out of 2, and I would say personally it was set up at that race start. Lights went green then, got off the line really well, just sweeps that nose straight ahead of the Tony Kart of Max Schleimer, who tried to dance onto that racing line, but it wasn't going to be enough. The run then in towards that second corner was absolutely helped. Kimi Tani, he had plenty of clean air ahead of him and managed to just get the kart really abruptly stopped to then bolt off of that second corner and set up the remainder of the first lap. Filippo Sala momentarily looked really strong, but after a moment between him and the Frenchman of Theo Blon, caught him out and lost him a couple of positions. That, I would say, allowed the trio at the front of Kimi Tani, Max Schleimer and Noah Wolf to push ahead, as drivers in the background had to deal with each other time and time again. But for Kimi Tani, he wasn't bothered about what was going on in the background, because for him, it was a open air, clean air run to the line to take his second qualifying heat win of the weekend. That concludes then your KZ2 rotation, their second rotation of the weekend. KZs will be up next, but not before a short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to Sarno and to the south of Italy. You are watching the live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship, and the time has come. It is time for the KZs, the main category here this weekend, qualifying Heat 1 for this grid that is packed full of international talent, world and European champions alike, all the way up and down this order. And there is the man who was able to put it on pole position in this class this weekend, Emilian Denner for the Formula K SRP factory team on that IPK machine, delivering a superb run in TQ. And here's what he had to say after that session.
Emilian, pole for you, track conditions, difficult, hot out there. When you were driving around the lap itself, did you know that you had really got it correct?
Already my first push lap was really good, I feel. We had 2 good practice sessions, and yeah, it's really hot, but I think we have by far the best package out there this weekend, so let's see what we can do till Sunday.
And of course, keeping an eye on your pace throughout the practices as well. You've been very, very quick. You've been consistently the quickest today. For you, what are you doing differently to the other drivers around you to be doing that? I don't know. It's difficult to do something different than the other drivers, because in our category, everyone is more or less the same. Material makes a big difference, and yeah, we've been working really hard this year to make a big improvement on the chassis, and I think we made a great job as a team. And of course, for you championship-wise, things are definitely not over when it comes to the points. Post-Genk, what are the thoughts, what are the feeling going into this week?
Yeah, Genk, I had a great final, finished second initially, but then got a bumper in the final. Not really thinking about the championship, just trying to win the race, and we'll see what happens.
Well, Emilian, like we said, pole, great job.
Thank you.
Well, great work there from Emilian Denner to put it on pole position, but he will have the number one driver from last year, Mateusz Bagel, joining him on the front row of the grid, and this could be a certainly very challenging race for them. Well, Mateusz Bagel at this moment, well, that first round certainly didn't go his way in Genk. The points, he's right down there in the points at the moment. 18th, only scoring 8 points out there in Genk. But Bagel wanting to turn it around here, but can it be doable? Well, of course, the answer is yes. There is 101 points up for grabs for a driver over the course of the weekend, 25 for the intermediate classification, 25 points for the superheat phase, and then, of course, 50 points, plus the extra point for the fastest lap in the final. So 101 points in total. So basically, open to anyone, really, in this one. So we'll be very close. But the drivers who are in the best stage of this one, Stan Pex comes into this weekend as the points leader, but he qualified down in 11th place. That is not where he wants to be. Adrian Millero as well, of course, after that final win in Genk, is second in the points, and he himself also in a tricky situation as he finds himself on the 10th row of the grid. So it means then it's going to be all topsy-turvy going into this one here in Sarno to find out who will be European champion in KZ at the end of the weekend. Emilian Denner and Mateusz Bagel, they go from row number 1. Daniel Albanese, who's third in the points, sits third in the grid, starts alongside Victor Gustafsson on row 2. Maxim Orlov and Tom Luye will round out the next row on row number 3. Daniel Basile and Lorenzo Travazanuto go from row number 4. There we'll see Giuseppe Palomba and Jean Nomblo on row 5. Stan Pex, points leader. He starts on row 6 alongside Lorenzo Camplese.
It's an all-Italian row number 7. It's Alessio Piccini and Alex Marigliano on your 7th row. Row number 8, we've got Marcus Kayak, your 2025 KZ2 vice champion, alongside Pedro Hiltbrand, your winner here from 2025. Row number 9, we've got Marin Kremers with Matteo Vigano here, and from row number 10, your top 20, Adrian Millero, your Genk winner, and your current driver, who is a massive championship contender, alongside Enzo La Cruz. 11 rows in total, but all alone on that 21st spot is Matthias Torrigiani, who will start right at the back. So, your two drivers who are looking strong in your championship did not do a strong qualifying lap. Adrian Millero and Stan Pex. P11 for Pex. Adrian Millero down in P19 going into today. Going to have a lot of work to do ahead of them.
Indeed. Well, of course, for the KZ category, regulation changes that had happened over the previous years meant that qualifying now has been ever so more important over the last couple of years. Because the grid's positions stay the same no matter where you finish. Of course, in previous years gone by, if you were qualified 20th place, but your first qualifying heat, you managed to finish P1 on race 2, you would start P1. That's not the case this time around. If you qualify P20 and you finish P1 in your first race, you start P20 again for race 2. That is how it's been. And let us know if you like that change, of course. You know, you can drop me a message at Jordan Commentary on Instagram. Drop me a message and let me know what your thoughts are on that change that happened a couple of years ago for the KZ class. Right then, here is your grid. Ready to go at the front. Emilian Denner, Mateusz Bagel on that front row of the grid. The wind's picking up a little bit here, Nicole, and can report it looks like it's a headwind down the start-finish straight, a tailwind down the back straight here. Certainly could make things very, very interesting for the KZ class as everyone primed and ready to watch these drivers go to battle. As the red line clears at the front, we wait to see the lights procedure starts, to which it does. It's 4 red lights. It's lights out. It's a possible jump start for Denner. He was very quick off the line. Was it too quick? His reactions may have been absolutely on point there, or was he just that fraction too early? But let's wait and see as they make their way through. It's Denner who leads the way at the start of this race. He has broken away massively from Spagel, who has held on to second place.
Well, whether it was a jump or not for Denner, it's not mattered too much for Matteo Spagel there, because he's looking very strong in P2. In the background, P3, undecided Victor Gustafsson. Denner, we don't want to call it just yet. We can't make the decision, but he is under investigation. It wasn't just us that saw that. Bolted at that line and now finds himself potentially in a bit of hot water. Will, however, have to still deal with Matteo Spagel, who's also under investigation.
And that could be the fact that he saw him go, so he reacted as well. And that is such a tricky situation. So your front row, both under investigation for a potential jump start here, which means, well, you've got to say Gustafsson, as it stands, is possibly your net leader here. Down the inside, that's a big change there. Lorenzo Camplese on Giuseppe Palomba and squeezes his way through. Here's your race start. And, well, there's your front row. They get it into gear. Little movement there. There's the other movement. But was that second movement still before the line? Well, we can't see the repeater light there, unfortunately. And, of course, we can't see the lights on the grid. But that's a very tricky one there for these drivers. And I'm sure race control will be looking at that one. Okay, here's a better angle of it. Is there move? Yeah, that is quite the reaction there. And that will go. So, as it stands then, Denner and Spagel under investigation for a jump start. Gustafsson there in third with about a 6/10 lead from Albanese, I would say, is your net leader at the moment.
I would say it's quite fair to maybe put a bit of the spotlight on Victor Gustafsson momentarily. Let's think back to Genk, where time after time he was at the front. He took qualifying heat wins. He was a contender for that final win. He could have set himself up to be higher up in the championship, but we had a big moment between him and CRG's teammates on that final lap of your final there, where it was cut short for him. It was ripped out of his hands. So for this weekend, Victor Gustafsson will be coming into things with a fire in his belly, trying to get up to the top of your board, trying to claim some points, but potentially get himself back into the championship fight. Out in the front, though, we've still got Emilian Denner and Matteo Spagel split up by just under half a second, with Gustafsson still quite comfortable there in P3. Albanese under some increasing threat now by the Tony Kart just behind. There's Tom Leyer, who now tails behind him. Did momentarily put the nose to the right-hand side to have a slight look, as again, these drivers just dancing around. Oh, good change there. John Nomblo down the inside, gets past Vasile.
Indeed, beautiful stuff there for these drivers, and you can see every overtake is important in this level, and all these drivers looking to try and gain those points. Gustafsson now your fastest driver out there. Has he been given the signal here to really push at this phase to open up that gap as much as he can from that chasing field behind? You can still see here how Palomba is trying to hold on to position for the moment. He's got Stan Pexer company just behind as well. And, of course, Pex is in a very important battle in this one as he fights for the points lead. Tom Luye having a little look down the inside there into turn one on Daniel Albanese. Not close enough this time.
I'd say Albanese within this race, and especially after qualifying, has been given a bit more confidence, knowing that the two drivers that really contend championship-wise compared to him, because let's not forget, he is in the fight, he is inside of that top three, are right down there in the qualifying standings. Of course, Pex and Adrian Malero did not put those laps together, so he's being gifted a bit of a helping hand so far this weekend. Good little send down the inside at turn number 5 there for Lenzo Travisanuto. Gets his way past the Tony Kart of Lier, who now looks under threat. This is Max Orlov, your driver, your KZ2 champion from 2025, who had great success when we were here this time last year. Now trying to take a chunk out of that OTK just ahead. The battle behind then rages on. This is the form of Giuseppe Palomba, Alessio Piccini. We've got Pedro Hiltbrand also trying to get involved as well. Two names you would not expect potentially to be that far back, of course. Giuseppe Palomba, a home hero here in Sarno, and Pedro Hiltbrand, the 2025 round champion here, as that in the background is likes of Kayak trying to get his way past Alex Marigliano.
Yeah, indeed. And again, a half attempt there in towards turn 2. You don't want too many of those over the course of a race weekend. And again, the run down in towards turn number 5 here. Big braking zone opportunity, and then some more side-by-side action there. It's a nice little overtake there in the background. I think that might be Kremers on the charge, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. Matteo Vagano's had drama. It is a retirement out there on circuit, so down to just the 20 runners in this race, and it was Kremers on Pedro Hiltbrand, that overtake that we saw through turn number 5. Another little look there. This is Travis Anuto now on Albanese, so Gustafsson got that overtake done and was able to get up into 3rd place. But Albanese under increasing pressure here. Now, Albanese, I'm sure, is just probably thinking about, right, consistency here. Don't need to worry about fighting too hard. If we can keep our name at the top end of the field, if we can beat the likes of the 2 drivers who didn't qualify too well in the points, this could be our weekend.
Stay out of trouble, I would say, 100%. For Albanese. Stay clean, stay dry out there. Not get into any big scraps that's going to catch him out on the track or in that office later on with our team of race control and our team of stewards. For now, the battle between him and Lorenzo Travisanuto still goes on. So it's currently your 2023 and your 2024 European champions going head-to-head. But calm is the name of Travisanuto. He will not rush things out there. Denner from Spigel, still 1 and 2. Gustafsson still sat there. Gustafsson starting to chase up slightly pace-wise, is lacking around about a 10th and a half compared to the CPB Sport just ahead. And compared to Emilian Denner, who time and time again this weekend has been the fastest driver over the course of this weekend. Not the fastest one within this race, because that is Victor, but on that previous lap did have the legs compared to the 2 just behind. This is still the fight through turn number 5 then between Travisanuto in that Paralin and Albanese in that KR. Travi still not managing to get through. No, indeed, they stay the same. So keeping an eye on this one. Now, this side here, apart from the very beginning of it, we've not spoken too much about these drivers. Denner and Spagel, they will have seen the investigation board go out on the screen at the start of that race, so they will be aware that they're under investigation. Gustafsson has done a brilliant job of closing the gap in as well, but Denner and Spagel starting to fight amongst themselves here as we go into the last lap of this race. What do you do in this situation if you're Spagel? Do you try and claim the position, or do you think to yourself, I'm under investigation, if I end up with a penalty, do I just use the rest of this time with Denner, who's very quick, to open things up, just get as far away from everybody else, like Albanese, like Travisanuto and Loyer, as I possibly can, so I don't lose out too much? Maybe that is what is going on in the mind of your 2025 champion. No, maybe it's not, because he looked like he was going to go for a slightly different line there compared to Emilian Denner. But Denner looks to potentially hold on to things. Turn number 9, just dancing around on that kart, shifting back up, back down to then go through the final sequence of bends to see his first qualifying heat win of not just this weekend, but of 2026. Provisionally, of course, under investigation is Denner and Spagel at the end of that race. Gustafsson might be looking at a qualifying heat win here. We'll have to wait and see the official results, of course. You can keep up to date with those official results as well if you head to the FIA Karting webpage, www.fiakarting.com, and you can check out all the official results there. And please do so over the course of this weekend. You'll see exactly all the data and all the penalties that go out. But for the moment, it is Emilian Denner who takes the first win of the weekend in the KZ category, ahead of Mateus Rangel and Victor Gustafsson at the end of that race. Daniel Albanese holds on to P4 ahead of Lorenzo Travisanuto. Tom Louier will finish that race in P6 ahead of Jean Nomblo and Maxim Orlov. Daniel Vasile and Giuseppe Palomba, they'll have a good race. They round out the top 10 at the end of that one, ahead of Stan Pex, his championship points lead under threat from Albanese. He finishes that race not gaining or losing any places in P11 ahead of Camplese and Kremers. Pacini from Kayak
Maragliano from Malero, La Cruz from Torrigiani, from the retirements of Pedro Hilbrand and Matteo Vagano at the end of that race. Very challenging race indeed. And they will, of course, get checked and weighed and made sure. But that man there, Emilian Denner, who, judging by his body language, I think is aware he'll be heading to the stewards at the end of this one. And we did see that lights start. And, yeah, again, congratulations. Great race. You got to P1 on that one. But at the cost of a jump start. And it feels so harsh on this one. The reactions so close, the stress levels high at the start of these races, and just that fraction too soon on the power can cost you a race result, and that would be a huge shame for both the front drivers, of course, for Spagel reacting to Denner at that point. And I think the next camera angle at the start of here really tells the tale. You can see there the lights still on and clear movement from the front row there, and I think that was both of them on that one, which means they are both under investigation for that incident. The rest of the highlights, really good getaway for the rest of the field. Great run for Victor Gustafsson. He was able to get up into third place. He was able to close in actually on the top two and had a relatively calm and controlled race. Daniel Albanese had to deal with everyone with positions, as there Lorenzo Travasanuto getting the overtake on Tom Louye, his three-place gain, pushing him through the field. Marcus Kayak pushing through as well. Didn't gain or lose any place in that one, but clearly getting himself back into 15th place at that point of the race. Over the line, and there you can see no real reaction there to Emilian Denner with that result. And you can imagine that is because he is aware of that jump start. Well, KZ done and dusted for the moment. They will have two more races today. One more before the lunch break as well, as we'll turn our attention back to the Academy Trophy, as they will get themselves primed and ready to go for this one. And we saw a really actually superb set of races from the Academy Trophy. And I'm sure we'll see another good one in this. There, John Hahn, race winner from that first race earlier on. Certainly didn't make it easy for himself to take that race win, but he managed to come away with it in the end. We caught up with him after time qualifying, where he managed to go fastest overall.
John Hahn, welcome to Sarno. Welcome to round two of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy here during the same weekend as the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. John, this is a technical circuit, is Sarno, but you've done a great job so far this season. P2 out in the first round and now here in Sarno. How are you feeling ahead of the round here?
Yeah, I'm going to stay very fully concentrated for the whole season. A great race in Genk doesn't mean that it's all finished. We're going to be on it in Sarno, hopefully fighting for the podium or fighting for the win.
This is your first season, I believe, racing in the junior category. You've done a few races beforehand to prepare yourself for this one. But how has it been to switch over from the mini class over to the junior? Because it's quite, I think, the biggest difference in the karting world.
Yeah, it's very different between the mini karts and the juniors. The speed difference, the size, the driving style, and the braking points. Yeah. Also, sometimes the energy is gonna be prepared when you're driving the juniors, or else you'll be feeling very tired.
You've raced here before in the mini category. Now, of course, racing in the junior. How is the track going to feel to you going out there? Because, of course, challenging conditions. Either it's very hot and humid, or the rain is pouring and the lightning is flashing. Tell us the challenges that you're going to face this weekend.
Well, one of the challenges is going to be the weather, because in Sarno anything could happen. Maybe the the minute before it was like sunny, and then 2 minutes later it's going to be pouring rain. And yeah, the speed is going to be a big difference here. Braking points might be very hard braking zones. Turn 1, very speedy corner.
It's going to be a challenge all round, I can imagine, for every driver. Well, John, very best of luck this weekend. Good luck in the championship, and we'll see you out on track.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, it was good to chat up there with John Hahn, who is ready to go for this one, and a very strong start to his weekend, of course, reporting that first place in that race earlier on. There is Domenico Coco as well of Italy. Strong race for him earlier on with a 4-place gain to finish in P3. We also caught up with him ahead of this weekend to hear his thoughts racing in his home country here of Italy.
Good morning, Domenico. Welcome to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here, the Academy Trophy for the juniors. Back in Sarno, and it's been quite a good start to the season for you. You've got home country advantage here in Sarno. You've got the second round of the championship. You're 6th in the points, and your confidence level must be very high coming into this weekend. And tell us, how are you feeling?
Yes, thanks. I am fast in Genk, and I am ready for this race.
You've raced here in the past in Mini 16, Mini Under 10, all of this. You have good experience in that. How does it feel in a junior kart to race here?
I like much the junior because it's more fast. And I race sometimes in this track with the junior.
Your best result, if I'm right in saying, was a P20 in the final here in 2024 in Mini Under 10. Do you think that result can change this weekend? Do you think P1, P2, P3 in the final?
Yes. I am very confident this weekend.
With that confidence, do you feel you could take the lead of the championship at the end of this weekend?
Yes.
100%?
No, 100 no, but 16.
Good percentage.
No, sorry, 60%, I think.
Okay, that's a good number. Well, Domenico, thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend, and we'll see you on track.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Well, good to chat up there. 60% sure
60%
chance he could be championship leader at the end of this one. Well,
at least he's specific.
Very specific there. Well, and he's had a good start to it as well with that 3rd place finish earlier on. Here's your grid, though, for this one. Race winner earlier on, John Hahn, back on pole position. He's joined by Alexander Prizovic, who started on pole position in his first race earlier on. P5, his result in that one. Peter Pongpang Satum now finishing 3rd earlier on as well, and finds himself on that 2nd row of the grid alongside Rock Pinera alongside. Maximilian Piatek joins Zoltan Coigny on row 3. Domenico Coco joins Manuel Kalendi on row number 4. Jindris Roboda and Branislav Renka go from row number 5, and they'll see Oscar Hennig and Takaru Shimbashi on row number 6.
Row number 7 is started by Canada in Greece with Leo De Silva and George Saradikis. Row number 8 is Giada Vagnoli, who needs a good race after a DNF earlier on. She's starting alongside Bjorn Glande. Your 9th row is Fu Hanzi and Martin Mermond, and from 10, top 20, it's France and Indonesia with Sada Renzes and Atla Fridwan. From 11, it's David Luiz Vasquez with João Paulo Bonidman, and from row number 12, 24 drivers in total, and it's Lucas Ablaze and Ilya Bagatirius. So, groups A versus B, racing each other within this one, and of course your 2 fastest drivers in time qualifying, John Hahn and Alexander Prizovic, going directly head to head.
Indeed, this should be a very exciting one indeed for the Academy Trophy. Like we saw earlier on today in the morning races, very busy indeed. But will we get a lights out start for the first time in this race? Let's wait and see as we enter the tram lines. It is lights out and fights on then towards turn 1. Good start for the front row again. It's a nice strong start again for Prizovic, but he's not been able to get the run into turn 2 here. Door left open. Satum now down the inside takes 2nd place away, but it's a strong start once again for John Hahn. He holds on to the lead of this one as they exit out of turn 3 for the first time. drama in the background is Fu Hanzi of China. Will go no further in this race. He is out in the early phases.
Shame for Fu Hanzi, didn't have the best qualifying heat. Oh, down the inside. Did you see that one from Zoltan Coigny? Zoltan Coigny absolutely sends a move, slides sideways through turn number 5 and catches out a number of drivers within that one. Alexander Prizovic being one of the victims of that.
Well, Prizovic certainly saw it as he went off the road there, and Coigny certainly wanting to get the run in the early phase here. Was very late on the brakes there in towards that final turn. That was Takeru Shimbashi there trying to wrestle that kart around the final turn. So here's your order then at the end of a very interesting opening lap. John Hahn from Rock Pineda up into second place. Kalendi's there in third from Coco. Shimbashi from Voboda. Renka from Piatek. Hennock in ninth. It's Saradikis there in 10th. So big movers in the early phase here. It's been a great run for the middle pack.
Been a great run as well for John Hahn. 1.6 seconds clear. So doesn't make the mistakes that we saw from him in qualifying heat 1. Now is quite calm out there. Turn number 5, good send there for your midfielders. Bit of a loss there for Piatek. Piatek just looking like he's lost out on 2 positions because of that one. Still, we've got Domenico Coco looking like he's trying to give it 100% within this race. It's not 60% like he claimed earlier on in that driver interview. Trying to find his way past Manuel Kalendi. Kalendi up by 5 positions. Much better in this qualifying heat so far compared to this morning. Under the start-finish gantry, we still have John Hahn extending that gap, and we've now got to change to P2. Good send down the inside. Great move there by Kalendi.
Indeed. And all of these drivers here trying to gain those spots. That tough inside line there. Just helping out the field, and Voboda getting through. Shimbasi, and that is all keeping it nice and close. Domenico Coco, though, is your fastest driver out there, managing to push forward. And, of course, him, Kalendi, Coco, and Voboda all getting past Rock Pineda there. And this is another look down the inside. Turn number 5, beautifully delivered once again. Voboda on Domenico Coco, that is for 3rd place.
We're having a busy race here, Anthony. You know, you've got every driver inside of your top 5 other than John Hahn making up a number of positions. I don't know if you would agree, way cleaner than their first qualifying heats that we saw from our Academy Juniors. You know, they're making these moves, but they're not catching each other out as much as what we saw earlier on today. They've settled into things slightly, found a bit more of a rhythm. Now, potentially because they're getting used to how you race this circuit, how you especially deal with some of those bumps. That was a half move there. We've got Renkner trying to get past Shimbashi there through turn number 1.
Yeah, indeed. Very close for them. Here's Rock Pineda trying to get his positions back on Domenico Coco. And, of course, when he saw that moment happen behind, he thought he may have a chance here to try and gain a few spots. And they have done so. Manuel Kalendi down into 5th place. And as you can see, pushing hard still is Branislav Renka, trying to get back into this fight. John Hahn leads now by 3.2 seconds out on circuit. Indra Voboda on a 7th place gain. This has been an extraordinary race for the driver who started a lot further back in the field, but they're into P2. He'll be very happy with this result.
So another 1,670 metres completed by John Hahn once more. Still continues to open up that gap, and it's now 3.2 seconds that he leads by. Saradikis down further back, currently sat P9, is under investigation. A number of those have gone out for your Academy Juniors so far today, but not actually within this race. It's only Saradikis and the 504 out there as well of Zoltan Coigny, who is now tumbled to the absolute back, as you could, I think, hear just
it wasn't coming together.
That is what you could hear, and you could hear it from Zoltan Coigny as we said his name. He's come together, and he's come together with Glende.
Yeah, indeed. Björn Glende of Norway there and Zoltan Coigny of Switzerland, both out of this race, and that is quite something, and that was not the squeal of a tyre being pushed to its limits. That was the squeal of a tyre being spun around, and that's exactly what we have seen. And on his way to Pompeii, there is one driver, and we'll have to wait and see who doesn't come through in the same order over the line. And I think that was Takeru Shimbashi there that just ran a little wide out of turn number 9.
Absolutely, went quite deep there into the corner, and I'm sure his heart probably fell into his stomach slightly there. But Shimbashi It's not put him off too much. He's still actually on a gain within this race, and he's still sat well within the top 10. Oscar Hennick then just ahead of Shimbashi, fastest driver out there. He's currently looking at Regner and Manuel Kalendi. Kalendi did get himself into P2, but has now not managed to hold himself together and has to settle for P5 as Piatek now puts himself under investigation. Hahn is not actually extending that gap now, has dropped ever so slightly, but it's still 3 seconds. And within this stage of the race, John Hahn will start to be babying those tyres. Of course, these drivers are limited on the rubber that they are given. This is a moment then that is Regner just riding himself off of the road there, that sharp and tightly angled turn number 4 on that second sector. We saw it from John Hahn earlier on. We've seen it actually from a number of those. They catch the grip wrong, they hop, and they fall off of the track.
Yeah, indeed. We saw it as well from Jaco Aguilera also in that race earlier on. It just showcases that it is a tricky turn, that one. You don't want to be pushing too hard, especially. It's so easily done, though, because you've got a long back straight, and there is someone who's got quite the advantage of that back straight. John Hahn and Jindrik Svoboda, for that matter, both of them having a 2-second advantage from the drivers in front and behind. Domenico Coco here is holding on to third place for dear life.
Yeah, Domenico Coco looking strong. Of course, first qualifying heat had a really good run, had that P3, now looks to replicate that once more. Maybe not, though. Down the inside, too, for the price of absolutely one great send for drivers further back. Manuel Kalendi now getting back inside the fight. Good read there for Kalendi. Jumps up the order, takes Coco, takes Oliver Hennick as well, as this is the final lap for our drivers. Manuel Kalendi in towards turn number 2, parks it on that white line, but loses time, loses that minimum speed, and gives the position back to the Italian of Domenico Coco once more.
Indeed, it's just anything you can do, I can do better phase of the race here for these drivers. And right now, it's all going to the bitter end of it. Your front two are absolutely clear at the front of this race. John Hahn and Jindrik Svoboda, they're under no pressure whatsoever. All the fight is on for third place here. And Domenico Coco having to deal with that pressure. Oscar Hennick just behind, ready to pick up the pieces here into this final turn if he can. Here is John Hahn, though, out to the final turn. 2-4-2. 100 points to his name over the line. Hahn takes the win ahead of Svoboda. Here's the fight for third. It's Kalendi who takes third at the end of that one. Brilliant stuff there for Manuel Kalendi in that fight all the way to the end. The driver from El Salvador who gifted me a rubber chicken in previous race, and pretty good race for him at the end of this race. But Manuel Kalendi taking P3 ahead of Domenico Coco, Oscar Hennick from Rock Pineda, Branislav Renka from Takara Shimbashi, Leo De Silva and Pitapong Pang Satum now rounding out the top 10 at the end of that one. The biggest mover, you saw the graphic on your screen, João Paulo Bononoman finishing in a 9th-place gain, finishing P13.
Same result, but different type of race then for John Hahn. Takes his second qualifying heat win, but in a much smoother, much calmer race. Takes it ahead of Jindrik Svoboda and Manuel Kalendi, who claims his best qualifying heat results of the year so far. Good stuff for Manuel. I'd say he'd be heading back to the tents with a smile on his face. Anthony Jordan took you through your top 10, and then in P11 we had Sar Dorenzes, George Saradikis, João Paulo Bonideman, Max Piatek and Martin Mermond, who round out your top 15. After that, we had Adlav Ridwan, Lucas Ablaze, David Luis Vasquez and Ilya Bagaturia, who take you to your 19 finishers, with a number of drivers failing to finish that one, with one of your fastest drivers of the weekend so far and a previous pole sitter, Alexander Prizovic. Giada Vignoli makes it 2 out of 2 DNFs. Bjorn Glende does not finish that one, neither does Zoltan Coigny or, of course, Fuhan Z, who is there on your screen and was the first driver to experience a DNF.
Indeed, quite the shame there, but there, John Hahn from Hong Kong taking the win here. Once again, adding another good chunk of points to his name. Really strong position ready ahead of that final later on in the weekend. Here are your race highlights. Well, Hahn on that opening lap was able to open up a 1.6 second lead at the end of lap 1, and I've got to say, that is an incredible achievement despite how close and frantic that first race was earlier on.
Yeah, it was good to see John Hahn find something extra within this race and keep his cool a little bit more. You didn't see any mistakes from the driver out there, of course, that took the second qualifying heat for win. This was Fu Hanzi when he just seemingly went straight off of the road there in towards the grass at turn number 3. Good sense down the inside. Massive attempt there for Zoltan Coigny, who then just forced this domino effect for drivers in the background, which included Alexander Prizovic. He was caught out by that one and dropped right to the back before having a DNF later on. Turn number 5, of course, is one of those hot spots. We saw many a move go on, many a move for the likes of Manuel Kalendi, who got himself involved. Down towards that first corner, we had the switch. This is when Roc Pinheira lost out. Roc, though, held on to things, held calm. This, of course, was that battle for P2.
Yeah, indeed, Roc Pinheira certainly had his hands busy in that race. He had quite the few battles to contend with, and of course, over the course of that fight, everyone was getting involved. Tum now was getting involved in that one. For Boda was there, Domenico Coco, all getting involved. Of course, Manuel Kalendi as well. So as the race went on, it was just a case of literally fighting to hold on to position, and there you can see how easily it can all go wrong. And unfortunately, there's Zoltan Coigny and Vebjørn Glenda out of the race, and going no further there off the road. Was now and Takayoshi Bashi, I should say, and he managed to bring it back onto the road, but did lose out on a couple of positions, but still gained 4 overall at the very end of that one. At the front, no dramas on that final lap, despite the dramas here. For third place, the fight was on. Kalendi was able to squeeze through, though, into P3. From Hahn and Voboda, they would go on to their next races later on today in a very strong position. We'll stay tuned with the Academy Trophy as well, because their next race is coming up. This time we'll see in groups C versus D that will head out onto the circuit. But that is in around 4.5 minutes' time. After that race, we then go back into KZ2 for their third rotation of qualifying heats. That will be groups B and F, C and E, and A and D. And then we go into our last race before the lunch break at 2 o'clock. Will be with the KZs out on circuit. So very much looking forward to that one. But plenty of action to come up, Nicole Sutherland. So nearing the end of the racing. While we do wait, we have time to hear from the FIA president himself, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, who unfortunately can't join us this weekend. Of course, the British Grand Prix is on at the same time. A few words from him.
Dear members, dear drivers, dear motorsport enthusiasts, this year marks the beginning of a new era for FIA Karting and the next phase of our FIA Global Karting Plan. This 2026 season is defined by ambition and growth, an expanded calendar, new championships, increased investment, and the introduction of new events around the world. We are also proud to welcome new countries in the FIA Academy Trophy, represented by drivers from around the whole world. Our sport is evolving, but our commitment remains constant. We are here to break down barriers and make karting more accessible than ever before. Karting is often the first step in a driver's journey, where they learn discipline, focus, and courage. It lies the foundation for not only success in motorsport, but success in life. Supporting the next generation of racing talent is at the heart of our plan. We are creating development pathways and opportunities that are truly global, opening doors for drivers across the world. I wish all the drivers, teams, volunteers, and officials the very best for the season ahead. I look forward to following your journeys. Thank you and good luck.
Well, great to hear there from the FIA president, Mohammed Ben Sulayem. They're here in Sarno, and of course, next race coming up very, very soon. Academy Junior qualifying heat C versus D. The next one to take to the track, and still conditions absolutely wonderful. The sun's shining on us here. 30 degrees, but I believe it has got a little bit warmer now as the day has gone on. Yeah, nothing that we can't handle.
Well, so speak for yourself, because I'm really, really warm.
Are you really warm?
Yeah.
That's a first, because usually when we've got an air conditioning on in the commentary box, you say you're always freezing. No matter what temperature it is outside, you always say you're cold.
Yeah, not today.
Not today?
Nope.
That's a first.
Turned a new page, Anthony.
A new page. There we go. There is your grid ready to go. I've got to say, loving the results from our front two rows in this one. Most notably, Augusto Salome of Chile. Race win earlier on from the inside of row 2. Can he do the same on this one? Fares Harun, though, for the United Arab Emirates is primed and ready to go. Fourth place to him earlier on in that first race, but starting P1 this time.
Yeah, Fares Haroun then had some good pace, but it was the start, I would say, that just caught him out. He didn't quite manage to get things going in towards that first corner. So let's see how he fares this time at the front with that clean air ahead of him alongside Max Sulin. Of course, Sulin was a momentary race leader earlier on, but did manage to lose out to John Hahn. So let's find out who's going to take this one, because we could be hunting down for a brand new race winner, or we could be doubling up. Of course, for Augusto Salome, he could match what John Hahn did just a moment ago and take 2 out of 2 qualifying heat wins. But these drivers have just a couple more moments to get themselves mentally prepared for a race that's going to feel very long indeed. Physical track, bumpy track, different to Genk. The drivers will be needing to really lock in for this second qualifying heat for them.
Yeah, they certainly will do. Engines fire up then. Drivers make their way out onto the track here for the Academy Trophy. Their second run of qualifying heats. The second race of the day for Group C versus D. And here is how they will line up. Fares Harun of the UAE joins Max Sulin of Finland on row number 1. Augusto Salome of Chile joins Argentina's João Galero on that second row of the grid. Noah Grenier and Alonso Gonzalez, they go from row number 3. Keep an eye on Vito Cosa and Caio Serra on row number 4. Row 5 will see Sebastian Gaiano. They'll see Emils Yozaitis on row number 5 with Matvei Kupny and Jenny Skulinov on row number 6.
Row number 7, the second part of your field is Stavros Sotos and William Nielsen. Row number 8, the USA's Marco Summit will look at Maya Ruxa. And from row number 9, Emiliano Bolanos will see Emiliano Bobadilla. From your 10th row, Rosalind Schreier Isa is missing. He should be starting alongside Buana Gisese. From your 11th row, Agam Shrikey will look at Cristobal Bonet. And from your 12th and final row, 24 drivers in total, Kevin Pentel will see Johan Mabagadada.
Indeed, so everyone ready to go for this one. As we say, those temperatures increasing now for the drivers over the line. 31 degrees here and only getting hotter as the day goes on. We are local time here, 20 to 1 in the afternoon. And that temperature usually continues to soar all the way up until about 3 o'clock. So very, very warm indeed. Right then, not long until we get this race started. Of course, one driver missing from this one, as mentioned. Rosalind Schreier Isa, not in this race, and the points as well have been updated. John Hahn, of course, with his 2 race wins, now sits with 100 points to his name. It's Domenico Coco of Italy, who's second in the points out of Spain's Roc Pineda, and Pirapong Pang Satumno fourth in the points. So very close, but that, of course, will all change with this one. If Augusto Salome can come away with another race win here from the second row of the grid, will join John Hahn's 100 points and put himself in a very strong position.
Yeah, so Rosalind Schreier Isa was given a penalty earlier on today for causing a collision, but was not disqualified. So hoping that wherever Rosalind is out there, he is okay. There's no sort of injury and that we'll see him later on for that third and final qualifying heat. But For now, it's your second of this rotation. Through the lights, are we going to go racing? No, we're going to go round again. Drivers not formed up. Too fast for the likes of Faris Haroun and Max Sulin.
Yeah, I could actually see that happening before they even entered the tram lines. There was a lot of gaps that had formed up in the middle of the pack there that were not set ready to go. Of course, they need to be at a constant speed, a consistent speed, and not accelerating or braking at that point. So, false start for the Academy Juniors once again, and they will go round for another attempt at this race start. For other drivers, who I'm sure is looking for some good results here, of course, in Group D, we saw some great fighting for the field, but of course, names that you need to look for in the middle of the pack that could certainly push forward. William Nilsson looked quite quick earlier on. Matvei Kupny was also looking quite quick, but also Marco Samet as well of the USA was looking very quick. Also, he was able to push through the field, so that again could be a driver to watch out for in this race. A few penalties earlier on as well, as mentioned. A few drivers did come away with some penalties, but that is a turnover from this event. They've put those behind them, now focusing on the job in hand, which is their second qualifying heat of the day. Right then, hopefully speed is nice and slow. There's still gaps out there forming in that grid. It's another false start. They're going round again.
Well, this could be difficult if Faris Haroun and Max Sulin cannot pull it together over the course of this lap. Not many attempts are permitted for this field, so they could find themselves in a moment under a bit of spot of bother by race director Gonzalo Planta, who is up there on that start-finish gantry. So Faris Haroun and Max Sulin, of course, no qualifying heat wins for them just yet. The only within this field is Augusto Salome. So can Salome try and double up? That is my personal main question for this second qualifying heat for these groups. It is groups C versus D. So your slower drivers within time qualifying, because of course that previous qualifying heat that we have just seen included your two quickest of Alexander Prizovic and John Hahn.
Indeed. So moments away again from a, hopefully, third time's a charm start in the Academy Junior. Let's have another false start for them. They might be playing our favourite game here, and I think they've just been given a stern warning there to go slowly. You're going too fast. As soon as you pass the red line, you need to be at that consistent speed, and that is looking like what they are doing now. Which is good to see. Hopefully, we'll get a start this time around then for the Academy Juniors as they get ready to go racing. It's qualifying heat C versus D then for the class as they enter the tram lines. It is lights out and fights on towards turn one. Good start for Sulin. Wow. Drama into turn one and a big hit into the barriers. 3 karts going no further in this race, and that was drivers in your front end of the field. There is the 550 of Cayucera out of the race. The entrant for Mozambique will go no further. Augusto Salome was one of those drivers, and so was Alonso Gonzalez. Those 3 drivers all caught out at turn one. Not the start that we wanted, especially not for the race winner in qualifying heat 1.
Sizable 2-kart breakaway then for Max Sulin out in the front, and he has got the likes of Joachim Galero just behind him, close for company at the business end of the field. But Sulin, quite crucially, is under investigation for a potential starting procedure infringement. So your race leader, the one to watch so far within this qualifying heat, is not out of the woods neither within this race, because he's got somebody close for company just behind him and not in the terms of being looked at by race control. So out in the front, it's Sulin from Galero. Faris Haroun has dropped down to P3 with Noah Grenier P4, and Sebastião Galliano currently sat in P5, included in this fight going through turn number 3.
Indeed, so we'll keep a close eye on that progression for these drivers, but Sulin in a really strong position now with that 5-place lead. Stavros Sosos and Majruska have been able to push forward. That was at the expense of Vito Koza, who's dropped backwards in the field. But a clear 2-kart breakaway here of Sulin and Galero. They are holding firm, only 0.5 of a second between the two of them. It's Grenier again with another good start to the race. He is there in 3rd place, but holding off an almighty train of karts with Faris Haroun Galliano is there. Skulinov, Zaitis and Coigny are all involved. And speaking of Coigny, there he is trying to get a move down the inside. It's not going to work out for him, though.
Yeah, Coigny trying to claim a position there as drivers just feeding each other to the packs behind. Rukska, Sotos and Koza trying to fight it out there in towards turn number 2. No overtakes going on for any driver inside of the top 15. Everybody quite settled and locked in within this one, but everybody breathing down the neck of the drivers ahead. Kevin Pentel, we highlighted earlier on, one of the big names out at Genk, did not have that qualifying result that he would have wanted, but is now picking things up, had a good race earlier on, and is now currently the fastest driver out there with a current gain of 9 positions to be sat in P14. Ooh, big pack there, pack of 5 just going side by side. No wheel bashing between those drivers, but still trying to find their way through, as that is a nice switch. That's Nielsen losing position there as Summit and Koza get past.
I think I was 5+2 on that one. I saw 7 carts in that battle there, Nicole, as they go through. But still, like you were mentioning, very feisty, though, nonetheless, over the line. And Galliano getting that overtake on Harun and moving up into 4th place here. But again, all these battles, it may look fantastic from our point of view, and it is fantastic. However, it doesn't look fantastic on the timing screens, because the gap opening up between themselves and the front 2 is just growing ever more. And it's actually even helping out Noah Grenier here as well. He's opening up a massive gap now to the drivers behind. You can see that now, up to 0.7 of a second between himself and Galliano.
You could just visibly see the grip on board for Faris Haroun. You can see that rear being lifted as he entered towards that 4th corner. These drivers now really having to nurse those carts, really having to hold on to things as they head through each of these 9 turns. Down towards the 3rd sector, these drivers will go once more. Yauzaitis now trying to look at Faris Haroun side by side. They'll go in towards the final corner, but Yauzaitis will not have it just yet. Dips the nose out to maybe have a look down towards turn number 1. They will enter in towards that 1st sector, but it doesn't look like that opportunity has opened up just yet, as Grenier now puts himself under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Currently sat at P3, but is quite a mile away from Gilero and Max Sulin.
Indeed, so all these drivers here in a prime position, and Grenier putting in that fastest lap on that one is really trying to close that gap up now to himself, and 2nd place. Looks to the inside here. Oh, that's a big send for Skulinov there on Yazaki. That's for 6th place. Brilliant dive, and you just see how drivers trying to take that optimal racing line, thinking they're safe, and then all of a sudden there's a spree cart down the inside, and yes, they're losing out on a place.
Kevin Pentel finds that extra boost again within this race. 14 places so far, currently sat in P9. So keep an eye on Kevin, the 5:09, who we just saw flash on the screen through turn number 9. Again and again, pick off these positions. I would expect we will be seeing him later on continue in this really big boost that we're seeing from him. He would have not at all been happy with that qualifying result. Sulin still out there with 8/10 between him and Gilero. That gap is not reducing at all, but he's not the fastest driver, of course. Gilero does try and pick things up. But Sebastian out there further down in P4 now goes purple. He's trying to get to the back of Noah Grenier there. Bit of a mistake in the background for Grenier. Just goes wide through turn number 5 and gives some more space to Sebastian to chase up, who's also got Faris Haroun still there for company, but Faris Haroun has not attempted anything just yet.
Yeah, Grenier under pressure, and of course also under investigation is the driver currently in 2nd place, so he'll have to keep a close eye on that one. And quick chop and change once again. A lot of hand gestures coming out to the field, but Galliano back into 3rd place. Galero up to 4th, Haroun in 5th, Coigny, Yazakis, Skulinov back into their positions. And it's Kevin Pentel who's now getting involved and is starting to close in. He's looking to see if he can gain a handful more positions already on top of his 14 gain, and with that fastest lap of the race, certainly showcasing that speed. Look to the inside, outrageous there in the background. Positions being gained left, right and centre, but that's here Zykis past Haroun into turn 4.
There will be a happy drive. Almost a bit of wheel bashing going on there for Gilero there. Coigny trying to make that attempt, backs off and allows him to have it, but down towards turn number 9, do things open up once more? Both drivers head over their shoulders to try and gauge the gap between those two and the packs behind, which include Yalzaitis, Gilanov and Kevin Pentel now. Pentel still on that charge, but this time, this lap, it's 15 places now sat in P8. Driver that will be happy with how this race has progressed, but is not actually physically driving around out there. John Hahn, I'm sure, has a smile on his face because the main contender for him so far was, of course, Salome, but Salome DNF for him. So points-wise, Hahn still looking strong, and the only contender with 94 to his name, Max Sulin, in P1, is under investigation.
Yeah, indeed, and we'll keep a close eye on how that goes, because of course these drivers really trying to think about the long run in this one. They still have another race later on, of course, so plenty of time to bring things back into play, but the results will be very provisional at the end of this one. Sulin then will be heading round the final corner. He is going to be looking at a checkered flag at the end of this one as a last attempt there from Noah Grenier to get the move done. Is not going to go in his favour. Sulin crosses the line, takes the win. Photo finish over the line for Grenier. Does get that third place just behind Galliano. Galero finishes in fourth from Coigny. Yozaitis from Pentel. Pentel, the biggest mover in that race. P7, 16 places gained. Incredible drive there for the entrant from Sweden. Skulinov finishes in P8 from Harun. Samut rounds out the top 10 at the end of that one. Very feisty race that was for many of them, and there you can see the results for Pentel. 23rd to 7th. That is an incredible drive in a class that everyone is on the same equipment.
Yeah, fiery race then, but the only drivers that two are under investigation are both inside of the top 3. Max Sulin and Noah Grenier, the 501 and the 521, both being looked at. There they are then, 1, 2 and 3. Max Sulin, Sebastiano, Galliano, Grino and Noah Grenier take those results and will then head into their third and final qualifying heats later on today in a good position if they can hold on to things. You took us through our top 10 then, Anthony. That was rounded out by Marco Summit, who was on a really good charge of 5 positions. And then in P11 we had Vito Koza with Nielsen, Emiliano Bolanos, Stavros Sotos and Mai Ruska rounding out your top 15. After that, we had in P16 Emiliano Bobadilla with Cristobal Benet, Agam Shrikey and Johan Mabakada rounding out your top 19, with again a number of drivers within your Academy Juniors failing to finish. Buana Giuseppe again finds himself caught out. Augusto Salome, despite that P1 earlier on, does not replicate that, falls down the order and finishes in P21 with the DNF, as does Alonso Gonzalez, Ko Serra, and of course we did not see Rosalind Schreier-Isa race.
Indeed, so shame there for the drivers. And there, Max Sulin smiles for now, but under investigation. We'll have to wait and see those official results later on. Again, you can find those results on the FIA Karting website, so make sure you head over to that one. Here is your highlights. Well, that start very dramatic for the 3 drivers of Ko Serra, Alonso Gonzalez and Augusto Salome, the race winner from that first race earlier on, being caught out in that incident and into the barriers at turn 1, which did unfortunately dislodge the banners there as well. They went flying into the air, but luckily managed to get them under control. There was moments at the early stage for Vito Koza, lost out in a few positions there after running a wheel slightly wide out of turn number 7. Rest of the fighting going on all the way to the very end. Sulin able to break away from the main pack. He'd be happy with that one. Galliano in a very similar story with a 7 places gained, I would like to add, to put him up there in that front run of the spot. We didn't see that on our screen. The wind may have picked up. It may have taken one of the Marshall's umbrellas at that one point. So that's a very interesting moment for them. The rest of the highlights there, well, it was quite a scrap in the middle of that pack, I would say, Nicole. Drivers I wouldn't say tripping over each other, but dealing with themselves and then having to deal with a Kevin Pentel who was able to really push through the field all the way throughout that one on that 16th place game.
Yeah, completely agree. I would say our Academy Juniors have come into this weekend with something a bit extra compared to what we saw from them from Genk. Very fiery, some of them very aggressive indeed. Turn number 5, of course, hot spot time and time again for names and for drivers. We had switches for Sebastian Galano in the early stages of that race, as again drivers making some big mistakes there through turn number 9, but that is to be expected with it being so bumpy out there for our drivers to try and deal with. Emil Yalzaitis, so we saw a last moment overtake for him, and it was an absolute race to the line for a number of our field, but it was Max Sulin who took that win, but took it under investigation.
He did. So that is the Academy Junior done and dusted for the moment. Of course, they will head back to the paddock, get their karts ready to go racing again for one final time today. Later on, they'll be back out on track at 4:30 local time here. We're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. It's KZ2. It's coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Sarno in Italy for round 2 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships for KZ and KZ2. We are now back to the gearbox action. KZ2 heading out onto the track for their 3rd rotation of qualifying heats. This time, groups B and F will be racing with each other as they make their way out onto the circuit, and there you can see the grid lined up ready to go for this one, and everyone ready just to see what they can achieve over the course of this one. Plenty of interesting results as well from that first race, or from that race that we saw earlier on today. Yanis Avico there on your screen, P2 for him in that race earlier on. That race was against groups B and D, where Michael Adair on the Birolak racing machine was able to squeeze his way to the front. But Yanis Avico's pace still showcasing some great speed here. However, this time he'll have to deal with the likes of Dion van Verven, who, of course, as well, had a very strong race earlier on. Nicole in Group C versus F was able to take the race win in that one and score some decent points. Yeah, Dion van Verven then has taken a P1 and a P3 so far this weekend, was helped in his first qualifying heat of the day with that crash between his teammate of Matheus Magato and the Birol out there at that second corner. So has stayed inside of the business end of your field so far. Let's not count out, though, Alessandro Zalocco on that second row of things. Really good start to that qualifying heat. Earlier on, he was the driver, of course, that got a bit involved with Magato and did lose out in the end. But some good pace for the driver sat on that Birol. Good pace as well for Robert Kindervetter, P5 so far today. Really, really strong stuff for the IPK sat there on that third row. Indeed. So we'll keep a close eye on his progression through this race, but he's looking forward to I'm sure, gaining 1 or 2 more places in this race. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. The recovery trailer just heading back to its spot as we get ready to go racing for this one. And they're a bit of a clean-up operation having to happen in that last Academy race. There was a fair few moments that had happened on there, especially that incident in towards turn number 1. There is Dylan van Werven, primed and ready to go. Does have Alessandro Zolocco right behind him. Of course, Zolocco was involved in that incident with Morgato earlier on, so he's looking forward to seeing if he can try and gain more place in this one, as he's able to finish in 13th place earlier on for Zolocco. So again, that will be from a driver's mentality point of thinking, right, I need a good result in this one. I'm going to try and push forward. Right then, engines fire up then. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. The wind once again starting to pick up here. It's very on and off here in Sarno. It's been very challenging conditions for them, hot temperatures, but the wind picking up just that little bit for the drivers. As the field heads underneath our commentary box, it
shakes.
It shakes the commentary box a little bit. It's actually quite nice. Right, anyway, KZ2 qualifying Heat B versus F makes its way out onto the circuit. Yelis Savico on pole position. He is joined by Dylan van Werven alongside. Janselia and Alessandro Zolocco go from row number 2. We'll see Robert Kindervater and Alois Girardet on row 3. Nicholas Vine and Hugo Besson go from row number 4. There we'll see Andrea Dale and Manuel Castel on row number 5, with Jensen Graham and Simas Machuska rounding up the top 6 rows.
Row number 7, part 2 of your field, it's Mark Zvaric with Kalayan Varbitsilev. 8th row is Giovanni Tosso with Kian Fardin, and from row number 9 we have Ilian Yankov with Radek Vavra. From your 10th row, your top 20, Christian Fiorucci with Maximo Topagino, and from your 11th and final row for CRG, Patrick Ogrodovchik rounds out your field. So, walking into this weekend championship-wise, we had Eli Goldstein, Arthur Leuk and Matthias Magato as your top 3. They were separated by just 4 points between your leader and the driver in P3. But quite crucially, so far, all of those drivers have had quite a difficult start to this weekend. And then the other protagonists in the fight, who are P4, P5, Schleimer and Kimi Tani, have had really good starts so far to Sarno, to this second and final round. So I would say the championship shake-up is really going to light things up, because that's quite a difficult setup for your top 3 so far.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Kimi Tani's been the driver to beat so far this weekend, and he has shown great pace. 2 race wins out of 2 so far for Tani. So this still could be a very interesting one for the field here. They just need to think about what they want to achieve, really. They can battle away with amongst themselves and fight for second, first, third, and all of that. But if they just don't think of the bigger picture, which at this moment is Kimi Tani, that might be quite the interesting result they may find themselves in when it comes to the superheats, and then of course those all-important finals.
Yeah, absolutely. So Savico then lined up alongside Dylan van Werven, both drivers now in their grid spots, whilst the rest just find their stations there. Most now exiting out of turn at number 5, so much better compared to what we saw earlier on, where Savico was actually sat there for quite some time waiting for the other 20 drivers in the field to get themselves lined up. Drivers will be in the zone where they will be trying to find that rhythm now to focus on those lights and also focus on not jumping things, because we've seen quite a few experience that so far today in not just KZ but KZ2 as well. New opportunity for our drivers, maybe new names to get to the top and to maybe take a qualifying heat win.
Certainly so. Right then, grid is ready to go. Lights procedure starts from Pasquale Lupoli, race director this weekend. It is lights out, fights on, but was it too good for Savico that time around? Was he caught out at the start of that one? Well, we'll have to wait and see. It was very close nonetheless. Big group into turn 2 here. So close for the drivers, but already a 3-car breakaway at the front. Savico, Dylan van Werven breaking away. The third there with them, the barrel of Zolocco trying to stick with those top two. But yes, a very interesting start there.
Yeah, I think a question would be fair to throw around that start of the Tony Kart right at the front. Does lead the way ahead of the CPB and the Birol once more, as you've got a school of CPBs in the background still trying to fight it out amongst each other. In towards that final turn, we've got Circuito at the front, we've got Dion van Verven, and then we have Alessandro Zolocco sat in P3 once more. Under the start-finish gantry, these drivers will go. Your top three separated by next to nothing, as Zolocco looks to try and have a look momentarily, but backs off and falls away from Dion van Verven slightly. Calm and settled race here, Anthony, for the start of things. Nobody majorly losing out other than Hugo Besson, who has lost 7 positions so far.
Yeah, indeed. Look at this now, the commitment from Zolocco after that tough race earlier on, really wanting to hold on to third, maybe even gain a few places here, but he's going to have to be super careful because Kindervatter's right there. He has closed in, has that Formula K SOP factory team driver. He is going to be piling on that pressure as much as he can. Jens Leer is still there. He's on a 2-place deficit. I'm sure he'll want to take those places back also. And then you've got all the drivers just behind as well. Look at that long train forming. Yes, still early doors, but the entire field here still separated by minuscule amounts as across the line the fastest driver is Alois Girardet on that CRG. Said the CRGs are looking quick, and they are showcasing that with that speed.
Whoa.
As Aldir going a little bit moments there. I think that's actually caused quite a bit of damage to one of the CRGs there in the background. Now, I think that was the Birol of Giovanni Tosso having a moment. Is there a kart there with a very badly damaged anti-launch device, I think I saw?
Well, now we have got Alessandro Zolocco in this stage starting to fall into the lap of Robert Kindervetter, Jens Truer and Alois Girardet. So Dion van Verven has now managed to bolt off and give himself some pace out there to think more so about the Tony Kart ahead rather than the Birol just behind. Out towards turn number 9, these drivers will shift back up, down in towards that first corner. 6th gear, these drivers carrying all that pace side by side. Great send there by Alois Girardet. Absolutely aggressive and confident as you like.
Full commitment there at 150 kilometres an hour into turn 1. That is a moment. Yes, there is a kart retiring. And I think that is Patrick Ogrodovchik. I think that is damage to the rear anti-launch device after that contact that we saw earlier on.
Yeah, shame for Ogrodovchik, of course, had to start at the back anyway, so he will not be picking up any positions whatsoever within this race. Civico, you just saw the notification on your screen is for the fastest driver out there. However, is only around about 200ths of a second faster than Dion van Verven. So that gap not just yet being reduced, but he is staying stationary with that 7/10 for the time being. Another lap completed, then another lap undecided for that P3. Alessandro Zolocco really under some pressure once more by Kindervetter P4, so a better race compared to his previous, where we saw him round things out in 5th position, but is looking hungry now to get past and get himself inside of the top 3 for the first time, not just this weekend, but during this year.
Indeed. I'm liking the battle just behind it, though. Alois Girardet, Jens Streyer, Manuel Castel, Nicholas Vine and Andrea Dale, who are all trying to get involved in the fight here, and that's a big lunge down the inside. That is Castel up into 6th place.
Yeah, good stuff there for our drivers. Calmer race, I would say, so far. I don't want to call it too early because you know what happens when the commentator's curse comes into play. But everybody pretty settled at the time, being a bit of a lull phase. Nobody pulling anything too major out the bag just yet. But halfway stage of this one is completed. 50% mark has been driven over, and everybody still trying to sort themselves out. Send in towards that first corner. That is, however, further back. That's the Charles Leclerc going side by side with the CPB. Turn number 2, still undecided, but we've got the Sodi as their driver ahead.
Yeah, that is Hugo Besson fighting away there with Karun Verbitsaliev, who is trying to get involved. Hugo Besson showcasing that fastest lap of the race, which is why he felt the need to go for the move there. But we'll keep a close eye on that one. Again, your mid-pack still having a relatively calmish race there. 10th place downwards. Jensen Graham, Simas Machuska, Verbitsiliev in that fight. They are just holding firm for the moment, but seemingly starting to trip over each other just that little bit at this point of the race. Not tripping over anything at the moment. Yanis Savico in the lead, crosses the line now. Gap has come down just that little bit. Dion van Verven starting to maybe pull the pin in this one, but he's not got a lot of time left. And as you were mentioning earlier on, the pace is so tight between the two of them. I don't think anything could really happen here.
No, I think Savico's probably got to make quite a big mistake for Van Verven to chase up. So 2 P2s so far for the Spaniard. Could be adding a P1 out there. Dion van Verven, a first and a third, but is now looking at a P2 as it stands. But points-wise, both drivers have so far claimed themselves some good ones within this race, with Savico now leading that intermediate classification as it stands. But we've got our two next KZ2 qualifying heats left to go, so that will more than likely change. Savico from Van Verven, from Alessandro Zolocco, they are your existing top three, with Robert Kindervetter and Arlo Juride still rounding out your top five, but no changes like we potentially predicted between the CRG and the IPK out there. Under the start and finish gantry, these drivers will go once more. Penultimate lap for this qualifying heat, as somebody has kicked up a load of dust there between turn 1 and turn 2. Can't quite see who is that's lost out, but a lot of dust there in the air, creating a bit of a cloud for the drivers ahead behind.
Yeah, indeed. So they'll have to keep those visors down as they go through there. Right then, into the back straight, down in towards turn 5. Kindervater under pressure now from Girardet, who started to really pile on that pressure. Next one on that CRG, really getting involved now in this lead group, and Kindervater on the IPK really struggling here to keep Girardet behind at this moment in towards turn 9. Very late on the brakes, looking a lot more confident here is Girardet in the dying stage of this race, and is actually going to look for the move down in towards turn number 1. Gets it complete. Beautiful overtake. That's up into P4.
Yeah, great stuff there by Girardet. This is the first up we've seen from him so far today. We, of course, in his past qualifying heat, watched him lose out when he got caught by Jay Irwin. Final lap, final half a lap left to go for Savico out there in the front, sitting where he started from on that pole spot. Looks like it could be a lights to flag victory for the Tony Kart out there. Van Verven, of course, has not lost or gained. Alessandro Zolocco, though, has claimed one position within this race to still be sat there in that third spot. Final lap, final chance then for these drivers just there. Kindervetter trying to hold off Manuel Castle. Castle, however, looking strong and looking very hungry. Sets up a good run then down towards turn number 7, but it's not going to be enough. It is enough, however, for the Tony Kart. Savico takes a qualifying heats win, his first qualifying heat win of the weekend. Great stuff for the Tony Kart's camp, and rounds out the race ahead of Dion van Verven, who finishes in P2. And then in P3, of course, we had Alessandro Zolocco. It is 2 P2s and a qualifying heat win for Savico to make himself the leader so far of your intermediate classification points. Now claims more than Dion van Verven.
Yes, indeed. A very strong result there, and a good, strong result for Manuel Castle as well. Started 10th, finished 6th, gain of 4 places, the biggest mover in that race. Well, they will make their way back to Parc Ferme. It is Yanis Savico takes the win there ahead of Dion van Verven and Alessandro Zolocco, who rounds out the top 3 at the end of that race as they prime themselves ready to go. There, the rest of the results. Arlo Girardet finishing in 4th place ahead of Robert Kindervater. Manuel Castle ahead of Jens Reyer. Jensen Graham from Andrea Dell. Simas Machuska from Nicolas Soen. Kalun Verbitsiliev finishing in 12th place ahead of Hugo Besson, Malik Zaric and Giovanni Tosso, who finishes that race in 15th ahead of Kian Fardin, Radek Vavra, Ilyan Yankov and Christian Fedobracci ahead of Tomagino, and the one retirement of Ogrodovchik in 21st place. The race highlights, there was a slight bit of movement, but I've not seen an investigation go out. I think that may have been right on the money there for Savico at the start of that race.
Yeah, absolutely. Did not look like he moved actually out of that box before the lights went out, so he could be lucky with that one. There could be actually no issue for the Tony Kart. Dion van Verven, of course, tried to put that CPB Sodi Kart nose down the inside at that second corner, but it wasn't enough compared to the Tony Kart, who just continued to bolt ahead. We saw in the background a big moment for Patrick Ogrodovchik, where he claimed, of course, that CRG damage, and we later saw him retire. For the Croc driver in towards turn number 2, he was challenged time and time again, and we, of course, had Alain Girardet make the most of the situation, get past and finish things in a strong P4 later on within that race. Robert Kinderweiter, in the early stages, very much involved, was looking at Alessandro Zalocco, but Zalocco would find something extra and would drive away in the end. Manuel Castle, Jens Truer and Jensen Graham had a good little race out there. Jensen Graham, really good stuff for him compared to what we saw out in Belgium when we were at Genk in our first round. Race then wasn't overly aggressive compared to what we've seen earlier on so far this weekend, as this was the switch then in towards that first corner, where we did see Alain Girardet manage to weave his way through on Kinderweiter, and this was that flag moment where we saw Gianni Savico take his first qualifying heat win of the weekend. First qualifying heat then of this new rotation of KZ2 races. Group C versus E will be the next to appear. And on that front row, this time, we will have Matheus Morgato again, this time against Kimi Tanni, your driver who has taken 2 qualifying heat wins so far.
Indeed, and looking to take a third in this one, but someone is going to make that very difficult for him, I am sure. Morgato starting on that front row of the grid. But one driver to talk about early on this weekend, early on this year, very close in the title fight, Arthur Leuk, who's had a challenging start too this weekend, but we caught up with him earlier on this weekend.
Welcome, Arthur Leuk, to the MondoKart.com FA Karting European Championships here in Sarno. And it's been quite a while since you've been here in Sarno. 2013 and KF Junior was the last time you raced here. The track's changed a little bit since you were last here. Tell us, how does it feel to be back in Sarno?
Yeah, it's a nice place. Weather is looking super good, so it's gonna be super hot. Last time was nearly 15 years ago. Was with a long straight, but still the same bump. So it's going to be funny, but I need to brake a bit early.
Excellent, excellent. This, of course, you're in a title fight. It's very close. 3 points. Every race is going to matter here this weekend. So, you know, with the long break that you've had from this circuit, do you feel that task you're ready for that task?
Yeah, we are more than ready. We had some problem at Genk in the final, so I really want to take my revenge here, and I will do again pole position and win the final now.
Excellent. Your first, I think, season in FIA karting was 2022, I remember, I think, in the world of gearbox racing. Challenging start in Genk that year. This year, significant difference. Now you're in that title fight. And what changed since 2022 to now? Is it just experience with the kart, or has a lot changed with yourself as well?
A lot changed. I did my start with Sodi Kart at Genk, and after Le Mans in 2022. It was my first year, so we were quite at the front, but I was struggling with start. And now with more experience, more races, with some win in France. Also, I have now my own team, so I can't drive as much as I would, but I'm ready for this year. And also, this year World Cup is at Le Mans, so it's my own.
Yeah. Obviously, very close with Eli Goldstein, like we say, with 3 points, but then it's also close just behind. Matheus Morgato, only 1 point behind you, and Morgato, a very experienced gearbox racer. Is there that thought in your mind that, well, am I going to have to fight with him this weekend?
Not really. I'm not scared about Matheus, but the guy to beat this weekend is Tanni, so all pressure is on him, not on us.
Excellent. Well, Arthur, thank you so much. Best of luck this weekend, and we'll see you on track.
Thank you.
Well, good to chat there to Arthur Leuk, who starts this one, well, on the 18th spot of the grid there. Nicole, qualifying did not go his way, and the person who's in that title fight with pole position in this one, Morgato, starting alongside Kimi Tani. Marek Skrivan joining Jaroslav Shevchalov on row number 2. They'll see Sam Knopies and Theo Blanc on row number 3. Jay Owen and Filippo Sala go from row number 4. Daniel Macia and Nicola Rossini, they round out row number 5. They will see Enzo Bull and Edgar Wilkins on row number 6.
Part 2 of your field is started on row number 7 by Andrea Pivano alongside Emilio Coivisto. And from row number 8, it's an all-Birrell lineup in the form of Massimo Volante and Morgan Knudsen. Your 9th row, Martti Rittinen with Arthur Leuk, one of those championship contenders. Row number 10, top 20, Leonardo Bonomo with Rune de Broeke. 11 rows in total, 21 KZ2s, and it's Mattis Umer that rounds out your field.
Yes, indeed. Right then, field setting themselves up, ready to go for this one. We've seen some great starts from the middle rows here. We've seen some challenging starts from the front rows with the looking but not staring at those lights at the very beginning of this one. Will we see a strong getaway for Morgato, or will Kimi Tani beat him to turn 1? We'll have to wait and see. Grid is set then as Pasquale Lupoli starts the lights procedures. 3 lights, 4 lights. It is lights out and fights on. It's a good start for Tani. Morgato caught off the line, and Tani takes the lead. Exactly what he wanted, and is going to push forward to look for a 3rd qualifying heat win here, but it's a long way to go. The Sodis there in 2nd and 3rd for the CPB Sport team. Morgato and Skrivan will have to hunt down the La Motorsport driver of Kimi Tani over the course of these next 9 laps.
Tani then has just done at that race start exactly what we saw from him earlier on. Just sweeps across the rest of the field and has gifted himself a nice gap already ahead of the CPB that is just shortly behind. Matheus Morgato then much better from what we saw from him earlier on, but is now sat in P2 and will have to chase down to get himself back to that top spot. Filippo Sala then, good stuff by him again. Really good at these race starts and now tries to push his way through that 9th and final corner. New lap then for these drivers is Kimi Tani out in the front. Matheus Morgato, Marek Skrivan, Shevchalov, Sam Knopkes, Jay Owen, Daniel Macia, Theo Blanc, Filippo Sala and Nicola Rossini as your top 10, as we've already got a retirement out there. That's the 3 that will not go any further. Edgar Wilkins then pulls in and makes the 21 runners down to 20.
Indeed, that is a shame there, and they're in the mid-pack again, trying to get involved in these early phases of this race. You can see the SP Motorsport machine trying to gain those places. Enzo Bull there really getting his hands dirty in this leading part of this race. Kimi Tani's lead, only 0.3 of a second here. Morgato trying to close in. There is Filippo Sala behind Theo Blanc, and not able to get the move done just as of yet, himself under pressure from Rossini, Coivisto, Rittinen just behind as well. There is your front runners. That's very wide for Tani through turn 1. Nearly dropped a wheel on the grass, and Morgato may have a chance here to go for the race lead. And with the fastest lap of the race on that last lap as well, that was a good time to go fastest for Morgato.
Morgato needs this one. Let's not forget what happened to him in his last qualifying heat, where he ended up in the fence and then back out of things and had that DNF. So he needs these points. Uses that fastest lap to continue to chase down. And this will be a bit of anticipation building for Morgato now to try and find his way past Tani, but he's still, of course, going to have a challenge on his hand because Tani has been quick. He has been one of the quickest time and time again since we arrived here in Sarno on Thursday morning. Tani leads things by just under 0.3. See if the gap changes whatsoever when we go under the start-finish gantry. Just slightly. Morgato now does shave off a couple of hundredths of a second now. He's still very much within lunging distance.
It certainly is. So Tani holds on for the moment. So everyone else here in play there at the moment. Jay Owen, he's got Daniel Macia for company alongside. Both of these drivers have been really quick so far, and I can imagine they would like to push forward in this stage There again is Yaroslav Shevchelov on that Maranello cut, trying to close in on Maddox Kliban. Very close there indeed. All the fighting is happening at that front end, but no one biting just yet.
No, not at all. So much grip out there now for these drivers. They're really having to nurse those cuts, especially down towards that third sector where it's really bumpy. And there you can actually see the exaggeration there for these drivers, where they're just having to deal with that change in the surface. Down the inside, change is on, challenge is on. Wow, look at that. Down towards that first corner, Shevchelov then absolutely had to deal with that one. Scriven was having none of it.
That was very close indeed, right at the turning point. And that was heart-in-mouth moment for these two drivers at 150 kilometres an hour. Tani now has set the fastest lap of the race. He has managed to gather his thoughts and his push through was down the inside. Daniel Macier gets that move done on Jay Owen, but Owen's going to lose out more than just one as Thierry and Filippo Sala both squeeze their way through. Nicola Rossini is just behind on the Tony kart there in 10th place, and also would like to gain a position or two over these next few corners, but cannot find the gap into the final turn. Over the line they go. The gap's back down to 0.2 of a second. It is so close between Tani and Morgato. It's just toppling and turning. Here is that moment again. Oh,
wow.
That was
heart in mouth.
Very, very close. You don't like to see it, but at the same time, it makes it very exciting to watch.
Absolutely. So, gap is going up and down between Kimi Tani and Matheus Morgato. Let's not forget, Morgato, slightly fresher tyre. Had a DNF earlier on, so maybe he's using a bit of that. He's just gone fastest once more, so he's really trying to push to get to the back of Kimi Tani and to try and take this qualifying heat, to try and take his second of the weekend so far. There on your screen is Filippo Sala now. Sala dealing with the name of Jay Owen, Nicola Rossini and Emilio Koivisto, but potentially watch Jay Owen and Filippo Sala give each other a little bit of room. They don't look like it, but they are both within the same camp. The Charles Leclerc team, of course, looked after by the Birrell Arts team, so they, of course, would head back to the tents together. They do not want to catch each other out and give that position now to the Tony Kart of Rossini, just sat there in P10. Bit of a lift on the rear then for Jay Owen, still trying to push ahead, but now loses out slightly on the exit of turn number 3 compared to the Ferrari Italian of Filippo Sala. Gap now between Matheus Morgato and Kimi Tani by eye is starting to reduce. 0.3 of a second to split up these two as we head through last couple of stages of this race, down towards the bumps that lead in towards turn number 9, the newest parts of this circuit. Many changes at Sarno since its opening out in 1993. 2024 was the last time we saw this circuit change, and it was that final sequence that was added to make that run on towards the start-finish straight a little bit more exciting for these drivers. Turn number 2, the gap now under 0.3. It's just under 1.5. It's not over here for Matheus Morgato, Anthony. I'd say he could actually do it at the late stage.
Yeah, indeed, he certainly could. And with that fastest lap of the race, he's just added on. Certainly could find something here. But this is that fight that has raged on for the entirety of it. And it's all been because of those starts. The starts that we're seeing from Kimi Tani over in this one is really making the difference. And when it comes to a final, when it comes to a European title, it could all fall down to just how quick you are off the line in this class. And that's what makes it so vital to get those starts nailed. And Tani's done exactly that over the course of this weekend so far. Out of the final turns over the line, the gap is as low as it's been all race, but again, it's just that initial toe, that run out of the final corner. Morgato has shown great speed there, but it's in that first and middle sector where Tani is just looking a lot faster.
But it's almost as if, Morgato is around about 0.3 away, then he closes in with the pace that he's got. It goes to around about 1.5. But then he's sat there, and it's probably the case he starts to get a little bit too hot out there. Engine, brakes, tyres, that's going to be a challenge for Morgato, and that's going to make it difficult for him to find the gap on Kimi Tani. But for Tani now, half a lap left to go to potentially make it a hat-trick of qualifying heat wins so far this weekend. He would get past Circuito in your intermediate classification because he has swept up so far within these races. This is a nice battle now still going on. That's Daniel Macier trying to deal with things, but the checkered has waved once more. Kimi Tani takes that flag as the first driver, the star of the show for KZ2. 3 out of 3 qualifying heat wins, and rounds it out by Matheus Magato in P2 and Merrick Scriven inside of the top 3 for the 3rd time this weekend.
Kimi Tani is becoming public enemy number 1 in the KZ2 paddock. They all want to try and beat him in this one, and he has got quite the points advantage now. 150 from Circuito's 138. That is a significant points advantage that he has got now. Of course, there is still one more group in KZ2 to go, groups A and D, which you'll see Slimer and Adair, of course, fighting through, and they are still quite high up there in the points, but this is certainly turning into Kimi Tani's race weekend here in Sarno. Morgato finishes second ahead of Merrick Scriven, who will round out the top 3. Yurislav Shevchenko will finish P4 ahead of Daniel Macier and Sam Konopies in P6. Tia Blanc from Filippo Sala. Jay Irwin from Nicola Rossini finishes in 10th place out of Mili Koivisto. Massimo Volante in 12th place ahead of Enzo Bull. Martti Rittinen from Abdeliuk. Leonardo Bonomo finishing in 16th place from Andrea Pirovano. Morgan Knudsen and Runda Brücke. Matthias Almer rounds out the 20 finishes in that one. Edgars Wilkins, unfortunately, retiring from that race. There is Kimi Tani. Job well done. 150 points. And it all falls down to this race start. Look at this reaction off the line. Blink and you miss him. And he was just able to get straight ahead of Morgato. It was a really good start for Scriven in the background as well. He just wasn't able to get the legs on his teammates, and he would stay in 3rd place for the majority and the entirety of that race.
Yeah, well, I say for the rest of the day and the rest of the weekend, Kimi Tani's maybe going to have to start deploying a bit of a shield to the drivers behind, because now they are absolutely aware that it's not just pace, it's racecraft and race starts. That Tani has came into this weekend with some good stuff under his belt. In towards, of course, retirement moments, Edward Wilkins would not go any further. He was the only driver, actually, though, to not finish this KZ2 qualifying heat. He pulled things in and would not complete the rest of the race. Whilst he had to watch on from the sidelines, then we still had undecided moments between Kimi Tani and Matheus Magato. Magato would edge close to Tani, where we saw him make a couple of mistakes within the stage of the race, one of them being there out of that first corner. It's really easy to underestimate how challenging that run actually between the first and second corner is. There's no runoff area for these drivers. There is no rumble stripper. You literally drop yourself off of the track. And for Kimi Tani, he very almost did that and probably had to back out of things slightly. This was the almost big moment, then further back, heart in the mouth moment if you're sat in one of those carts.
Yeah, indeed. That was just it was like a panic turning sort of thing, and then, there's a cart there, and then, yeah, that was a very challenging moment there. Over the line, still battles raged on in that mid-pack, but again, no big movers in this one. Everyone seemingly holding firm in their positions. It's been a relatively calm day, but not too calm there for Daniel Macier. 4 places gained in that race. He was the biggest mover, and that one there on Sam Konopies, able to push himself forward. Over the line, very close indeed. Only 1/10 of a second separating them. Tani taking the win ahead of Morgato. Scriven taking 3rd at the end of that race. Well, one more KZ2 qualifying heat to go in the first half of the day. We turn our attention, as mentioned earlier on, to groups A versus D that will be heading out onto the track, which we'll see Max Schleimer and Michael Adair on that front row of the grid. And again, both of these drivers are looking very quick. And for the first time this weekend, Nicole, a switch of sides on the front row. Schleimer electing to take the outside line.
Yeah, but you can probably understand why he's decided to do that.
It's the racing line.
Yeah, he's instantly on that left-hand side to set things up in towards that first corner. Here he is, though. There is, of course, Eli Goldstein, your current championship leader, your winner from Genk. Of course, the win out there for him meant a lot on home soil and for the TB kart racing team. One of his best results to date. Really, really good stuff for Eli out there. And we'll hear what he had to say when walking into this weekend.
Eli Goldstein, welcome to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here, round 2 and the final round of the Europeans in KZ2. Current points leader, great results in your home country, Belgium at Genk. And here now, Sarno, very different story here, much different circuit. Tell us your thoughts ahead of this weekend.
Yeah, of course, we had an amazing week at Genk for the first round. We took the win at home, and also it was our first win in FIA together with TB Kart. It was an amazing moment, and we will try to make it happen again this week.
It's close in the points, as we say. Only 3 points behind is Arthur Leuk. Another point behind him is Matthias Morgato. Very close indeed. But early reports indicating Kimi Tani is very quick here. Tell us, how are you dealing with the pressure of what could be a very challenging weekend?
I mean, I think there is no pressure, actually, because in two rounds on the European Championship, the championship is still very open, more or less, to everyone that is in top 10 on the championship standing. So, I mean, let's try to do our best this week again, and then we will see for the championship. But I think there is no pressure and no point to try to calculate and stuff, because on 2 rounds the championship is quite open.
Of course, here in Sarno, the temperatures are usually quite hot. It is hot today, but the chance of heavy rain is always a possibility here as well. Is that another factor that you and the team are looking into, of potentially things to change around what you want to set up with the cars?
I think the weather can change really, really quick here, and this is something we need to look for. But for sure we'll try to be competitive in all the conditions, as always.
Well, Eli, very best of luck this weekend. It's going to be a challenging weekend, I'm sure, but we wish you the very best of luck out there on circuit.
It's always a good catch-up with Eli Goldstein over the course of a weekend, and of course for him, relatively decent qualifying in his respect, but on there on that third row, the grid has got the fighting chance, but he's been having those troublesome starts with, of course, being in the middle of the pack, essentially, and dealing with everyone he's got around him. But let's see how this one will transpire for the field as they get those karts fired up into life. The field heads through as... there you have it again. The nice... I swear they hold on that camera angle far too long when a mechanic walks in front of it. Right, anyway, here we go. Qualifying heat A versus D makes its way out onto the circuit. We'll go through that full starting lineup, of course, with the switch of pole side for the front runners. It'll be an outside row start for Max Schleimer on this one, putting Michael Adair to the inside line. Noah Wolf and Jean-Louis, no change for them. They stay in their original spots on row number 2, ahead of Eli Goldstein and Antoine Brogio on row number 3. Thomas Bourgel and Jaden Teen, they go from row 4. There we'll see Jedison Skulinov and Matis Spruge on row number 5, with the first half of the field being Alvar Tippesvada and Zhang Jose.
Row number 6, then we have, row number 7, it's Kyle Wick with Hugo Marti, and row number 8, we've got Giuseppe Ambrosio with Samuel Lier. Your 9th row, your top 18, it's Tommy van der Stroys of the Netherlands alongside Ukraine's Mark Brovko. 10th row, Julian Kamen with Christian Bertillo. And from row number 11, your final row of things, Simon Billman will see Paul Androtis. Third and final KZ2 qualifying heat of this rotation. They'll have more left to go, of course, this afternoon. 2 in total later. But we're getting into this stage of the weekend now where these drivers are really starting to think about points, nursing tyres and sussing out who is quick indeed. And of course, one of those main protagonists has been Kimi Tani, who we just saw. And I would say it's those starts from Kimi Tani that has maybe encouraged Max Schleimer to make that decision to switch sides of the grid.
Yeah, indeed, possibly has been, because of course the rubber is there on that part of the track. Of course, it's a very similar thing that you can look back on previous years, actually. I thought if you've seen the film Senna, there was the racing that they would have at Suzuka, and he would always complain about if you put it on pole position, you're on the inside line, you're off the racing line at the start. You can't get the wheel spin, you're on the dirty part of the line. It's an incredibly similar story here. You're on that dirty part of the track. You can't put the power down. And then, of course, the driver who starts P2 sort of seemed like it punishes the pole sitter a little bit, unless you're Max Schleimer and you remember, we can switch sides if we're on the front row of the grid, if we're on pole. So, and that is exactly what he has done. Be crucial to see how it goes, though.
Yeah, and I would be quite interested to see if it works for Max Schleimer. Does he become a trendsetter for the rest of the racers later on? Do other people think, do you know what, for him it worked? For Tani, it's been working, despite, of course, Tani hasn't been sat in an outright pole. He's always started from that P2, but is always instantly swept across the front of whoever it was in front of him, or supposed to be by the side of him. Magato was the victim of the previous one. Everybody now looking to line themselves up. So front row of things. Despite what your eyes might see, Schleimer sat in that P2 spot, but he is, of course, your pole sitter.
Indeed. Well, at this moment, of course, it's Kimi Tani who leads the points with 3 wins out of 3. 150 points to his name. What can any of these drivers do on this grid to try and close that gap down as the races slowly start to run out before a very busy finals day tomorrow? It is lights out and fights on. It's not a good start for Schleimer, but it was a stall off the line. And Michael Adair sweeps into the lead, but it's not going to last so long because it's Goldstein who sweeps into the lead from row number 3. Ellie Goldstein, points leader into this weekend, has finally had the start he wanted in a qualifying heat.
Well, for Schleimer, was that a bit too much pressure? Was he thinking about that decision too much? Was he thinking about that entrance towards the first corner? And that's why you saw that moment from him. Goldstein, however, is your race leader. Noah Wolf sat right on his tail. It's the TB car from the Birrell right at the front. Drivers undecided in that midfield section. Drivers trying to fight it out. We've got Anton Brogio, Tom Spagel, Jaden Teen and Gerasim Skilanov all starting to light things up. Into the final corner they will go, as we have got, again, a great start by the Birrells, a great start by Noah Wolf.
Indeed, this has been a true up and down result in this one, as across the line they go. Goldstein leads then by Wolf. Michael Adair there in third from Jean-Louis. Skulinov from Spagel. Brogio from Sibazwara. Wick is there in ninth from Matis Brush, who still holds on to his P10 spot. But this has been a really strong start here for Noah Wolf in this race. The same for Goldstein. I'm sure they'll be very happy with how this has transpired. But a very interesting turn of events, as there's the change to the race lead. It's Noah Wolf that leads the way here on lap number 2.
Well, if you're sat on the edge of your seat at home or round the perimeter of this track and thinking, where is Max Schleimer? He's all the way down in P16. Has lost 15 positions because of that race start and is now having to pick off positions. He's just picked off the place from Paul Androttis to get himself one more place up the order. Wolf from Goldstein from Michael Adair. They are your current top 3, as this was that race start. So watch Schleimer. He's on that anti-pole side. You just do not see the start from him. He just cannot get it off the line.
No, indeed. And of course, then it becomes like a ricochet effect down the line. They're catching so many drivers out, which is what has benefited the likes of course, Wolf and Goldstein here, as well as Michael Adair, who's able to push through. So very interesting start to the race, but now it's starting to fall into place a little bit more down the inside. Alvar Sibazwara there getting the move done on Brogio. That is for 7th place. A nice change there into the braking zone of turn number 5. But now everyone's starting to close in. The CRG of Jean-Louis really looking like he's closing in on Michael Adair as Wolf seemingly trying to break away, but Michael Adair is also closing in on Goldstein as well.
So far what has happened for Max Schleimer with dropping down to P15 at the time being will be helping Kimi Tanni out. 150 points to Tanni's name, so the likelihood of somebody chasing down on him so far has now been reduced slightly because of the Tony Kart's slight mistake out there. He is now P7 points-wise, so for Tanni he will be happy with the results of the names around him, because some of those now, Magato as well, have had up and down days so far. Wolf, Goldstein and Michael Adair still 1, 2 and 3. They have actually, all three of them, had pretty settled days. They've kind of gone under the radar so far. You've not seen qualifying heat wins just yet for any of those three, but you've seen all three of those remain inside of the top 5 and the top 10.
No, indeed. We certainly have. All these drivers here looking just to get to the end here. Look at this train of CPB Sports and machines here. The three of them, Skulinov, Spagel and Simitvara, all trying to not trip over each other here. And that last driver in that one is Simitvara, who's having to deal with Antoine Brogeot still at this phase. May have got that overtake done earlier on and has not been able to break away at this stage. And of course, any attempt on this one will bring in the likes of Kyle Wick, who's again on that TB kart racing machine. Mattis Prish as well on the Formula K machine, trying to get involved, and they've just switched places as well. So again, as quickly as they were trying to gain those places, they've switched themselves. Wolf's lead is opened up to 0.6 of a second now. Goldstein doing his level best to try and keep up there, but he is keeping Michael Adair at bay as well. So all of them kind of matching the pace at the moment here, Nicole, which at this stage of the weekend does actually seem quite interesting despite the differences that we saw in qualifying.
Yeah, of course, you've had a number of drivers quite a way faster than the rest of the field, but everybody within the racing looks to have levelled out and evened out, and you've actually seen quite a few different qualifying heat winners so far, and Noah Wolf could be one of those new names to make himself a top spot runner so far. Wolf, 2025, it fell apart in qualifying heats despite really good pace. He had great moments where he was right up at the front. Then he had moments where he just suffered and fell back. And then in that final really pushed his way through, because I would say for Wolf, this is one of his really strong tracks. And he's demonstrated that to us so far this weekend. Eyes on this fight then. Still those midfield drivers trying to claim some points as we head through this third rotation of KZ2 qualifying heats. That is a big moment through turn number 9. That is Kyle Wick, the wildcard entrant, being shoved off the road at turn number 9.
Yeah, indeed. Saint-Louis there with that moment, and unfortunately that is going to drop him out of this race. He cannot restart at this point, and that is a huge shame. This fight, though, still raging on as is that Formula K losing out there to Jaden Teen, able to step through, and that has put him up into 10th place there. So good run indeed, but Tommy van der Surs and Maximilian Schleimer all fighting away. Schleimer down in 12th place. This is not where he wants to be. The pole sitter from qualifying. That just shows how important those race starts are.
Yeah, so this is Skilanov and Spagel trying to deal with each other, but of course they are teammates. They will need to be careful out there. It's the CRG just ahead of them, Jean-Leo, that they are looking at to maybe work together, as this was that send on Kyle Wick that literally just caught his rear end, forced him off the road, off onto the grass, and Wick visibly there not happy with that big shove that he received from the CRG.
No, they won't be happy at all with that one. Right then, lap number 8 of 9 that we are on. We are nearing the end of this race, and the fighting at the front was still holding firm for the moment. There you can see the fight for 4th place is the interesting one. Jean-Louis under increasing pressure from Skulinov, Spagel, and Brogeot just behind. That is going to be the fight to the very end here, but it is for 4th place. Your top 3 absolutely fine at the front here. Wolf, Goldstein and Michael Adair just getting to the end of this race. Over the line they go. Last lap board is out to the field. Zoltan straight off the road there. That's suboptimal for Alvaro Semazara. Rejoined, but a lot further down the road.
Well, you've got to put a highlight spot on Noah Wolf. Great stuff. Time and time again at those race starts by Wolf, has led this one since he claimed that top spot and has been calmed and continues to extend that gap from the TB karts of Eli Goldstein. Points-wise, if Noah Wolf can get this one to the line, has improved on his points and now matches Michael Adair with 132 to his name. Half the lap left to go for the Birrell, though, to claim this one. And he's going to have to continue to push and hold off Eli Goldstein and Michael Adair, his teammate there, sat comfortable in P3. But it looks to me here, Anthony, that Wolf has done it for the first time this weekend. Will take a qualifying heat win.
Indeed, across the line. Delightful the result then, I'm sure, for Noah Wolf after that start. And the same for Eli Goldstein here, the Belgian. That's exactly what he needed here in his points fight, and with that he steps up to 9th in the intermediate classification. So a very strong result there for Wolf with that win, up to 5th in the intermediate classification. But again, it's still Michael Adair who leads both of those. He's up to 4th in the points of that 3rd place as he tries to close in, but he is joint with 132 to Wolf as well. Schleimer is the biggest mover. Unfortunately, it's the biggest mover in the wrong direction. The biggest mover in the right direction is Paul Andriotis. 9 places gained. Finishes that one in P13.
Yeah, good stuff there for Andriotis then. Best race result so far for him for the weekend. But it's Wolf from Goldstein, from Michael Adair, who make it 1, 2, 3, with Birrell taking 2 of those spots inside of that top 3 positions. For, of course, Eli Goldstein, it's a better result than what we saw from him earlier on this weekend, and now makes himself inside of the top 10 points-wise once more. Your top 10 on the track, of course, like Anthony called, was rounded out by Maximilian Schleimer. Does manage to climb his way back up the order to finish in that 10th position. Tommy van der Stroy, Sam Lier, Paul Andriotis, Hugo Marti and Zhang Hujie round out your top 15, with Giuseppe D'Ambrosio, Mark Brovko, Christian Britillo and Simon Billman being the last of your 19 finishers. We lost the names of Alvar Simesvara, Kyle Wick and Julian Kamen.
Yes, indeed. Well, there they are back into Parc Ferme. Unfortunately, it's quite dark in there as they are undercover the entire time. But great work from them nonetheless. And I'm sure Wolf can be very happy with that result. And even his hairdo there is very happy. Right then, here is your highlights. This was the race start. And there you can see, very lucky actually for Jean Louillet to be able to get around. Good reactions there from Schleimer not getting the run off the line, and of course Brogio also caught out at the start of that race, not getting off the line too well. Other drivers though getting off the line very well. Goldstein and Wolf, look at this, the inside line, they were able to get through. Jean Louillet, yes, despite that good start from the outside line, wasn't able to hold on to it. And would drop down to third place at the very beginning of that one, with the early moments there for Mattis Bruce as well. Wolf would later take the race lead, and with that lead would go on, and that was a very similar thing that we saw in Genk there, Nicole. Goldstein just saying, you go for it, I'm not going to fight you, I'm going to look after my tyres.
Yeah, was it the case that it's a bit of tyre nursing out there? Is it the case of, I don't want to hold you up and allow you to go for a move that's going to cost us time and feed us into the mouths of the drivers behind? You can have it, you can have the race lead, and I'm going to just claim some guaranteed points out there. This was the big moment for Kyle Wick then, the wildcard entrant, where we had the CRG, I would say, just go for a bit of a aggressive and ambitious overtake out there that did, of course, result in the name of Sam Lier, that driver being put under investigation. I think it was quite obvious to see what actually went on out there. Again, we had big moments. Schleimer was desperately having to climb back up, as this was the DNF for Alvar Simesvara, the CPB Sports. The Finnish driver would have to go no further, just looked like he was going to grind to a halt. But Noah Wolf out there, great job indeed, claims another qualifying heat win for the Birrell Arts camp, but his first so far this weekend. That concludes then the third rotation of qualifying heats for KZ2s, as now we turn our attention for the second time today back to our premier class of KZ for their second qualifying heats of the day, which is going to be very interesting indeed. Of course, your setup grid-wise is completely identical to what we saw in their first qualifying heats, where we had a number of very difficult to take results, I would say, especially for Emilian Denner and Matteo Spagel, who were given those penalties.
Indeed, that jump start really catching them out, and qualifying somewhat catching this man out. Stan Peck's points leader coming into this weekend for the SP Motorsport team, of course. We caught up with him ahead of this race weekend.
MondoKart.com, FIA Karting European Championship. Stan Pex, you join us here, the KZ class title fight, very close, and welcome back to Sarno. We missed you here in 2025, but tell us your thoughts here with a brand new season of karting.
Well, we start off quite good in Genk. The whole week we had good speed. The pre-final we won, and the final we finished second, and we take good points, so we're leading now by 4 points, so it's very close, but yeah, the championship is still on, so we have the last round now. The testing went quite good. Feeling is okay. Yeah, we did a good preparation for this race, but it's the same like every other race, so that makes no difference. But yeah, I'm looking forward to fight for the championship.
You've come so tantalisingly close to a podium here in the past. 2019 and 2017, you came P4 in the Europeans here in Sarno. What's changed coming into this year? Do you feel like that podium, and of course with a title fight, do you reckon it could be possible this year to come away with the first podium here? Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm always quite okay on this track. Of course, the track changed during the years, but yeah, in 2019 we were also quite fast, but I was not allowed to pass my brother because he fought for the championship at the time, and he took it as well. But we are always quite okay here, and I mean, yeah, I feel okay, and for me it doesn't really matter which track we are. So I just need to make a good job and a good week, and with no problems, and then we'll be fine, I think. Obviously, as you were mentioning, of course, your brother last time out here. This year, just you've got the points, you're in the control of what you want to do here, and do you reckon with that fight on your hands, it is possible, like we say, it's so close in those points and everyone is quick here? Yeah, of course. Well, you know, it's not only about the speed, you need also a bit of luck. You need to stay out of trouble, and I mean, it's a long week, so a lot can happen, but you just need to focus and see where it ends. I mean, I'm not really stressed about it, but I'm just doing my job, and yeah, we will see on Sunday what's going to happen. Yeah. Well, we wish you the very best of luck, Stan. We'll see you out there on track, and have a safe drive this weekend. Thank you very much.
Well, good to catch up there with Stan Pex, and as I say, a tough qualifying for him, 11th place on the road, but you still can't rule any one of these drivers out. It's so competitive out there on the grid, but he is one of 3 drivers in that title fight. News to report in this one, couple of missing drivers. Matteo Strongiani not on the grid. He was due to start 21st place, and Matteo Vigano due to start 18th place. Not on the grid, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. But the rest of them there, so I believe down to just the 19 runners in this race. Right, field make their way out onto the track. Let's take you through this full starting lineup then. Emilian Denner and Matteo Spagel start this one on the front row of the grid, but drama striking for them earlier on. Both of them penalties put them down to 8th and 9th place. Daniel Albanese finished P2 earlier on because of that one. He starts up on the second row of the grid alongside the net race winner from earlier on, Victor Gustafsson, on that second row of the grid. Maxim Orlov and Tom Luyer, they go from row number 3. They'll see Daniel Vasile and Lorenzo Travazanuto on row number 4. Giuseppe Palomba and Jean Nomblo go from row number 5. Stan Pex and Lorenzo Camplese round out the first half of the field on row 6.
It's an all-Italian lineup on row number 7. It's Alessio Piccini with Alex Marigliano. From row number 8, we have Marcus Kayak of Estonia starting alongside Pedro Hiltbrand, your winner from here in 2025, but a driver that had a DNF DNF in his first qualifying heat earlier on today. Row number 9, Marin Kremers, alongside Matteo Vigano, but of course he is missing. From your 10th row, we have Adrian Malero, your Genk winner, who's starting alongside France's Enzo La Cruz. No, row 11, of course, Matteo Storigiani will not join us for this second KZ qualifying heat of the weekend.
Indeed, so looking forward to this one, of course. So Gustafsson with the win earlier on, Albanese with the second, Travazanuto with the third earlier on, after those jump starts for your front rows. But let's see how this one will go for them this time around. A second attempt at that standing start for Denner and Spagel. No switching of the sides, so that's an interesting one to see. But let's see how this race will go for them. Plenty of pressure on board here for the KZ category. Their last chances to score the points, of course. This is the middle phase of their weekend. They've only got one more race to go before their superheats tomorrow and finals. Of course, at the end of the day, the last qualifying heat, heat 3, will be on track at 4:05 local time for the KZ classes. So you've got to make sure you don't miss any of the action here for the Premier class. There is Gustafsson, primed and ready to go. Race winner earlier on after those penalties being awarded. The rest of the field here ready to see what will happen. Revs start to rise as the back of the grid is lined up, ready to go. We will see KZ battle away for qualifying heat 2. Once again, Emilian Denner and Matthias Magel on the front row of the grid. As the lights go out, it's a much better start this time around, and Denner's going to get the run in towards turn 1. Spagel is blocked from the inside line and goes wide on the exit. It's Gustafsson up into second place. Another great start for the Swede, who started on the outside of row 2. What happened to Albanese, though? That's the most important thing. There he is down in, I think, no, he's up into third place. So that's been the start for him. There's a Tony Kart off the road. It's disaster striking for the 15 machine there of Lorenzo Camplese, who rejoins, but at the back of the field. At the front, though, it is the Formula K SRP factory team driver who is breaking away at the front end and is cleared by already about 4 kart lengths.
Emilian Denner then bolting off again at the start of this one, as just behind we've still got Victor Gustafsson in the fight with Danilo Albanese rounding out your top 3. Spagel did not have the start that he would have wanted, lost out on the 4 positions between the run between turn number 1 and turn number 2, and now we'll have to try and take things back. Turn number 1 is going to try and give it a go on Lorenzo Travasanuto, but it's not enough. He has to tuck back in, but is now vulnerable to teammates of Max Orlov and potentially vulnerable to the Maranello, the home hero as well of Giuseppe Palomba.
Indeed, but not able, neither of them, to get that move completed. But you can see how close they are, how much they're fighting the karts here as well. The physicality of this circuit is unmatched from any other around Europe here. And Sarno certainly delivering the results. Look at this action here now as Tony getting involved in the early fighting there. But it's really starting to kick off here. Travazanuto not able to get the move done down the inside. And Spagel, Orlov, Palomba, Vasile, Nomblo, Stampex is there, Pacini, Kayak. They're all waiting to claim their flesh. And here to the inside again, Palomba not able to get that move done.
Well, Travasanuto now has a bit of a moving target on his back, as does Tom Lier just ahead, because this is turning into a huge train now of Premier drivers in this Premier class. Tom Lier, Travasanuto, Spagel, Orlov, Palomba, Vasile, Nomblo, Pex, Pacini, Marcus Kayak, they're all involved in this one, as is also Pedro Hilbrand, who's now up by 2 positions with Kremers as well. Sends down the inside. Turn number 5, abruptly stopped is the kart of Lorenzo Travasanuto, who now finds his way past, finally, the Tony Kart.
Indeed, nice overtake there, but it's taken a little longer than I think he would like. You can see the gap that's opened up here between the top 3. Albanese, who was closing in on Gustafsson himself on Denner, but they've been given the clean air now from this fight. But can Travasanuto push this way to the end? Pex just pulls out of the slipstream there to try and get some air into those radiators, of course, trying to cool the engine down that start-finish straight. And but no attempt on the overtake. Spagel under pressure again from his teammate. Of course, Spagel, European champion, Olaf, world champion. And these two are certainly going to be ones to watch this weekend.
You've got so many world and European champions within this grid. Every single driver has got some sort of title to their name, whether it's in KZ, KZ2, or in the direct OK and OKJ classes. Everybody is some sort of champion out there. Everybody has got some talent under their hood, and now they head into this final round, still very much undecided for who is going to be the next KZ European champion. Denner out in the front now, still under 6/10 clear from Victor Gustafsson. So despite bolting off by quite some way in that first qualifying heat, he's not actually managed to do that so much within this one. This is Giuseppe Palomba now on your screen, trying to hunt down and get past there. The CPB of Jean Nomblo just ahead, but he's also got the pressure behind him. Pex still in this one. Vesele, is the driver that Palomba is starting to look at, with it being Jean Nomblo just behind. There's absolutely nothing in it between your pretty much entire field. Just a couple of kart lengths between each of them, as that was a nice little send down the inside then. Stan Pex under some increasing pressure.
Yeah, Marcus Kayak getting caught out there in that volley. So we'll keep a close eye on that battle as it rages on. But Denner's lead at the front, 0.6 of a second from Gustafsson. Albanese still just that little further down the road. The top three pretty calm at this moment. Travasanuto breaking away, but then it's that long train that we've been watching throughout this one. Really good racing here. And you can see how tight to the line Tom Luye is there. He's not giving any room to the inside, and each time he does that, backs that pack up even more, and you just get that concertina effect into the braking zone where you nearly get drivers tripping over each other. But no worry for them here as they all now continue into that braking zone. There again, very defensive line for Luye. Backs them all up into each other. He's just trying to force an overtake from someone behind so he can try and break the gap.
Well, you just saw there Palomba force his way through, and now he's looking quite aggressive out there. Vasile now starting to look at Matteo Spagel. So Spagel, despite losing out at the start, is back into life and has found his rhythm once more. The gap between Emilian Denner and Victor Gustafsson now goes up. It's now just under 7/10 as Albanese has got a nice bit of clean air ahead of him, as does Lorenzo Travasanuto. Travasanuto there heading through that second corner has not got too much to think about, but something to think about is in the mind of Stan Pex. Loses out on 2 positions there. Pex now starting to reverse down the field.
Indeed, not what he wants to see here. And everyone pushing forward. Kremers and Pacini getting that move done. 11th and 12th place for now. And Mike Kremers having a really good race here. Whoa. 6 places gained. Big send down the inside. Spagel on Luye. That's a P5. Waiting a while to get that overtake done, but it's not worked out too well for him because Daniel Vasile was able to get both of them there and managed to push his way forward. So just as quickly and just as long as he was defending this position, it shows how quick it can all go upside down for them. As we're seeing warning flags going out to the drivers, blocking by the looks of it. Tom Luye is one of those.
Yeah, Tom Luye there was just holding everybody up, I would say, and that's why you're seeing this train being formed, because they're costing each other time to try and get the driver behind to trip over themselves and to get caught out by the other name sat right on their tail. Luye now has to be careful of this one, but he's still under increasing threat by Max Orlov, Giuseppe Palomba, Jean Nomblo and Kremers. Now in towards turn number 5, we have got a bit of a breakaway for Daniel Vasile, sort of getting himself out of the woods within this race now, within this stage, but definitely now finding themselves in quite a bit of deep water. Stan Pex down by 2 within this race is really having a difficult stage of this one. We saw him a moment ago lose out 2 positions in the case of just one corner. Maybe is looking at losing out on once more again. Marcus Kayak starting to look very racy indeed. But talking about racy, talking about fast, Emilian Denner out there, nice and clean, nice and dry. A bit of a half move there, allows gaps to open up, and you see the visible push by home hero of Giuseppe Palomba. Giuseppe Palomba in towards turn number 3. You saw him make the move, through that second corner, but he grinds to a halt off onto the grass. The Maranello will stop it right there.
Well, that is disaster, because you could see from how he was pushing the car, he was pushing his head forward to say, come on, I've got this position, to then it brake on the exit of the turn. Oh, that is from high to low very quickly, and I can only imagine how that young man's feeling. Out of the final turn, though, how's this man feeling? Looking at now a P1 over the line. Clear and controlled for Emilian Denner after that drama earlier on. He will come away with his first win of the season. Great result there for Emilian Denner. But it is still Gustafsson with that second place, who leads the points, of course. He will have the 94 to his name. But it is Denner who takes the win ahead of Gustafsson. Albanese takes third from Travasanuto. Daniel Vasile from Mathias Bagel. Tom Louillet from Jean Nomblot. Mine Kremers and Maxim Orlov, who rounds out the top 10. Biggest mover is Kremers. Great race there. 8 places gained. That is a strong push through the field.
Absolutely, and that is probably one of the closest races we've seen for our KZ category so far this year. Everybody was pretty much nose to tail for the entirety of that second qualifying heat. Denner takes it then, and it does look like he will be able to hold on to that one ahead of Victor Gustafsson, who now adds a P2 to his board, along with that qualifying heat win that he inherited earlier on. Albanese, again, stays inside of the top 3. Good stuff for the Italian, who, of course, this weekend is hunting down for a championship win. Travasanuto, Vasile, Spagel, Laye, Nomblot and Kremers with Max Orlov take you to your top 10, with Pacini, Stan Pex. Then we have Alex Marigliano, Adrian Malero and Marcus Kayak as your top 15, with the last 2 finishers being in the form of Enzo La Cruz and Lorenzo Camplese, with more DNFs going for Pedro Hilbrand, a DNF for Giuseppe Palomba, Matteo Vigano and Matteo Torrigiano, of course, did not join us for that heat.
No, indeed. Quite a few drivers not joining us in that one. Here's your highlights. Well, start of that race, much better. No jump starts to report this time around. Lightning start for Denner, who was able to just hold off Spagel at the start of that one. But keep an eye on Victor Gustafsson. Cuts across the nose of Albanese, sweeps down the inside of Spagel, gets into second place, and with that, holds on to that for the remainder of that race. Albanese, a very similar story in third, had to deal very closely with Spagel at the start of that race, who himself tumbling down the order just that little bit. The European champion last year in this class, 6th place at the end of that one, not the run he wanted.
Yeah, one of those races there where you're actually a bit confused on where to look, because there was a lot going on. Lorenzo Camplese was, of course, caught out at the start. The 15 would get forced off the road on towards the grass, but would get back into the swing of things. Lorenzo Travasanuto, then, turn number 5 was the hot spot for him to get himself up in the order, and did stay in that P4 position for the rest of the race. Things got quite fiery then. Daniel Vasile was pushing his way forward with teammate of Giuseppe Palomba. The 2 Maranellos kept going for it, kept pushing their way through, but, of course, Vasile was the only one out of that duo to hold on to it for the rest of the race. Marcus Kayak then in the background would try and push through, but would not manage to claim a position, would finish things off where he started, as Pex's race did unfold between the gap of turn number 1 and turn number 2. That short straight saw the overtakes for the Charles Leclerc and the Parolin, who ended up just ahead. In towards that 5th corner, this was where things went right for the Maranello, because we had Tom Lier there back things up, catch drivers out and almost go wheel to wheel. This was the big moment there for Giuseppe Palomba, edging himself forward with confidence, got past there the CPB of Orlov, but this is where he would have that mechanical problem, would grind to a halt and would retire that Maranello.
Yeah, definitely not a missed gear on that one, but something just went pop on that kart and unfortunately took him out of the race. Across the line, Emilian Denner crossing the line twice in the race lead, losing one in the first one due to a jump start penalty, but this time gets away with that race win and confirms his first race win of the 2026 season on paper and on track. Well, that's racing done for the moment. We're going to go into the lunch break now. In around 48 minutes' time, we're back with the KZ2s, but we'll be back a couple of minutes before that in 45 minutes. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. We'll see you in a few. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage here of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships, including the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. I'm Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. The lunch break is over and we're back for the second half of the day, where we'll see the final 2 rotations for the KZ2s and the last rotation for the KZ and the Academy Trophy. Plenty of action has happened, but we kickstart back with the KZ2 class groups B and E will be the next ones out on track.
Absolutely will be. So for KZ2 so far, they have had the longest run of qualifying heats because they are our biggest class out here in Sarno. And for this one, we start on our front row then with some big contenders indeed. So far, winners that we've seen, we've had Kimi Tani, of course, take a clean sweep so far this weekend, has not been stopped throughout these sessions. Very, very quick indeed. But that, of course, could be the same said for Civico there, the Spaniard starting for Tony Kart on that front row. Great qualifying lap was put in by him yesterday. It was not better than teammate of Max Schleimer, but was quick indeed, and now he will go head-to-head with Tani once more. Other names that have put in wins like Tani and Civico, we've had Magato take one. Noah Wolf was your last just before the lunch break. Dion van Verven is another name in there that has claimed one, as well as Michael Adair. But Tani, of course, has been your main name, the star of the show so far. And within this qualifying heat, I'm sure we'll have to put up a bit of a shield to the drivers who around him, who have now, I would say, clocked on to the pace that he has.
Yes, indeed. Sporting 3 wins out of 3. Another win here will really put him in a strong position going into the last race, and then, of course, into tomorrow's super heats as well. They're starting on the second row of the grid. Jens Toyer on the Crop Promotion chassis. Now, I'll correct what I may have said earlier on. The Crop Promotion chassis is built in Slovakia, but the Crop Promotions team that I was talking about based in the UK is the promoter and distributor of the chassis in the UK. So apologise to Simon Parker out there. There is someone clutching onto an umbrella. It is windy and sunny. That combination bodes not well.
Yeah, a bit of a Mary Poppins moment out there, I'd say. Try not to blow away because the wind has picked up once more this weekend. Really, really windy yesterday. Today was a bit calmer, but now it's back into life here. And that's going to throw in a challenge for these drivers, especially with that headwind that they're going to experience down that main straight.
Yes, indeed. And but it does come and go, that wind. It's like it just rolls off the hill as they come down, and it just is a challenge for them. Right, here we go then. Engines fire up then as the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. It is KZ2 qualifying heat B versus E that will make their way out onto the track, and we'll quickly fire you through that full starting lineup as every now and then a lovely cloud comes over the circuit, cooling us down just that little bit. Jens Civico back on pole position for this one. Kimi Tani joining him alongside, who will get that whole shot in towards turn 1. We're moments away from finding out. Jens Toyer joining Jaroslav Shepetalov on row 2. Robert Kindervarter joins Tia Blanc as well on row number 3. Row 4, Nicholas Vine joins Filippo Sala. They'll have Andrea Dale and Nicola Rossini on row 5. Jensen Graham and Edgars Wilkins lock out the first half of the field on row 6.
Row number 7, part 2 of your grid is started by Mark Zvaric alongside Emili Koivisto. Your 8th row, Giovanni Tosso alongside Morgan Knudsen, making it Italy and Denmark. And then from row number 9, we have Bulgaria's Ilian Yankov with Arthur Leyuk, a driver who, of course, is fighting for a championship after Genk. 10th row, top 20, it's Italy and Belgium in the form of Birilat and KR. It's Christian Friberucci with Rune de Brucker, and Patrick Ogrodovchik rounds out your 21 kart field, needing a good race after a DNF in his last qualifying heat.
Indeed, so plenty of fighting left to go over in the KZ2s, but Kimi Tani here, pressure is on to come away with another strong result here. Really showcase the pace that he has got this weekend, but again, it's all down to that race start. Civico starts have been good this weekend as well, so this could be a challenge all the way to the run into turn 1. But the pressure's on. Tani, of course, leading in the points. Civico second in the points here. 138, so a real good chance for Civico to take the points lead here. Van Verven currently third in those points. Only a couple behind Civico, so again, still very close. Michael Adair as well, fourth from Noah Wolf in fifth, who took his first win of the weekend so far early on. And Max Greven, you can see there, with the intermediate classification, 129 points to his name. Pasquale Lupoli, race director for the KZs and KZ2s this weekend, is on the gantry, ready to start this lights procedure. And there you can see air temperature has climbed up 1 more degree since earlier on, 32 degrees, dry conditions. Rosa Santulli there, primed and ready to go. Deputy clerk of the course this weekend, stopping the field of drivers to wait for that race start. A challenging day for the officials here and the marshalling teams, of course. They've done some great work, but those conditions still very, very warm for them. There, your front row, Civico and Tani, ready to go racing here as the red flag clears from the front of the grid. Pasquale Lupoli starts the lights procedure. One more time. It's lights out and fights on in KZ2. Great stuff for Tani once again. Was it too good? We'll have to wait and see. It wasn't a great getaway for Civico. He's immediately lost out there to Shevatalov, who has got up into second place. The rest of the field gets through in towards turns 2 for the first time. But there you can see, good getaway as well for the IPK. Robert Kindervater breaks away into P4 as the field trains their way into the back straight and in towards turn 5 for the first time.
Well, both Kimi Tani and Janis Civico there sat on those TMs. Is that a problem out there for the Tony kart? Looks to tumble down and fall into the hands slightly further back. No, it's not. That is one of the others further back. My mistake there. No problems out there for the Spaniard. That is his teammate just tailing round in that mid-pack section. But of course, Kimi Tani and Civico out there equal on that machinery engine-wise, both running round in those TM kart packages. As for the first time this weekend, we have got Kimi Tani now being challenged, but this term is Shevitalov there in P2 that looks to try and get past. It wasn't enough. They cost each other some time and invite back the Tony karts into the fight once more. Sector number 2 now set up by these drivers, shifting back up on the gears. They'll then head through the chicane section, setting things up to the long runs, turn number 5, but they really abruptly stop that kart on the brakes, as now we've got some defence being deployed by the Maranello there in P2. And what's it going to do here, Anthony? It's only going to let Kimi Tani push away even more.
Indeed, and that is a great fight for the front end, and kept his head cool in this one. So Tani back in control, and Janis Civico here will pile on that pressure if he can do so into turn 1. Down the start-finish straight, pulls out of the slipstream. Shevatalov goes defensive, immediately covers that off and denies Civico the chance to get through. And again, this is allowing, as you just mentioned, Kimi Tani to break away at the front. Kindervater there under pressure as well. He's got a big old train of karts right behind him. One of them going very quickly right to the back of that train. Filippo Sala, the fastest driver in this race, and is already communicating to Andrea Del just to keep pushing forward. But that is not what is happening. Defensive postures all the way throughout that field.
Quite an interesting mindset there by Shevitalov. They're sat in P2 as here comes Filippo Sala once more, trying to wave his way round there. Andrea Del for that P7. But the mindset by Shevitalov to actually not work with Civico and actually to hold him up is quite interesting, considering eyes and ears back on this one. Great send down the inside at turn number 9 by Filippo Sala. Manages now to get past and through on that CRG with a big send there. Big, ambitious movement. You just saw the rear being lifted by Dale. This is a nice CPB setup in the midfield area. Rossini under some increased pressure now. Edward Vilkans and Jensen Graham trying to get past. Tani now open air in front of him, cooler air than the rest of the field, of course, will be benefiting him to keep things a bit more down in temperature. And now goes purple, as this is that moment for an Andrea Del. Watch him in towards turn at number 9. That rear protector you can see is actually tagged and lifted there. Does pop back into position, but he loses that spot to Filippo Sala.
And that could be helped with the design of them as well, of course. The bumpers, not only have they got that cover, but they've also got a couple of wheels on the inside. So that is to prevent that really from happening. If there was no wheels there and it was just a piece of plastic, it would hook on, grab, and then it would flick off. But now with those wheels there, it pushes in. Yes, it rubs a bit, but then it will ping back off again. So a smart design there of the anti-launch device. Changing here for your front runners. Nice to see the fighting getting on as I think Zaric closing in on Jens Leyer and pushing in, and Jensen Graham getting involved in that fight as well, past Vilken. So everyone pushing forward in this stage. Filippo Sala again is the fastest driver. This time he's going to look to try and get the move done on Theo Blum. But, as mentioned, he is under investigation for that contact.
Night and day difference in the weekend we're seeing from Jensen Graham compared to what we had from him at Genk. Looks much stronger here at Sarno. Is now sat well within, the top couple of spots. He's currently sat there P10, but much better in both pace and that racecraft we're seeing for the driver, who is one of the youngest in this field, of course. But, of course, in his second year of KZ2. This is a moment for Jens Truer out there. Just tagged by one of the CPBs behind him. The MP also trying to get involved, but Jens Truer does sit settled, hangs on to the thing, and continues to try and chase Vilkans and Graham.
From the outside, that doesn't look like a lot at all, but I can tell you now, from inside that car, that
your
probably
ribs are gonna hurt.
That one, your ribs are going to hurt, and two, it feels like you've got a full 90 degrees sideways into the corner. That's how violent it feels for a driver. So camera's not doing that justice, but it feels a lot worse than it looks. Tani's still in the lead. However, the gap's come down again here in the car. It's down to 0.5 of a second once more. Shevchelov starting to close back in, question mark at this moment. Savico still there in third. Over the line, down to 0.4. He is closing in indeed.
Whoa, big move there by Sala. Sala gets the job done on Theo Blum, the Frenchman, the privateer Birel effort. So the Charles Leclerc, the Ferrari driver, now through and now into P6. Great stuff by him. And let's not forget the moment that we saw from Theo Blum and Filippo Sala a couple of heats ago. Had a bit of a moment together at turn number 5. Wasn't the cleanest pass for both, but this time Sala finds his way through quite comfortably. Tani still out there in the front. It's almost 0.6 that splits up him and Shevchelov there in P2. Savico not managing to find something here. He's starting to maybe tail off slightly, being sat there for so long in that hot air.
Yeah, certainly so. And again, the two CPBs here going wheel to wheel, and this is close fighting that we are seeing. I don't think it's two CPBs here. I think it's just two Sodis, one different to the other as they go through. But keeping a close eye on this fight. Graham and Vilkens fighting away, and yeah, it's Vilkens who is the privateer on the Sodi chassis. Graham with the CPB Sport team on the Sodi chassis. Very close between themselves. Kimi Tani again, fastest driver out there, 56.299, very quick pace. Is opened up the gap once again. It's 0.5 of a second. As defensive here is Rossini, but not defensive enough down the inside. They both squeeze their way through. Can Jens Leyer squeeze through as well? Not just yet, but sticks on that rear bumper for this moment. Cool, calm and collected for them. Nice overtakes in the middle of the pack. But pressure starting to build once again at the front of the field. Despite Tani setting those fastest laps, once again is reeled in at the later stage of this race.
Absolutely is. The Maranello effort there looking really strong to chase up to the tail of the Paralin. Through that chicane section, through the bumpy parts of the circuit to then set up that long sweeping left that then runs down in towards turn number 5. That run absolutely determined in the speed carried through turn number 3. Through turn number 5, they tick it off. Tani does not make a mistake. He does not drop any pace at all. Will go back up the gears then to set up the rest of the lap. that third and final sector, the bumpiest part, the newest parts of this track. Final lap, final moments. Turn number 9 by Kimi Tani. Looks like he's going to get the job done here. Looks like he's going to go 4 out of 4 qualifying heat wins. Kimi Tani does it again, takes it ahead of Shevchelov and Yanis Sigrico.
Yeah, indeed. Strong result there for Tani. Another 50 points to his name. It's a clean sweep so far for the driver who didn't take pole position in qualifying, but very strong performance indeed. And this is starting to turn into a really good weekend for Kimi Tani. Could he find himself being a points leader later on in the weekend? It certainly could be. 5th in the points he is right now. He's there, 61 points. He's only a handful behind Goldstein, but he is outscoring Goldstein by quite some way. Kimi Tani certainly is going to be a real contender this weekend. Tani then takes the win ahead of Shevchelov. Yanis Rico finishing 3rd ahead of Robert Kinderbarter. Nicholas Vine from Filippo Sala. Terblanc from Andrea Dale. Jensen Graham from Edgar Wilkins, from Nicola Rossini. Jens Trier from Mark Zaric. Mirko Visto from Arteliuk. Patrick Ogrodovchik from Ferabracci. Giovanni Tosso from Yankov. Knudsen and the one retirement from De Bruyke out of the race. Fortunately for him, the only retirement from that race with 4 laps left of it. That is Groups B and E done until their last race later on today. And can that man there make a clean sweep in those qualifying heats? He's looking for 5 out of 5 to give himself 25 championship points going into the Super Heats phase. Let's have a look at the highlights on this one. Good start for the field. No jumps there. Pretty clean and solid from the word go. But a better start off the line there. But Tani is that benefited, of course, by being on that racing line. You can see the difference in acceleration there. Savico not getting the power down. Was it too much wheel spin off the line? Allowed Shevchelov, of course, himself also on that outside line to also get a very decent start there and able to push into 2nd place. Drama early on in that race, and you could see from the word go there was already karts struggling. There was Morgan Knudsen on that Birilat machine. There was the contact that put Filippo Sala under investigation, and Andrea Dale there, the very lucky with the anti-launch device there with the design just to flop back into place. There falling out and down the order. A very dramatic turn of events there for Ilian Yankov from Bulgaria, the Formula K SLP factory team driver, just getting squeezed out of the pack. And then we saw the fighting all the way through. Jens Trier there, oh, that was such a moment there into turn number 4. Just losing the back end because of that contact and very nearly having a big moment. Big moves down the inside there for Filippo Sala. Turn 1, very fast, very fierce, but managing to control that pace, and a very good run for him all the way throughout. Then the rest of the overtakes happening in the background. While at the front, well, it was a bit of a up and down race there for these two. Tani holding on to it. Shevchelov not close enough for the overtake. Holds on to 2nd place, and with that still puts himself in a strong position now, 3rd in the points with 158. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, for the first time this weekend, we're down in Parc Ferme and we're with none other than Kimi Tani. Kimi, you've just taken your 4th qualifying heat win. For you this weekend, what are you doing differently compared to everybody else? Because you've been so fast since the very session on Thursday.
Yeah, I think I'm just quicker, honestly. But this heat was a bit more difficult because I had some Maranello behind me. But at the end, was quite okay.
And for you, the Maranello behind you, of course, chasing down the mental pressure that you were feeling, maybe knowing that you had somebody so close for the first time this weekend. How do you deal with that?
No pressure at all.
Well, Kimi, thank you very much indeed. Like we said, 4 out of 4 so far. KZ2 rotations are in full swing. We'll go back into more KZ2 racing and back up to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed, very close race there, but Kimi Tani keeping a cool head there into his last race later on today. Qualifying Heat D versus F is coming up next, but before that, we are going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with the live racing. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Italy. And myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box as we get ready to go for the next round of heats. KZ2 qualifying Heat D versus F is the next one out into the circuit. All of these drivers needing to do one thing and one thing only, and that is gain the points they need to close and try and close any sort of advantage that they can get on Kimi Tani in those points. Michael Adair, Dion van Verven on the front row of the grid for this one. Jean Lier just behind, and Alessandro Zolocco. Both these drivers here, of course, crucially, not deciding to switch sides of the grid again. We have seen it in that last race, that the outside line here, the even side of the grid, does have the advantage off the line. We saw it from the Maranello of Shavatalov. We saw it from Kimi Tani. We saw the inside line struggling. So for this one, Dion van Verven, could he come away with that run into turn one at the start of this race?
Well, great question indeed. Of course, within these sessions now, nobody can go 4 out of 4 like what we've seen from Kimi Tani. There's nobody else that's had that run of heat wins, but we could still see somebody get past because everybody has one more race, if not 2 more races left to go if you're in this group, or the next KZ2 heat that we'll have a little bit later on. But for now, the question remains, Dion van Verven on that side alongside Michael Adair, who is going to take it. Both drivers have had qualifying heat wins, but both drivers have also had moments that they've had to settle for top 3s instead. But this is going to be a fiery race indeed, and it's started by Michael Adair and Dion van Verven.
It certainly is, and from there it goes to Jean Lier and Alessandro Zolocco on row number 2. Antoine Broggio and Alois Girardet go from row number 3. There we'll see Jaden Teen and Hugo Besson on row number 4. Row 5, Matis Prush and Manuel Castel. Now we'll see Zhang Jose and Simas Pachucas on row number 6.
Row number 7 houses Hugo Marti alongside Kalayan Varbitsiev, and then from 8 we've got Samuel Lier alongside Kian Fardin. Row number 9, it's an IPK of Mark Brovko with the Sodi of Radek Vavra, and from 10, your top 20, Christian Patillo with Maximid Chovagino. 11th row and final spot on your grid in that Birol Art, it's Paul Androttis.
Indeed, yes. So all of these drivers ready to kickstart what is their penultimate race of the day. And And they're slowly running out of chances here to get the points on the board. For these drivers, of course, D and F, they will have one more race. Groups D will race with Groups E later on. Group F will race with the fastest group from qualifying Group A later on. That's going to be quite the challenging race for them, I am sure. But eyes will stay focused on the race that we have on hand here now, as local time just ticks closer to 3:30 local time here. Air temperature still 32 degrees. The wind, though, is on and off. It is actually quite a nice day out there today. Compare it to the other days where it was just absolutely boiling. No wind, still air, just hot all the way throughout.
I was fortunate enough to miss some of that. When I actually arrived here, it was raining. So
not the case. And it did rain earlier on in the weekend, but at night time we had some fabulous thunderstorms that had rained through. You didn't enjoy those thunderstorms on your flight in.
I did not enjoy those thunderstorms. Neither did David Manchester, who sat in race control.
No, indeed. Well, there you go. That's why I drove here. So it was much calmer. Right then, KZ2 forming up now as they head into the final turn. Very early to the grid. Michael Adair primed and ready on his grid spot, joined straight away by Dion van Verven. No waiting around for these guys, but they will have to wait around, unfortunately, for the rest of the grid that are still heading into turn 9. And then, of course, they'll have to make their way round the final couple of corners. And there you can see straight away just pushing through, and is that admiring the helmet there of Michael Adair.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's probably one of my favourite helmet liveries here this weekend.
Yep, indeed. It's a very nice one. Right, field not far from getting finalised here. Back of the grid formed up now. There is your second row, Jean-Louis and Sandro Zolocco. And Zolocco had a tough start to his race earlier on as well. Didn't get the run off the line. Can he get a better start this time around? Right then, we're ready to go racing as Pasquale Lupoli will start the lights procedure then. It's 4 red lights, it's lights out and fights on.
Wow.
Great start for Van Verven on that racing line, and it's again showcasing the traction levels that is on that outside line going in towards turn 1. And that has caught Michael Adair off massively now. I think he's down to 3rd place, I think there. Zolocco had a good start there as well that time around. The whole field getting through. There is Zolocco into 2nd place. So very strong getaway. Down the back straight they go for the first time. Van Verven leads then from Zolocco at the start of this one there. The CRG of Jean-Louis had a decent start. He's there in 3rd.
2 packs now starting to form. You've got a bit of a split of your grid now as well. Jaden Teen there getting caught out by one of the Birrells just ahead, who now has to fall down and settle slightly. But Teen looking to try and pick off some points here. Of course, this has not been his weekend so far, but he is a contender when we think about those championship points. First lap completed then for these groups, and your leader is Dion van Verven. Fantastic race start by Van Verven. Read those lights, caught Michael Adair half asleep. Adair now has to look on at his Birrell Art teammate of Alessandro Zolocco to maybe get the job done.
Indeed. So, Dion van Verven now in the lead of this race. Should put himself up to 2nd in the points with 185. That's a good number. He's not too far off the back of Tanny, of course, when they have their final races later on. That could make it very interesting. Talking of interesting, down the inside, Michael Adair gets into 2nd place at the expense of his teammate. Zolocco not only going down to 3rd, but now having to deal with Jean-Louis, Jaden Teen, Roggio, Bruce, Giudice. They're all there, all wanting their own pound of flesh here, but no one able to just get the move, and it is Jaden Teen under the most amount of pressure right now as round the outside tries to go Matis Cruz on that wild card number. Does get through, but at the massive expense of Jean-Louis, who's going to lose out and down into 11th place.
Well, Jean-Louis has just missed out on that, and I would say Jaden Teen was the catalyst in that for Louis. Teen got past and has now actually created all of this that is going on, mostly for CPB Sports and CRGs. All look pretty similar in livery there. It's sort of for us in the commentary box, it's kind of like who's who at this stage. Everybody's got those brightly coloured liveried helmets, but everybody's also sporting that black and orange orange livery out there. But for the time being, many names in that field trying to fight it out. Hugo Marti, Jean Lier, Jean Rouget, Varbitsia is very involved in that, as well as Radek Vavra.
Indeed. A friend of mine had an unpopular opinion to ban fluoro yellow from karting. I'd like to ban orange now. There's too much of it out there. Right, here we go then. Over the start-finish line they go. And, Dion van Verven sporting both fluoro yellow and orange out there in the race lead, and is having to deal with these two Birrells right now. Gotta say, Michael Adair and Zolocco, they don't look half bad in this race right now, Nicole. Yes, the gap may be half a second, but I've got a feeling it's closing in, and it will have to close in, because another driver who's sporting fluoro yellow and orange of the form of Jaden Teen is starting to close in.
Do you know what? I think if you're saying that sentence, you're just going to be talking about anybody in the field.
Yeah, pretty much. I think at this point, Jaden Teen under investigation, potentially causing a collision.
Maybe for Lier.
Yeah, we saw that earlier on. So that will be a very interesting one. He'll be heading to the stewards after this race, but in the meantime, he will focus on the job in hand, which is dealing with Girodet and Broggio, who are trying to close in.
Would you say for Jaden Teen this weekend there's a bit of extra added frustration? If you cast your mind back to 2025, him, Max Orlov, Max Schleimer, they were all with the CPB Sport Cam, all sort of battling it out and individually taking some qualifying heat wins. He was at the front this time last year, now has had to settle for sort of P7, P8, P10s in these qualifying heats. So maybe now this is where we're saying a bit of aggression from Team just coming from him, trying to dig really deep and replicate what he did at moments this time last year. For now, however, he has to sit fourth on the road, but also knowing he is under investigation. However, he is also starting to chase up to Zolocco and Michael Adair now at a rate of knots. So you've got the Sodi out in the front in the form of Dion van Verven. You've then got the two Birrells, Adair and Zolocco. Then you've got the Sodi again of Jaden Teen. And then you've got one of the CRGs trying to get as well into the mix. Hello, Girodet doing a good job there to sit in P5.
Indeed, over the line they go once again. So close, so fast for these drivers at this stage of the race. But again, it doesn't look like they're making the legs on Van Verven that they need right now. And that's a group of three just behind. Unless they start tripping over each other, like I think there was a moment there for Girodet, they will have to deal with it. And then speaking of moment, there's a moment for Jaden Teen. Runs wide, very slow out of turn 4. Loses out on both Girodet and Broggio, who make their way through.
There's definitely some sort of issue there for Teen. Is it the case that he's maybe got something wrong on the gears? Is it the case that he's maybe just suffering slightly on a component on the kart? Doesn't look too bad now through that second sector. He's still on the tail there of Broggio, so looks back into life, but there's definitely something strange going on for him through turns 3 and 4. New lap though for these drivers, and now we've still got Dion van Verven trying to be chased by Michael Adair, but Michael Adair has not managed to find anything. Zolocco still sat there pretty comfortable there in P3, as Girodet now into P4 has switched positions. Anton Broggio now trying to fend off Team again for that 5th spot. Hugo Besson now goes fastest.
Indeed, Besson there in 7th place, just off the back of this one. Good movers throughout this field, some gaining many positions, but Hugo Marti, one of the biggest movers. Paul Andriosas in 17th place on a 4-place gain right now. So action looking pretty calm throughout the grid here as everyone closes themselves through. There is battles happening in the background. Kian Farden is part of that battle and around about 18th place at this moment, and this is that battle here on your screen. Over the line we go. Is this a look for a change of position? It certainly does seem that way. Zolocco's going to lose out on 3rd place. Girodet gets through. Here's Broggio. He's got his chance to get through. Here's Jaden Teen. Once one tries it, they all try it. And now tries Hugo Besson, but it's not going to work out this time around for Besson, despite the fact he was the fastest driver out there on that last lap. He just wasn't able to get the kart down the inside.
Besson still has some moments left within this race, though, to try and get past now. Looking very good indeed. Zolocco losing out on some positions. Change further back in the background then for other drivers. Zhang Hujie now finally making his way past Jean Liu, who of course has tumbled down to P12 now, and all was caused by that moment at turn number 9 between him and Jaden Teen. Here we go then, Besson still trying desperately to get past Zoloko, and he's going to have one final lap to get that one done. Final lap, of course, for Dion van Verven, who's got into this race lead, got past Michael Adair straight away at that stunning race start, and has led things ever since. It's 0.8 of a second. It's a stationary gap that he has gained himself. It's not lost or gained in time as Mark Brovko. Let's watch an onboard for Brovko. So, well, very deep, very wide there in towards turn number 9. You said a bit of a quote earlier on. It's looking in the direction of Pompeii.
On the way to Pompeii is there. But, yeah, just getting caught out on those marbles. They're very easily done. Dion van Verven here leading the way. 0.6 of a second. Has not had to worry about any marbles on track. He is focused solely on going for a race win, and in doing so is going to help his points fight out to that little bit more against Kimi Tani. Over the line he goes. Van Verven takes the win. A nice add to his tally already. Adair will take second from Girardet's third. Grosjean fourth from Teen in 5th place. Zoloko in the end of that one. That last volley where he lost out on a fair few dropped to P6 ahead of Hugo Besson, Mathis Cruz, Manuel Castel and Hugo Marti rounding out the top 10. But for Van Verven, another strong result there. Yeah, another qualifying heat win there for Dion van Verven. Stays inside of the top 5 all day now, does the Saudi, who of course was here in 2025. Definitely had a different type of weekend this time last year, where we saw a couple of big interesting moments for him. But so far, 2026, Sarno looks like it could be the one for Dion. Much better weekend than Genk as well. Van Verven then rounds things out ahead of Michael Adair, who has to settle for a P2, and Alois Girardet finishes in P3, his best qualifying heat result of the day and of the year so far. Indeed. Top 10, we've gone over. 11th race, Zhang Jose from Cologne Vabitsaliev in 12th place. Jean Liu from Samuel Liu, Simas Pachuska and Radek Favre, Paul Andriotis and Kian Fardin rounding out the top 18. Lots of entrants from Switzerland here this weekend. Mark Brovko will finish that one in 19th place ahead of Christian Patillo and Maximo Tovagino rounding out the 21 places. Positions out there. Dion van Verven done and dusted. Good points, but still 25 points down. 15 points down, sorry, I should say, from your man who leads the way of Kimi Tani. So he's got to try and close that gap up. Here's your highlights from it, and look at the start there. I mean, you've got to be looking at these sort of replays, Nicole, and you've just got to be thinking, surely the drivers on pole position are going to think about switching sides. Yeah, I think maybe for Schleimer, he attempted it earlier on, but it was actually, I think, a driver fault that caused it to not work well for Schleimer. I would really like to see somebody make the decision and actually just go on that anti-pole sign and be brave with it, see if they can try and pull it out the bag. We'll have to find out if anybody does decide to go for that one, because of course we have got 4 more KZ2 qualifying heats left to go, and I think we could maybe be in for that show in just a moment's time, but we'll update you in a minute. Best moments for our drivers then. Jaden Teen tried to get involved but did tag the back of one of the Birrells. Also got involved with the likes of the CRG, Jean Liu. There went wheel to wheel. At the front, Ambrosio did lose out in the end. Michael Adair did get past to end up in that P2 spot. It was the early stages of the race, of course, that was the busiest, and it was your drivers in the middle and in the mix. It was Mathis Prouch with Manuel Castle and Hugo Marti that decided things in turn number 9, as Hugo Marti did pick off positions time and time again. Teen momentarily within the race started to reverse things. Handbrake started to go on, and he did fall into the hands of the drivers behind, but found some rhythm, found some momentum, and climbed back up to P5. Big sends down the inside at turn number 1. That was a great move there, and it was a move pulled off by, of course, Alois Girardet there for the CRG camp. Indeed. So those fresh overtakes happening at the end. This is how Zoloko just lost his last few positions in that one, and later We saw those overtakes happening all the way throughout the field. Over the line, Dion van Verven again taking that win. Adds decent points to his name. Moves to second in the points, 15 behind Kimi Tani, going into the last rotation of races later on today. One more KZ2 race coming up, but that will be after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, well, you've missed a fair bit of racing, but don't worry, you've got one more KZ2 race coming up next. That is qualifying heat A versus C. Before we go into the final rotations for KZ and the Academy Trophy, and then to round out the day, 3 final qualifying heats. And yes, we have seen a switch of sides. He did this earlier on. Max Schleimer, he once again has decided to switch sides of the grid. Obviously, earlier on, he just didn't get the start off the line. But if he can get it this time around, to which I'm sure he will, I think we'll see a much bigger benefit off that line than what we see on the inside. Of course, it's put Morgato on the inside line in towards turn number 1. And it's going to benefit the likes of Maddox Sclavan here, who will be starting alongside there. There is Morgato primed and ready to go. Pressure building for the Brazilian after that DNF earlier on, looking to gain as many points as he can.
Yeah, DNF earlier on, but then he came back with a P2 afterwards, so it's not all bad for the Brazilians starting alongside Schleimer. Is still very much in there and in the fight. Other names that are in the fight, Noah Wolf was in this qualifying heat, of course, took his first qualifying heat win of the weekend earlier on. Let's see if he can try and do that again. Let's see if he can get past Matheus Morgato and Max Schleimer as... Again, it's just that camera's in a really unfortunate position.
It's at a really unfortunate height, I think. It's the biggest one.
Maybe we should put out an announcement to everybody to just say that it's there.
Please, no scratch and sniff. Right, anyway, here we go. It's qualifying Heat A versus C. It's Max Schleimer, who's swapped sides of the grid alongside Matheus Morgato. Noah Wolf and Maddox Sclavan on row 2, ahead of Eli Goldstein and Seb Kropkus on row number 3. Tom Spajal and Jay Irwin go from row 4. They'll see Gerasim Skulinov and Daniel Macy on row 5. Alvar Timistrada and Enzo Bull go from row 6.
Row number 7, it's Kyle Wick, hoping for a good race now. He's starting alongside Italy's Andrea Pivano. From row number 8, Giuseppe Ambrosio starts alongside Massimo Volante. And from row number 9, it's Tommy van der Stroys with Marty Rittinen. Your 10th row, Julian Kamen will look at Leonardo Bonomo. 11 rows in total, 22 drivers, and it's Simon Billman with Mattis Umer.
Indeed. Field set to go. I definitely didn't just say that anyway. Right. This is going to be an important one, of course, for Schleimer and both Morgado as well. Really need to get the points on this one. Their penultimate chance to get the points on the board. And then, of course, later on that final rotation where they'll really get the prime opportunity to find out where they're going to start.
Yeah, so every driver now starting inside of the top 3 has taken one qualifying heat win. Marek Scriven, however, has had a really good day so far. Qualifying heat results for him, he's stayed inside of the top 4. Really good stuff for the driver of Czechia. Maybe he could actually be a new name to take a win here in this penultimate qualifying heat for these KZ2s. They'll have one final rotation later on this afternoon, which starts at around about 5 o'clock. But for now, eyes focused on this one as the temperature continues to rise. 32 degrees now. This was forecast to be the hottest part of the day.
Indeed. So we'll wait and see if the drivers can deal with these temperatures. I'm sure they can while they go racing. Of course, it's the wind cools them down a little bit and it's not too dramatic out there.
Well, actually, every driver that you've kind of spoken to or caught up with so far this weekend, they were all testing here last week and they said it was way hotter. Way hotter. So they're used to it by this stage and actually they're probably quite glad that it's dropped slightly.
Well, I think last week we were in a heat wave all over the place. Now, I mean, yes, okay, it's still hot.
I mean, even England was hot and that's saying something.
That is saying something. It was hotter in England than it was in some parts of southern Europe, so it does say a great deal. Right then, we are nearly ready to go. Simon Billman and Mattis Umer just getting into their grid slots. There will be one missing spot. Julian Cameron's car not on the grid for this one. Can it be a good start for Simon this time around? On that racing line, lights are on, lights are out. It is away and racing. It's not a good start again for Schleimer on that outside line. And Morgado gifted the lead straight away into turn 1. It's been a disastrous start for the German once more here as J. Owen goes wheel to wheel in the background there, as he tries to gain early places at the start of this one. Another good start as well for Marek Scriven. He is there into second place as he's able to push through. There is Kyle Wick. He had a disaster earlier on, but he is focused now and looking for a good result in this one. Through turn 5, out they go in towards sector number 3 for the first time. Morgado in control.
Yeah, miles better start now for Morgado. Is at the business end, the head of this fight. So very different start to what we saw from him earlier on. Of course, maybe let's think about Schleimer's starts here. Is this a Schleimer problem or is it maybe a Tony Kart problem for Savico? He couldn't get off the line either earlier on as lots of dust there kicked up into the face of Noah Wolf. Wolf now looking hungry going in towards that second corner. And look who else is in this fight again. Daniel Macia. Great first couple of laps for Macia in that Cali Kart in P6.
That was very interesting. That was Schleimer pulling out of the slipstream to try and cool the kart down when he rejoined onto that racing line. The front of Wolf's kart was there and nearly wiped them off. So that was a very interesting moment there. Very interesting deal. It was Knopkins on Schleimer, I should say, that was the interesting moment, which has brought Wolf into the fight now. This, though, still a long way to progress in this race, but I've got to say, Morgado gifted this one and is looking very strong. He's bringing himself back into that points fight as he's up to 7th in the points now.
Yeah, and Morgado, championship-wise is now ahead of the names of, he's not ahead championship-wise, but in your intermediate classification points, he's ahead of Eli Goldstein, who is ahead of him in your championship. So he's really doing a good job now to get back into the swing of things. Speaking of Eli Goldstein, started, of course, on that third row of things, trying to look out for where he is.
Place.
Has not had the first couple of laps there in that TV kart. Of course, previous qualifying heat had a P2, was just behind Noah Wolf, and is now going to have to absolutely scrap to get back into things.
Yeah, that's a disheartening feeling, I am sure, for a driver who knows they need to have such an important weekend here. Daniel Macia under all sorts of pressure here. from Jay Owen just behind, but not having to worry too much about it because Owen himself is under pressure from Spogel, Enzo Boldes, Gulanov, Alvar Timosvara as well, just there, pulling out of the slipstream. Here's Schleimer on Konopius this time, gets that move done, beautifully done. That's a great exit out of turn 9 there to really power through down that start-finish straight.
Yeah, really good on the gears then for Schleimer to get things up into speed quickly, get that run in 6th gear down towards that first corner, pulls it off, gets the run, setting things up into second, and does not open the door and make himself vulnerable for Konopius or Noah Wolf to get that switch back on him. In towards turn number 5, these drivers will go once more, not directly following each other in those tyre tracks. Of course, they don't want to risk going into the back of each other, but these drivers getting things stopped really abruptly, really harshly, to then potentially send some moves in. Wolf looking to try and get past Konopius, their teammates in P4, but is having some patience now. Daniel Macier looking at that fight that could go on just ahead of him, but is having to fend off Jay Owen, who again, here at Sarno, has got some great pace. Halfway of this race then completed, and there's big moments out there for again Kyle Wick finds himself caught out, and it's with, I believe, Valance that he is parked at turn number 9 for the second time in a row for Wick.
Yeah, indeed. Massimo Volante, unfortunately, out of the race, and that is a troublesome run for them, that with Kyle Wick. So, once again, tough races here in Sarno. Can beat the best of drivers down over the course of a weekend, but everyone here just trying to deliver what they can. So Morgato's lead still very big here. Scriban's still in a good spot, but Schleimer has quite the train still behind him. Everyone here just waiting for that slight mistake from anyone to get a nose down the inside. Any looks here at turn 1? No. Thinks against it. The top 14, 15 stay into position, and there, unfortunately, is I think that's Massimo Volante there out of the race. Of course, Carl Wick will be somewhere else out there at that same part of the track, and that is such a shame for them.
Yeah, tough pill to swallow for Kyle Wick, who of course has joined us from the States this weekend, has a wild card and has had his 2 previous qualifying heats drawn to a close pretty quickly out there. But we're still looking at the fights that continue to go on. This is between Jay Owen and Daniel Macier now. So Jay Owen trying to hunt down the gap and trying to weave his way through. Can he sweep a nice little send down the inside very shortly? We'll have to find out. But we've only got a couple more laps left to go, and this is a challenging point in the weekend for these drivers. Of course, tyres are starting to get older. They're having to adjust and really think about the grip levels that now exist out there because the track is developing and these karts are developing for these drivers. Magato now 1.6 seconds clear. He's not got too much to think about, I would probably predict, for the rest of this race. As Scriven is still there with Schleimer not too far away. But Schleimer has done a good job within this race, despite that start, despite falling into the rest of the field, to get back into things and to get back inside of your top 3.
Indeed. So, it's turn 5. There's a lunge there in the background. Not close enough for the attempt. I think that was coming up there on Spogel trying to get the move down the inside of turn 5. But just hangs back for the moment. On the recovery drive for Goldstein here, back to 15th place. So again, the recovery drive still in force for the Belgian in his title fight here. This is looking interesting. Macier to the inside of Wolf into turn 1. Beautifully done. Seeing that time in, but Wolf's going to try and get the up and under. No. Backs out of it into turn 2. This brings Jay Owen of New Zealand into the fray. Well, do you know what? Brings whole family along because they're all behind that train. Any overtake really brings in the field, and round Sarno, such a flowing circuit. You just can't really break away unless you've got the outright speed. Yeah, absolutely. So Daniel Macier finds himself with no friends around him. Not like what Noah Wolf has got, because he's got the Birrell just behind teammate Jay Owen. Then you've got the 2 Sodis just behind.
Spagel starting to get involved. Enzo Bol has just dropped down slightly, but Bol, good charge throughout this race to make it 3 positions gained so far, as somebody is now under investigation. It's the 719 that is being looked at. But of course, that is Massimo Volante. That will be for that incident with Kyle Wick. Still big sends being attempted through that first corner, but it's a half attempt for somebody further back. Noah Wolf still trying to go for it. Final lap board has been rewarded to these drivers, and it's gone out to Matheus Magato, who continues to chase round. Nothing ahead of him other than the last 4 corners that remain in this race.
Indeed, onto the back straight now. Only a few hundred metres to go of this race. Jay Owen piling on that pressure. There's an overtake in the background there. That looks like possibly Simmonsvara on Tommy van der Sturse fighting away for position. Racing is going through. Morgato clear. All of these drivers are at a calm race right now, but it's Morgato who's done what he's needed to do. Close the gap up. Damage limitation for Morgato at this stage of the weekend. The Brazilian wins a race here in Sarno, beautifully delivered ahead of Matt Scriban. Max Schleimer finishing that one in P3 ahead of Sem Konopias. Daniel Macia from Noah Wolf, Jay Owen from Tom Spagel. Then it's Enzo Bol and Gerasim Skulinov who rounds out the top 10 at the end of that one. But from disaster earlier on in his first heat of the day to desire and delight at the near end of the day, it is Morgato who takes the win and will add a good chunk of points to his name. Steps up now into 8th in the points with 160 after that final race in the penultimate rotation, with one more race to go for all of the groups later on today. Morgato takes the win there ahead of Scriven, and Max Schleimer once again just struggling off the line, but is able to recover and takes a 3rd place on the road. Top 10 we've gone over, finishing 11th place downward seeds Alvar Simmonsvara of Finland. Tommy van der Sturse ahead of the rest of the field. 5 places gained to finish in P12 ahead of Matti Rittanen. Andrea Pirovano from Eli Goldstein. Tough race there for the points leader into this weekend. He's got to dig deep for his last race of the day. Leonardo Bonomo finishes that one in 16th place ahead of Giuseppe Ambrosio. Simon Billman from Mattis Almer, Carl Wick and Massimo Valant and Julian Kamin not starting that race. All of them retirements from that race. There, Morgato calm and controlled here in Sarno. Here's your highlights from that race. Well, Max Schleimer again. Not down to the traction levels. We know it's there. Just cannot get that kart off the line so far this weekend. Losing out on that lead. And Morgato gifted an early lead into that race. Uncontested. Brought Scrivan into 2nd place. CPB Sport 1-2 at the end of that one. Here is that look again at the start from the side. Yeah, really good getaway. Oh, there was the bad start for Goldstein. It was just off the line. It just didn't bite, and unfortunately dropped him all the way down the order. And that is going to be a tough pill to swallow for the Belgian, who was looking for a perfect scoring weekend. And that early moment there, Daniel Macia and Jay Owen, wheel-to-wheel action out of turn 2. Smoke pouring off the tyres between those two, but both of them just able to get through. Yes, it was. So a case where it was Schleimer that had that moment on the start-finish straight. It was Kanokas who pulled out of the slipstream. When he rejoined, it was Schleimer who he hit, and that put him onto the gravel. I don't think there was any malicious intent there. I think it was just a case of, I didn't notice how close you were. Schleimer was able to get that move on Konopias a couple of laps later at turn 1. Looked like he was somewhat waved through a little bit there for that 3rd place spot, where he would stay for the remainder of that race. The 2 only retirements from that race, Massimo and Kyle, out of the race. They would go no further, unfortunately colliding at turn number 9. Daniel Macia making his last few attempts in that race on Noah Wolf. Across the line, Morgato taking the win, a well-deserved win after a tough start to the day this morning, adds another win to his name and jumps up nicely into the points, now 8th in the points. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Anthony, you just called him across the line. Matheus Magato takes another qualifying heat win. Matheus, another good result for you, but of course we've seen you take a DNF as well. Returning things and coming back into the fight, what was it like during that session to maybe put that DNF in the past?
I mean, it's a long week, so always when we have a bad heat like I've had, you just need to leave it to the back and focus forward. We need to make as much as point as we can, so probably by winning races I can get a bit better at the end of the week, but it's very hard at DNF in a European Championship, especially when you're battling for the championship and you have such a great pace, you know, but it's not done yet. As I said, very long week, still one heat to go. Tomorrow super heat, so we'll be just done when we see the checker flag in the final.
And I feel like you could be a good driver to ask this question to. The pace we've seen from Kimi Tani, he's taken 4 qualifying heats, wins very, very quick. The starts have been good for him as well. What are your thoughts on a driver like that going into the rest of this weekend? Because he's been a bit of a challenge for the field.
Yeah, he's a great driver, always in the top on the last few years. So it's a driver we always see up there, a fast driver, and I think they are everything good. The material is good for sure for them, as it is for me. And yeah, I hope I can race him again in the final or in the super heat.
Well, Matheus, thank you very much. Like we said, another qualifying heat win. More races left to go, but we're going to take a short break.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed, one more qualifying heat to go for the KZs. They'll be coming up, though, after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to south of Italy, to the Sarno circuit. Round 2 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships and the final qualifying heat of the weekend for the KZ category. We'll be heading out onto track next, and some developments in this one. We missed Torrengiani in the second race earlier on. He is back on the grid for this one. We are still missing Matteo Vigano from the grid for this one, but we'll have to wait and see. There is Emilian Denner back on pole position for this one. He is 3rd in the points. He has taken, effectively, he has taken 2 race wins, but only 1 on paper after the race. The first one, a penalty for a jump start. And, well, quite crucial to hear this. Tyres have been deployed in the KZ class. We'll go over the 4 drivers who have deployed those tyres. They're all at the sharp end of the field, which is quite unusual. Right then, here is your grid for the last KZ race of the weekend to determine who's going to be on pole position for the Super Heat tomorrow. Emilian Denner back on P1. Matheus Rogel starting alongside, and he has deployed tyres on the left-hand side. At row 2, Daniel Albanese and Victor Gustafsson. Gustafsson's got a really good chance of jumping up to the front row of the grid for those 2 heats tomorrow. He goes on row 2. Max Orlov and Tom Luye, both of them new tyres on the left-hand side. They go from row number 3. They'll have Daniel Vasile and Lorenzo Tavazanuto on row number 4. Row number 5, Giuseppe Palomba and Jean Nomblo. It is Jean who's gone for the brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side, with Stan Pex and Lorenzo Camplese locking out the first half of the field on row 6.
Row number 7 sees Alessio Piccini alongside Alex Marigliano. So again, an all-Italian row number 7, with 8 looking at Marcus Kayak, the Estonian for IPK, with Pedro Hiltbrand, the Spanish driver from Birel Arts, of course, needing a good race, has had 2 DNFs so far this weekend. Row number 9, it's Myron Kremers with Matteo Vigano, who's missing from the rest of today. Hoping Matteo is okay out there. And from your 10th row, it's Adrian Monero with Enzo La Cruz. 11 rows in total, but all alone there in the form of Matheus Torrigiani, who makes himself the 20th driver that is present on your grid.
Indeed. So, field yet to make their way onto the actual grid themselves. Only the 1 lap to get things up to temperature, and I think that's the right call. It's a long old track, and well, it's very warm out there. You don't need 2 laps to get it done, so they were given just the 1 lap here to get themselves ready. But it is still a very warm day out there, and again, Rosa Santilli has done a brilliant job on being the deputy clerk of the course this weekend, as persevered with the heat, and the same can be said for our fabulous camera crew out there, once again delivering the live pictures and also battling the conditions.
Absolutely. So wind starts to pick up once more for the drivers and for the teams out there. That's something that they're going to consider, especially when coming down that start-finish straight, the long run that sets you up in towards turn number 1, that absolutely determines the rest of the run for that first sector in towards turn number 2. Drivers now finding their grid spots and will all be under the hands of Emilian Denner, who has consistently been the quickest driver out there. Took 2 qualifying heats wins on track, had 1 snatched away for breaking formation at that start, but held on to his previous, as Victor Gustafsson will be hoping and praying for a good start within this one to make himself the leader and hold on to those intermediate classification points that he has currently got.
Here's your lights, and it is lights out and fights on. It's a good start for Denner and Spagel, but Denner's going to get the run in towards turn 1. Gustafsson sends it down the inside. He'll take second place despite Spagel's fresher tyres. He will go down into 3rd place at the start of that one. The 2 Maranellos wheel to wheel into the early phase, but they don't make contact between each other because that breaks cardinal rule number 1 in karting. Don't hit your teammate. And they don't do so as they exit through, and it's a spin right in the middle of the road, and round goes the 33. Now that was Tom Luye, and now out of the race is Maxim Orlov. The fresh tyres he deployed. He's not even going to attempt to restart it. He's going to save those tyres for later on. But that is such a shame for Orlov.
Well, Orlov used those tyres, but so did Tom Luye, who has just caused that moment for your 2025 KZ2 European champion, world champion, and a driver who is dizzyingly quick out here this time last year. For now, though, he'll have to sit on the sidelines and watch how the rest of this one unfolds. For the quickest driver so far this weekend of Emilian Denner, who continues to bolt away from the rest of the field. Gustafsson, fantastic start when we went green. Really did wave his way through past Spagel. Spagel has to now just settle down and look ahead and look at the CRG just in front. Giuseppe Palomba instantly into the sharp end. The home hero comes from Sarno, of course. Not too much to say so far this weekend. Has not been inside of the top 3 just yet, but is now just ahead of Jean Nomblo, Daniel Vasile and Lorenzo Camplese there. Round out your top 7.
Indeed, Palomba very quick around here, but been a tough day of racing for the KZ group here. Very competitive. Here is that moment again.
Wrong on the curb.
By himself, yeah. Just had the lick of oversteer overcorrected and unfortunately sent it into a spin. It's a very rare mistake there for Tom Luye, and unfortunately for Maxim Orlov, just a victim of that passenger.
Yeah, absolutely. Luye, though, will be kicking himself because of that, because he's lost out quite some way, and now we'll have to pick things up from P19, where he's now currently sat Denner, however, is the fastest driver out there, has not gone new, but has preserved things, has nursed that kart and those tyres time and time again to continue to go purple and to continue to light things up. Victor Gustafsson, of course, is not chasing up because Denner is helping himself with these purple sectors, as in the background there's the KR of Danilo Albanese trying to get back into things. Albanese's not had the start that he would have wanted, down by 10 positions. He's now trying to get past the field ahead. It will be Stan Pex that he next looks at.
Certainly will be, but until that moment, we will sit and wait. We are lap number 4 now of this race, and cool, calm and collected for Emilian Denner, clear by nearly a second now from Gustafsson. Gustafsson, though, with the results that he's had earlier on, is still looking at a points advantage here and is still looking at a pole position. However, Spagel might have something to say about that, and he is only just behind him right now as they make their way into the first sector. So Denner is still in control with 130 points in the race lead here, but Gustafsson with 138. I don't think this would change the order. It's not enough points to throw the ball onto the other side of the court. But it would still be an issue for Gustafsson, especially if Palomba can close in. And Palomba's been looking quick. He went purple. No, he didn't go purple. That was Jean Nomblo, sorry. He's been going quick. So they are closing in behind, and there is that fight. This is that fight for second place, Gustafsson and Spagel. And remember, Spagel is on the fresher tyres. You would think at this stage he'd be able to close in. Yeah,
so for Denner, he can't do more than he already is. He is currently sat in 130 points, like you just said there, Anthony. Spagel, I would predict at some point within this race, is going to get past Victor Gustafsson here. He sat there very comfortable in P3 through that first sector alone. He has got around about a couple of hundredths of a second on Gustafsson. Sector number 2 will continue to push really hard, and it will be within this stage of the race now where the tyre will start to come into things for Spagel. He's got to be comfortable, confident, and just quite calm out there to just let things unfold. But for Gustafsson, he's a clever driver. He will know, should Spagel get past, he's not going to lose out on that intermediate classification lead. He will still have those points to be ahead of your pole sitter, the outright fastest KZ driver so far this weekend of Emilian Denner. Further in the background then, stories for Lorenzo Camplese, doing a good job to be up by 5 positions. Not the biggest mover, however. Marcus Kayak is one of those 6 places gained for him to be in P9. And Adrian Malero then, driver who was your winner out at Genk, up by 8 places to be sat just outside of the top 10 and currently knocking on the door of Stan Pexon. That's a nice little send down the inside. That is just behind Albanese. The switch between Kremers, Chini getting involved as Marigliano gets invited in as well.
Indeed. Daniel Albanese, a name there in that title fight, not having the races he would want here. He's there third in the points at the moment with 110, but still he'll be in a good spot for tomorrow's Superheat. However, he's just been having a tough old few races.
Well, you know, he's had a P2 and a P3 so far, but it's this race
is,
I would say, points-wise, going to be his Achilles heel out there. That's a retirement of Mateusz Torrigiani now. So Torrigiani will join Max Orloff to not finish things. Matteo Vigano, of course, not managing to start this race. Travis Sanuto still looking at Lorenzo Camplese here, Anthony. Now has to, however, go defensive from Marcus Kayak, as in the background now Albanese again continues to unfold for Albanese. This time it's unfolded to Marin Kremers, I believe, who is about to get past, as Adrian Monaro was just that CRG who weaved his way through.
Indeed. So keeping a close eye on the progression here. Very committed on the brakes there. Travis Sanuto with Kayak in tow. And not able to get a move done just as of yet. Loving that run through turn 1. So far, so committed. But here, I've got to say, Giuseppe Palomba under pressure from Jean Nomblo here. And I can imagine tension starting to build. His teammate, Daniel Vasili, is behind them. They've got a bit of a Marinello Sodi sandwich going on at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's been quite an interesting weekend so far of who we've had at the front compared to Genk. Of course, that Genk Adrian Malero, Stan Pex were some of the names. They did not have the qualifyings. Now they're all the way down the order, and this weekend is a new name. It's Denner that's at the front, but we are seeing Gustafsson be at the front again. He has been the most consistent out of our KZ drivers to say inside of the top 3 for both the round at Belgium and now the round here in Italy. Here we go then, drivers in the background still trying to push as we head onto the final lap. Oh, as we say his name and as we say the pace that he had out at Genk, and the fact that he is trying to fight for a championship, he's not fighting anymore within this race. The CRG is done and dusted.
Yeah, hopefully Race Control don't see that as him attempting to restart it on that final lap. He was just getting it to a safe spot there, was Malero, but that is such a tough cookie there for him, and that is such a shame at this point of the race. Emilian Denner then has gone on to the final lap here, clear by 1 whole second from Victor Gustafsson. It's not going to be enough, though, for Denner, despite that, 3 wins on the road. That 1 jump start will cost him pole position for tomorrow's Superheat. Over the line they go. Denner takes his 3rd win on track, but it's Gustafsson who will take pole position tomorrow with that 2nd place. Gustafsson will be P1, but it's Denner who has delivered the results so far this weekend. That 1 jump start penalty for Denner in the first race has cost him that P1, but he is certainly the favourite going into tomorrow. He starts it on that front row of the grid still, and he will certainly be one to watch for a final win, and maybe even potentially some decent championship points as well, and finding himself at that sharp end. But for Emilian Denner, coming into this weekend, 7th in the points. He had 35, add another 25 onto that. He is on his way to a good result. Emilian Denner finishes ahead of Victor Gustafsson. Mateusz Rogel finishes in 3rd, ahead of the rest of the field. Strong results for the KZ group, with Giuseppe Palomba finishing in P4 ahead of Jean Nomblo, Daniel Vasile from Lorenzo Camplese, Lorenzo Travazanuto from Marcus Kayak, Stan Pex rounds out the top 10. Strong results for Pex, however. He does not sit anywhere inside the top 10 in the intermediate classifications at this point. He will score low championship points coming into this one, and that is going to be a spot of bother for him when it comes to tomorrow's racing. But Emilian Denner smiles all around, is looking at a front row start tomorrow. It will not be a pole position, however. Here's your highlights. Here's the start. Lightning start. Bit of movement there from 1 or 2 carts, but no investigations out for the field as they managed to get going. Strong getaway for Denner, despite the fresh tyres for Spagel, despite that racing line start. Just wasn't able to get his nose down the inside. Gustafsson, however, was able to get his nose down the inside. The CRG driver from Sweden pushing through and into 2nd place. Thought he could close in for a potential race lead, but it wasn't meant to be, as the 2 Maranellos going wheel to wheel. Later then, drama for Tom Luyer and Max Orlov. Luyer round, Orlov nowhere to go, and unfortunately Orlov retiring from that race. Tom Luyer able to continue that fight, but finishes in 16th place at the end of that one. Stan Pex making the moves, and every overtake for Stan Pex was going to be important on that one, as later on lap 7, Matthias Tolinjani retiring from the race, and then at the very end, Adio Malero out of the race on that final lap. A little bit of contact there at the very end to boot. Enzo La Cruz not having a good exit out of the final turn. Over the line though, and clear by only 7/10, so Denner clearly backing off at that point, takes the win ahead of Victor Gustafsson, and Mateusz Spagel locks out the top 3 at the end of that one, meaning it's Victor Gustafsson who takes pole position tomorrow. ahead of Emilian Denner and Danilo Albanese. Lorenzo Travassanuto will lock out the front 2 rows tomorrow. And that's a big gain for Travassanuto after he started these races on the 4th row of the grid. That is a gain of 4 places for him, so I'm sure he'll be absolutely delighted with that going into tomorrow. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, we're down here with Emilian Denner. Emilian, good day of racing so far for you today, but of course you were caught out by a penalty earlier on for jumping the start there. To return, to come back into things, helped by that pace, would you say?
Well, it's a bit frustrating. The lights were long for quite a long time in the first heat. But anyway, only myself to blame for that. And yeah, we did 2 great heats. Otherwise, yeah, nothing to say. Just perfect work from the team. Material works fine. Let's see tomorrow.
And of course, we have got Victor Gustafsson as being the pole sitter for those super heats tomorrow. For you, however, is that not really in your mind, knowing that you're actually quite a lot faster than everybody else behind?
Yeah, well, we're really confident in our speed. And anyway, we start in the first row, I think. So whoever gets the better jump will lead in the start. So we will see.
Emilian, great job out there. Thank you very much. And we're now going to swap you over with Victor Gustafsson. Victor, of course, is fighting potentially for some championships this weekend. Victor, for you, you're going to be starting at the front tomorrow, going into that super heat. But we've seen time and time again, actually, the driver on the anti-pole side having sometimes a bit of an advantage. In your head at all, would you say?
No, I think as long as if you start on the outside, you need to get a really good start to get ahead. So I think just do everything like today, no mistakes, and then we see if we have the speed or not.
And of course, out at Genk, you were one of the ones to watch, but in that final, it didn't go your way. You had that moment. Has that changed anything for you, mindset-wise, coming into Italy, to Sarno?
No, I mean, I was just super angry with myself for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then changed nothing. I mean, honestly, it was really stupid what I did in Genk. Otherwise, I would be here fighting for the championship. I'm still fighting for the championship, but not really. But yeah, anything can happen still. But no, that was tough in Genk.
Well, Victor, thank you very much, and we'll see you in the morning, of course. Victor Gustafsson, who has just claimed that pole for tomorrow's Super Heats. We'll go back up then, because we've got one final rotation of Academy Juniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, one final rotation for the Academy, as they will be starting with groups A versus C. Their next race is due to start at 16:25, which is in 2 minutes' time. And this one will see John Hahn and Fares Haroun on that front row of the grid. And this one, I think all falls down to John Hahn here. What he can achieve at the end of this race. Is he looking at a pole position for tomorrow's final? Of course, no races tomorrow, no super heats for the Academy Trophy. They go from these heats straight into the final. And so far, John Hahn is looking at maximum points for that. We have to wait and see. Fares Haroun could certainly do something about that. Tumno as well on that second row of the grid. We'll have to deal with Augusto Salome, who unfortunately did have that retirement in his second race earlier on. Somewhere from a race win to a DNF. It's certainly been a very challenging weekend for the entrant from Chile. So we'll keep a close eye at what he can do in this one. Paetek as well of Poland, starting alongside Noah Grenier. We'll keep a close eye on Noah Grenier in the course of this race. He's had some really strong starts from the third row of the grid. Certainly could be a driver to contend up at that sharp end, because of course he is also second in the points behind John Hahn, indicating those good results. The same can be said for Domenico Coco of Italy. He is fourth in the points, but he has also had some good results from seventh on the grid. So again, a challenge is ahead of them, but all eyes will be on the entrant from Hong Kong, as John Hahn is going to be looking for his third qualifying heat win. Please don't stand in front of the camera again. And the mechanics, no, they don't. They've learnt their lesson, I think. Right then, here's your grid for this one. It's qualifying heat A versus C for the Academy Junior. John Hahn and Fares Haroun go from row number 1. They'll see Pitapong Pangsatumno and Augusto Salome on row number 2. Maximilian Paetek starts alongside Noah Grenier on row number 3. Domenico Coco and Vito Cosa go from row number 4. There we'll see Jindrik Svoboda and Sebastian Galliano on row number 5. Oscar Hennig and Matvei Coigny, they lock out the first half of the field on row number 6.
Row number 7 backwards for their final qualifying heat. It will be Leo De Silva alongside Stavros Zotos. Row number 8, we have Giada Vignoli needing a good race after 2 DNFs so far, and she will start alongside the USA's Marco Summit. Row number 9, we have Fu Hanzi of China alongside Emilio Bolanos, and from 10, it's Sardirense alongside Rosalind Schreier-Eiser. Your 11th row, we have Colombia with David Luis Vasquez and Agam Shrikey. And from row number 12, Lucas Ablaze will start all alongside Kevin Pentel. Kevin then has been one of the standouts when it comes to pushing his way through the crowd so far this weekend. He has got one final opportunity today to try and do that again. I did say just a moment ago that we had Rosalind Schreier-Eiser out there, but Rosalind is missing once more. So best wishes go to Rosalind after whatever happened earlier on in the first heat.
Indeed. So field getting themselves prepped to go then. They've gone around now. They've finished their out lap. They're on their formation lap here now. Last chance then for groups A and C to give them the points. But of course, this is the last chance for John Hahn to show what he can do out there. Now remember, Alexander Peraisovic and Max Sulin are other contenders in this one. Max Sulin 76 points. If he can come away with a race win, could be in a good spot for Grenier, Galliano, Coco and Clara. They are all in this race, apart from Galero from Argentina. He's not in this race. He is 5th in the points as it stands. So again, we'll have to wait until that second race is done, depending, of course, unless John Hahn takes the win in this one. If he takes the win, he has pole position for the final tomorrow. Nothing that the second group can do. To the tram lines then. Academy Junior is lights out and fights on. Towards turn 1, Hahn on the inside line has got control. He's going to bring Pirapong Pangsatumno alongside, and maybe too much alongside. He's down the inside and he takes the lead away. It's Thailand that leads then in towards turns 2 and 3 for the first time. John Hahn settles to P2 for the moment and now has to deal with Fares Harun, who is there a little bit wide, a little bit twitchy at the start of that race, and very good getaway then for the field as they head down and straight away. Satumno going defensive there, backing the pack up.
Well, for John Hahn, he doesn't need to panic right now because Satumno is not sat inside of the top 10, so he does not contest to try and take away potentially that superheat pole from John Hahn. But now he's looking hungry. He's looking like he's trying to weave his way through, and turn number 9 is going to put the nose down the inside, does it. And Pitapong Pang is going to miss out on not just that position. It looked like he was going to lose out on 2 or 3 there, but held on to things, held on to that front edge, straightened up that line out of turn number 9 and gets back into that P2 spot as off the road somebody drives themselves. Didn't quite make out who that was. Potentially, yes it is. It's Augusto Salome that's just managed to force himself off turn number 1, but does get back on cleanly. Yeah,
he was very lucky there to get back on the circuit. Very easy for those curbs and the grass to really drag you off into the tyre barriers. So very lucky there. John Hahn in control then, but not for much longer. Back down the inside, Satumno, but he goes too deep and he's going to lose out. And now Hahn's under pressure from Domenico Coco of Italy, who is there into second place. Fares Harun is there as well. Noah Grenier, Voboda, all there. It's all starting to kick off. And Satumno now, after that attempt on the lead, has tumbled down to 6th place. Very late on the brakes there for John Hahn. But I think it was a fraction too late there. Domenico Coco could have a chance here on a race lead, but look at the gap that they've got already. It may be in his best interest to maybe not go for the overtake just yet, as Drama has struck further back in the field. Knupke's had a problem, and I think so is Kevin Pentel. They've tumbled down the order, and they are both out.
Galliano now has just got past Fares Harun, so Harun now losing out on that P3 as Domenico Coco is purple, is fastest out there. And I would say for Coco, the Italian driver, it's smarter for him right now to just push away with John Hahn, not fall into Galliano, Faris Haroun, Piatek, Jindřich Voda, just get away from the rest of the crowd and then fight it out in the late stages. And I would say maybe here, Anthony, that is what he is doing. He's just trying to bolt off from the rest of the field. Duos forming, however, John Hahn and Domenico Coco being the front. Then we've got Galliano and Faris Haroun together, just going out to turn number 9 as Piatek, Jindřich Voda, Grenier and De Silva still going for it as somebody's just going to lose out on position down towards turn number 1. We are going to have a change. Great move there down towards the inside, and that is going to see the likes of that Satsumno again maybe losing out of position. No, it was De Silva there that has just been taken.
Indeed. So the fight going on. Fastest driver out there on that previous lap, really starting to pile on the pressure now to the drivers up ahead, but they've themselves in a close formation. There's a change to third place though. Despite the fastest lap, Faris Haroun has got up into third place now, and every time they make an overtake they lose just that little bit more time to the two in the race lead here. Very close indeed. Right now though, it is still John Hahn looking at 150 points. A race win here would be absolutely fine. Domenico Coco with that P2 would step up to second in the points. A robust round there into the final turn, and contacts made round the field goes Piatek, and that is the likes of Fuan Zi that's had drama and nearly an ejection from the seat there with the sheer force of the rotation. Absolute drama through the smoke and dust into that final turn. I think they are both okay, but that's another 2 retirements in this race.
Well, we're of course going to lose a number of these drivers after this race because we've only got one race for your Academy Trophy Juniors tomorrow. That will be their final, and of course a number of the field will be desperate to try and qualify into that one. So let's watch a race replay into what just went on. Down towards turn number 9, that overtake was made. So we did have the switch of position. Maximilian Piatek just losing out. Clip in the curb. Oh, look at the impact made. Piatek then spins round, rolls backwards through the grass, kicks up a load of dust into the air and into the faces of the drivers behind, but both looking like they are up and out and are okay. And yeah, there they are, exiting the track then, absolutely fine.
Yeah, that is good to see. Right then, John Hahn still in control. The gap is still non-existent. That's 0.2 of a second. However, every time I look at these two, they're going fast. And this is 3rd and 4th place. Faris Haroun, purple again. And there, Sebastian Galliano also looking quick. However, their gap is still at a second. They are waiting for Domenico Coco here to go for a move. As soon as he does, the two behind will pounce, I can imagine.
Yeah, John Hahn isn't holding up Domenico Coco, however, because Hahn is outright faster than the Italian just behind. Coco, however, will be getting hotter and hotter, sat in the tail of Hahn, as again these drivers are switching for positions. Some are now down the inside of Jindřich Voda there for P6, as this is Galliano and Faris Haroun who have now switched out once more. So Galliano into P3 with a 7th-place gain within this race, as we'll just watch a replay for Faris Haroun. Off the road, did it by himself. Yeah. And you know what? He did that earlier on in the day as well.
Yeah, he did. So despite the fact that he was showing some really strong, quick pace there, he has lost that advantage now that he was gaining. It's given it to Galliano, who's going to try himself now to close in on these two, but that is easier said than done, and especially on a track as fast as this. We are at this moment on lap number 7 of 8. No change still for the front runners. There's still been some big movers in the background here. A lot of drivers stepping up the order. Biggest one being Lucas Ubleis of Austria, who is up 8 places right now, and a fabulous array of overtakes have happened. Marco Samad has got past Salome Voda, and then De Silva's got past Satumno, and Koza getting past Hennick as well. So big battles happening. Oh, there was a look potentially there on this final lap. Domenico Coco looking potentially for a first qualifying heat win here. of the weekend if he can get a nose down the inside.
Could be a first qualifying heat win, but it's going to be the last qualifying heat for a number of drivers this weekend. This final lap will be the final moment for a number of those. We will not see many tomorrow. Last couple of corners, last half a lap, and look at what John Hahn is doing now. He is absolutely holding up Domenico Coco, and doesn't Coco know it? He signalled because Galliano is starting to get involved. It was a duo, now it's a trio. Faris Arun has tailed off. He is not involved in this fight as again John Hahn holds on to it, hugs that white line round the outside. We're going to have Galliano give it a go, but it's not going to be enough, and John Hahn looks like he's going to take it.
3 wins out of 3 then for John Hahn, looking at pole position tomorrow for the final, and is looking to extend a championship points advantage here. Of course, this is only the second of 3 rounds. We will see the final round of this out in Viterbo during the OKN World Cup. That will see the OKNs out there as well. But a brilliant run for the juniors here. And John Hahn is looking at pole position for the final at the end of the day. A good night's sleep is ahead of this young man as he will set his sights on tomorrow's racing. Of course, the racing's not done today for the Academy. Still need to find out who's going to be finishing elsewhere in the order. But a lot of drivers in this one may struggle to find the points that they need to try and close those gaps up. John Hahn then taking the win ahead of Domenico Coco, and Sebastian Galliano takes 1, 2 and 3 over the line. Faris Arun will finish in P4 ahead of Noah Grenier and Marco Sammet, who gains 10 places to become the biggest mover in that race. 7th place sees Augusto Salome from Enrico Boda, Vito Cosa and Leo da Silva round out the top 10. Pitapongpang Satumno, despite that strong start, finishes that race in P11 ahead of Oscar Hennock, who himself, I believe, was under investigation in that race. Emiliano Bolaños finishes in 13th place ahead of Saad Duran. Then it is Stavros Tostos from Lucas Ubeles, who's gained 7 places in that rain. Benegoli finishing in 17th place, the young Italian female finishing in a strong position but dropping 2 spots in that one. Vasquez finishes 18th ahead of Shrikey, who rounds out the 19 finishers. Vitek, Fu, Coigny and Pentel all retiring from that race. Here is your highlights from that race, and well, decent start for John Hahn at the beginning of that one, but keep an eye on the entrant from Thailand. Satumno is right behind Hahn at this point, steps to the inside line, just squeezes his way through. You can see how he was trying to fight the steering there to keep it in the straightest line as he possibly could, and just keeps hold of that position. Later, some early moments of drivers. That was Stavros Tostos there of Germany, just getting squeezed out onto the grassy area. Hahn was able to take the move back, but Pitapongpang Satumno just thrown back into the field somewhat as everyone else trying to close in. Faris Arun was there, Noah Grenier in the early stages, Domenico Coco had closed in, Maximilian Piatek as well. Also in the start of that race was one to get involved before he later retired from that race, and you could see how there was moments into that final turn, those first retirements coming from Kevin Pentel and Matvei Kupny, unfortunately out of the race. You could see not happy from that at all. Those, of course, then started chain reactions later on in the race. We then saw the close fight here between Galliano and Faris Arun. Later would find himself running wide on the exit of turn number 7. That would unfortunately put him back into the battle. This was the moment, I believe, between Fuanzi and Maximilian Piatek here. Just see as they were going into the turn, a very dramatic moment for Piatek. He clips the curb into the next corner as he is wheel to wheel here with Fuanzi, but it is when he hits the curb there it just puts the back end into Fuente. It's Hansi who spins, and Piatek going backwards into the grass, and both drivers very lucky there, but certainly a dramatic moment for them at their middle point of that race. Rest of the race was relatively calm at this point, despite the moments of running wide for one or two drivers. That turn 7 catching the best of drivers out, and there you could see that was Fares Harun losing out on 3rd and dropping to 4th. In that final few moments of the race, it would leave Galliano to try and close in to John Hahn and Domenico Coco, who the end of that race would cross the line very close between each other, only 0.2 of a second separating the top 3 at the end of that race. But it does confirm John Hahn for pole position for the final tomorrow in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Well, great work from the Academy Juniors in Groups A versus C. But it's not the end of the day, of course. The next Academy Junior race will be coming up next for Groups B and D. But let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well, then, it was the pole in qualifying for John Hahn. Now it's 3 out of 3 qualifying heat wins. John, pole for you going into tomorrow. It's looking highly likely. You've done a fantastic job ever since qualifying. Coming into this weekend, was that actually the expectation for you?
Well, it's very incredible to have a 3 out of 3, also a pole position in qualifying. Yeah, for sure, I got really much speed. Yeah, everything expected. Hope get a lucky final, maybe have the same results as today in the finals.
And John, tell us about today, because we've seen you, of course, take 3 qualifying heat wins, but they've been 3 very different qualifying heats for you. You've had moments where you've driven away from everybody, then you've had moments where you've been having to fight through, then that qualifying heat, you drove around but with somebody right behind you the entire time. So each time has been different. How have you managed that?
Yeah, what I managed is this is racing, battling with the car behind. Yeah, everything was, I know that some race it's going to be easy, some race it's going to be hard. Yeah, I'm enjoying this. Yeah.
Well, John, congratulations. Great job so far this weekend. We'll see you, of course, tomorrow afternoon for that final. That is John Hahn. Of course, we've got one more Academy Junior Trophy qualifying heat left to go, and we'll head back up into that.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, that race due to start at 45 past the hour. That is in 2 minutes' time from now. And it will be qualifying heat B versus D for their 8-lap qualifying heat. This time, Alexander Prazovic and Max Sulin on the front row of the grid. Both of these drivers somewhat there in the points, but it is João Quingalero from Argentina who has got a really good chance here to gain a few spots in those points order. But he needs the good results in this one. At the moment, all of these drivers outside of the top 10, but that will change once this race gets underway. Of course, these drivers haven't scored as many points as what the drivers who have done all 3 of their qualifying heats have. But as you can see, drivers waiting to the very last moment to get themselves into the karts. There is Alexander Prazovic from South Africa, ready to go, suited and booted and seated in his karts. Very strong performances earlier on for himself. But again, in this one, his last race of the day to determine who will, one, make it into tomorrow's final, of course. Only the top 36 make it through in the Academy Trophy. And I believe 48 entries into this weekend. So we will say goodbye to a fair few. And there you can see Max Sulin just getting the last few beads of sweat out from inside his helmet as he gets going. It is a problem. It's real sweat as well. It's athlete's sweat is what you're seeing there from Max Sulin as he gets himself ready to go for this race. Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the commentary box. Nicole, the contrast from outside to inside the air-conditioned commentary box.
I think I'm going to probably have a cold by the end of this weekend. The sort of temperature change is quite drastic. It's 16 degrees in here and it's double that outside.
Please don't give me any illnesses. Thank you. Here we go.
Can't promise.
Can't promise. Here we go then for the start of this race then. Academy Junior qualifying Heat B versus D gets engines on as the field makes their way out onto the track. Last race of the day then for the Academy before their final tomorrow. Here is that starting lineup. Alexander Panicevic will be on pole position. The South African joined by Max Sillen alongside. Rock Pinheira and Joaquin Galero will go from row number 2. There will see Zoltan Coigny and Alonso Gonzalez on row number 3. Manuel Kalendi and Kaio Serra go from row number 4. They will see Branislav Renka and Emil Jazaitis on row number 5. They will see row 6 of Takeru Shimbashi and Jannik Skulinov.
Row number 7, it's Greece and Denmark. It's George Saradikis and William Nielsen. From 8 is Bjorn Glende with Mai Ruxa. And from row number 9, Martin Meerwand will look at Emiliano Bobadilla. From row number 10, your top 20 is started by Ablav Ridwan and Bwana Gisese. And from row number 11, it's João Paulo Bonideman with Cristobal Bonet. 12 rows in total, and your final 2 for your final Academy Junior qualifying heats of the weekend. We've got Georgia with Ilya Bagaturia, and we've got India with Johan Mapakada. So, of course, like we say, we are going to reduce in numbers tomorrow. We're not going to have every driver that we've seen so far today join us for those finals. Like Anthony called it a moment ago, we can only qualify in 36. What we can say, the main name that is safe, absolutely, is John Hahn. He is holding on to that pole position, but we are still slightly undetermined who is going to start alongside.
Indeed, that is the question. At the moment, it is Noah Grenier looking to start alongside. He's got 124 points to his name. He is a fair few behind John Hahn. But it's we'll have to wait until they complete the first lap. That's when our computers up here update, and that's when the points update. Yes, believe it or not, we don't do the live maths on the points. That is done by...
We actually can't really do maths.
We're not great at it. There we go. But the good news is that we can read numbers, and we can... well, maybe I can. Nicole struggles a little bit.
I'm dyslexic.
There we go. Right, into the final turn. Over that subject as we go into these final turns. Last race of the day then for the Academy Junior. Qualifying Heat B versus D. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? Answer, yes. Lights out, fights on. Good start for Pryzovic. On the inside line, it's going to bring Pinheira and Coigny. Coigny there in third. Is he going to be late on the brakes here like he was earlier on? No, but Rock Pinheira will be down the inside. The Spaniard leads the way. And now, so through goes Coigny, and Pryzovic goes from first down to third.
Pryzovic, you've absolutely got to give it to him. He's got the pace, but within the racing, he's just suffering again, like he did out at Genk. Has now lost out on that position. I just don't think he expected the drivers ahead to really squeeze their way through as quickly as they did. Everything is to play for now within this race for your driver who's going to start alongside John Hahn. Who is going to take it? Is it going to be Noah Grenier? Good send down the inside. Drivers in the middle starting to lose out. That was Manuel Kalendi just getting overtaken now as we are absolutely lurking into the late stages of the weekend for many drivers in this field. First lap almost done and dusted then for the 24 that exist within this one. And your driver at the business end, it's Rock Pinheira that it leads the way ahead of Zoltan Coigny and Alexander Pryzovic. But as it stands, intermediate classification points don't change. It's still Noah Grenier.
Change for the lead, however, because Zoltan Coigny squeezes it down the inside at turn 2 and takes that away from Rock Pinheira, who has now pushed him back into the clutches of Pryzovic and Sulin. Sulin was very wide there, but Pryzovic is wise to it, looks to the inside, but he's not close enough for that advantage. He now suffers a little bit because of that attempt. Sulin all over the rear bumper, tries to look down the inside at turn 7, but also can't make that move done. Coigny leads the way then, ahead of Rock Pinheira, and all these drivers are fighting for position, but it's not the positions that they want to be in right now because none of them are closing in at this moment. Of course, Sulin is the main driver who needs to be gaining those points here. but he is currently sitting there in P4, which at the moment is not good enough for him to start anywhere up the front. Another attempt there from Priniera down the inside. It's a failed attempt. Releases Coigny. Here's Pricevic. Here's Sulin. Here's Branislav Renka, who now goes fastest out on circuit.
Well, Zoltan, Coigny, Roc Pinera, Alexander Pricevic, Max Sulin all have led a race at some stage of this weekend. And again, Roc Pinera is going to lead a race again down the inside, forces Zoltan Coigny into the dust, feeds him into Pricevic and Sulin, but Pricevic is now lost out to Branislav Renka now as well. So Renka up into the top end of your field. Pricevic has just lost out. But those names have all led a race, but none of those are yet to take a qualifying heat win and claim some more points. Roc Pinera, however, out at the front. Is that somebody now off into the grass? Can't quite make out which number that is. It's a 5.0 something.
5.06. Myrushka out of the race and will go no further. And you can see how Myrushka's got a lot of damage to the back of that suit there, maybe from a previous moment over the course of this weekend. Here's Coigny back into the lead again, believe it or not, and it's well, not going to happen again because Roc Pinera trying to go around the outside. He's out of this one. The engine, he's going to try and keep it going. I think he has kept it going, but that's disaster for him, and that puts Sulin now up into the second place. Is that correct? Coigny under investigation. Could this gift this one to Sulin? Oh, he's off the road himself. He's just driven off the road. The 501 machine who needed to take the win now has found himself tumbling down the order.
Was that potentially a little bit of karma out there for Zoltan Coigny? Because, of course, Roc Pinera forced him off the road. Coigny then said, do you know what? I'm going to do it back, have some of this. They both have tagged each other, but now he's driven himself off of the track.
Oh,
big incident.
Me.
Huge crash in towards that first corner. Somebody's lost a wheel into that one. Massive impact. Every driver instantly up and out. But that was a big one. And does that include the likely names? Is potentially Max Sulin involved in that one? He is. Max Sulin, a driver that looked to potentially take a race win, is out of this one, finds himself parked with Galero as well.
Yeah, indeed. Galero's out there, and Martin Mahmoud as well, also involved in that incident. But yeah, a wheel had definitely come off. Was it the wheel that came off, which then resulted in that moment? And there,
what is going on?
Straight off the road there is Manuel Kalendi rejoins. And that's a very interesting moment there. He was all by himself. I think he just misjudged the braking zone there.
Well, and everything that has just gone on in that the previous lap, every single driver inside of the top 10, other than Pricevic, who still sits where he started from, has made up a number of positions. Skilanov is involved, 10 places gained. Bonideman up by 12. Juana Sese now up inside of the top 10 for the first time this weekend. It's absolutely unravelled and fallen apart for some of the drivers that look to line up on the front three rows for that final tomorrow.
Indeed. Well, yeah, no, like you were saying, all the main protagonists who needed those points have lost out on that now. It's completely opened the door for Noah Grenier in that first race earlier on. Domenico Coco and Sebastian Galliano, they've all gained the points that they needed, and no one here can really make a dent in that one. Pricevic certainly can't. Here is that moment again. So there was contact between the two of them, so the wheel came off because of the contact. So that really difficult to read, that one. Sulin's under the investigation for causing a collision, and there he is. Well, he's instantly throwing his hands up at the others, but well, that's quite an interesting one. Tyre squeal. I think, was that just that moment into turn one there? Very sideways at moment now for these drivers as Skilanov and Shimbashi start fighting away for position. This is Pricevic and Skilanov, though, for the race lead. And it's Skilanov who now has found the pace of all paces, has gone sub 1 minute, qualifying pace here right now.
I think Skilanov is, sat there quite excited. This is the highest up we've seen him, not just today, not just this weekend, but this year as well. So I'd say he's probably watched all of that unfold at that first corner and just said, you know what, I'm going to get involved. I'm going to try and take a qualifying heat win here. Alexander Prajzovic, of course, has been given the opportunity to be at the front quite a number of times, but this time he's going to lose out because here comes Skilanov down the inside, gets the job done, and Alexander Prajzovic off the road massively over the grass, and he's going to lose out on 2 other positions.
Oh dear, that is a suboptimal way through the final chicane there. And now this is going to bring the fights in behind. There's Branislav Renka now. He's just got the move past Takuro Shimbashi. That's now for second place, believe it or not. These drivers who were fighting in the mid-pack only a few laps ago are now fighting for first, second and third. This is quite something. Zoltan Coigny is still in this race, though, however. He is there in 7th place, is the fastest driver. But we're on the last lap of this race, Nicole. And, well, there's another move for Renka down the inside. Takuro Shimbashi tries to get round the up and under and has been successful in that endeavour and steps up back into P2.
Well, for Skilanov, this has been a fantastic effort to round out his day. This is the biggest race gain in positions we've seen so far today to take a win. But Skilanov out of the final turn will see that checkered flag for the first time this year. Skilanov takes a qualifying heat win in the final moments for your Academy Juniors today to set himself up for a position in that final. He will start on P9 on the rows further back. But quite crucially, John Hahn, of course, does continue with that P1 spot. Will start your final from pole. And Noah Grenier manages to hold on to that front row start.
He certainly does. Great result there for Skilanov. He will take the P1 in that qualifying heat. Someone's very happy about that in the grandstand. And that is a very deserved result there. Shimbashi, though, as well, second place on the road from Branislav Renka, who will take P3 on a 6th place game. Prajzovic from Gonzalez, Coigny from Nilsson, Bananaman on a 13th place gain there for João Paulo Bananaman of Brazil. Great result there for the field, and yes, indeed, a strong getaway for the rest of them. However, it is still John Hahn who leads the intermediate classifications from Noah Grenier and Domenico Coco, then all from that penultimate qualifying heat, confirms the top 3 for the final tomorrow. There's your full results. Bawanajas S.A. Sadadikis rounding up the rest of the top 10. 11th place is Altaf Ridwan from Manuel Kalendi, Emil Sadadikis from Vivian Glenda, and Emiliano Bombardia in 15th place. Cristobal Bonet finishing in 16th place from Caricera, and Ilya Bagaturia finishing in 18th place. Rock Pinera and Johan Mangpangada finishing that one in 20th place, and a very strong result there for many. Sulin, Laro, Murd and Ruska all retiring from that race, which well, started relatively calm for the Academy Junior, then fell into a bit of disarray at the middle point of that race, with dramas happening left, right and centre in the early stages, though. Skilanov did gain a fair few places at the early stage of that race, but it was really gifted them, I'd say, at that middle to end stage of the race. Then we saw Coigny going for the lead again. These two continuing to battle away. Coigny fighting with Rock Pinera, both of them having a very dramatic moment. This was Rock Pinera forcing Coigny off the road. That's at turn number 5. There was, unfortunately, Rakusa, I should say, retiring from that race. Here's Coigny giving back the favour. Both of them going wide at that point, but Rock Pinera was able to actually keep that kart going, but did finish down in 19th place. Then excellent, he took the lead for a very brief moment there, then ran wide. Then this drama here. Absolute pandemonium. Sulin, who was, well, a leading protagonist in that incident, was put under investigation for that moment, but a very dramatic run. Thankfully, all drivers okay. Pretty hefty clean-up operation needed after that one, and significant contact to the barriers at the end of that one. Rest of the racing went on. Quite the fight for Takuro Shimbashi and Branislav Renka at the end of that race as Manuel Kalendi, unsure what happened to him there. He just ran wide at one point. To the end of the race, though, Skulinov able to break away. He was able to get into the lead here. Leaned on Pricevic just that little bit there. That squeezed him off the road and took a very, optimistic racing line there. I thought he didn't want to retire into the pit lane. He kept it going over the grass. Very bumpy and dusty out there. It rejoins a fair few places behind. That put Takaru Shimbashi and Branislav Renka up into second and third place. Over the line, it would be Skulinov taking the win with the fastest, no, not with the fastest lap of the race. Fastest lap of the race would go to Zoltan Coigny, 59.951. That is qualifying pace that we saw earlier on this weekend. Let's head down then to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Takaru Shimbashi rounds out his day in a P2. Takaru, great racing out there for you. That was very busy. For you, what was going on ahead of you? Because you made up so many positions, there was a lot of crashes, right?
Yeah, so there's many crashes, but I didn't crash. And also, after start, I can go more upper position, so...
And tomorrow you will have one final race. You'll have your final thoughts going into that one. Are you feeling strong and feeling confident?
Yeah, there's penalty or many contacts. So for this time it was P2, but other race I was not that good. But I am happily to go in the final for tomorrow.
Well, Takaru, thank you very much and congratulations. Best result so far this year. That is Takaru Shimbashi. So we are done and dusted now for our Academy Juniors. 3 final races left to go and we go back to our KZ2s.
Three more races to go. We're back to the gearbox action here. KZ2 out for their final rotation with groups D and E, A and F, and B and C to take us to the end of the day's racing before a very busy day of superheats and finals tomorrow. And back on that front row of the grid, back on pole position, the switch of sides. Michael Adair has elected this time to go for the anti-pole side on the racing line for the start of this race.
Yeah, so this is the first time then we're seeing Kimi Tani having to start on that other side. So Michael Adair, of course, will be thinking about Tani quite a lot, trying to fend off, trying to hold him off. And there you can see on the screen just being given those last-minute moments with the mechanic to say, push forward and hold off the driver that has so far taken 4 out of 4 qualifying heat wins. That is a statistic in itself.
It is. And, of course, well, if you cast your mind back to the interview that you had with Victor Gustafsson earlier on, he was saying, you know, you have to get a much better start on the outside line to get the run into turn number 1. However, of course, now Adair's done this. he's got to nail the start on this one, and Kimi Tani has only been nailing the starts here. If he'd kept himself in the normal position that they were, nothing would have changed. This is the only thing Michael Adair can do to try and throw Kimi Tani off a little bit going into this race, taking him off that normal side of the grid that he's been starting on. It's the only thing he can try and do to try and beat him to turn one.
Yeah, absolutely. At some stage, you've got to say, maybe I'll risk something ever so slightly just to see what I can do. What's he got to lose? You know, in this situation, either he gives it a go or he just lets Tani bolt off again. You've got to try and choose something here as we zoom in on some of the drivers at the back. And on this side, we've got Samuel Leye, Mark Brovko, Christian Patillo, Hugo Marti starting further back, and everybody trying to zone in for this one.
Indeed. I thought he was just accidentally leaning on the zoom in button there for a moment, but there we go. Been a long day, not only for the drivers, but all the officials out there as well, and the medical crews have done a brilliant job over the course of this weekend. And as we always say, we cannot go racing without the fabulous marshalling and officials team out there. Engines fire up then for the last race of the day for groups D versus E. They will make their way out onto the track now. We'll quickly fire you through that full starting lineup. Of course, a switch of sides and, Nicole, some brand new tyres for the drivers. So let's go over those as this one gets themselves squared away. Michael Adair and Kimi Tani on the front row of the grid, but they have switched sides of the grid. Will that change a thing in the form of Kimi Tani's points advantage he's got here? Jean Lillier and Jaroslav Shabatalov going from row number 2. Antoine Brogio and Theo Blin, they go from row number 3. No tyres to report for the top 6. Row 4 onwards, though, do see fresh tyres, all of them on the left-hand side. Jaden Tina, Filippo Sala on the left-hand side. Matis Pruj and Nicola Rossini, brand new tyres on the left-hand side on row number 5. Zhang Jose and Eggers Wilkins go from row number 6. They lock out the first half of the field, and they've got brand new tyres on, guess it, the left-hand side.
Both drivers then, row number 7, elected to go new in this one, again on that left-hand side, and it is, of course, Hugo Marti and Emilio Koivisto. Row number 8, only new for Samuel Leye. He's starting alongside Morgan Knudsen, who has thought against it. 9th row, Mark Brovko has gone new, Arthur Luke has not. 10th row, Christian Patillo opting for that older rubber on board, but Rune de Broeke has decided on that left-hand side he wants some more grip. 11 rows in total, 21 drivers. Paul Androttis, another name within the field, to put on some fresher rubber. So 3 final KZ2 qualifying heats left to go. They were the drivers that started our racing action this time yesterday when we went green and we decided to get into that competitive action. Now they'll round out our day of qualifying heats with groups D versus E facing each other, and with the main name, the main star of today, Kimi Tani, being the one at the front of it.
Indeed. So weather holding 32 degrees. It's not getting cooler just yet out there, and Nicole Sutherland, stop scratching that mosquito bite.
Oh, don't. They love me.
I've told you off once already.
I know.
Right.
Do you know what? Don't open your hotel balcony door. That was my mistake, because now they're all in my room.
Yeah, no, why did you do that?
I don't know.
Because you let the hot air in as well, and all the insects.
Yeah,
no, there we go. Terrible, terrible. Right, anyway, not far away. There you go, even the producer thinks terrible. Right, anyway, right, we are not far away from the start of this race. The last chance for these drivers to get those points on the board for Michael Adair. The start of this race is so important. Needs to beat Kimi Tani to the whole shot at turn 1. Tani has just been a dominant force this weekend and is looking at maximum points. If he can do that, he's on pole for the superheat tomorrow. There's nothing anyone can do. And Michael Adair, currently 4th in the points, is a fair few behind the man who starts alongside him. He can only do one thing at the start of this race, and that was switch sides of the grid, and he has done exactly that to try and throw a new dynamic to the front row as we get ready to go racing. It's all lights on, it's lights out, and fight is on, but it's not got the run he needed. Michael Adair does not get off the line, and Kimi Tani once again is gifted the race lead here at the start. He has been nailing those starts all the way throughout. It's been a perfect weekend for Kimi Tani here. And he's going to drive away from the rest of the field, and rightly so.
Well, is it the case for Kimi Tani that he has just got those lightning quick reactions? Is it the case that whatever is bolted on to that kart is just incredibly good at getting off at that starters? That was one of the Sodies now tailing ground. Jaden Team going very, very slowly indeed, and drops to the back. But at the front, pushing away already, Kimi Tani, absolute sizable gap there. And we've got one of the CRGs, Jean Laye, now being the front of this second pack.
They certainly are. Well, these drivers here, as they push their way back over the start-finish line then, it's Tani who leads the way then from Jean Laye. Jaroslav Shevchenko there in third, make that second down the inside. And, well, you have to remember, Shevchenko was the only driver who was able to really close in on Kimi Tani in a race earlier on, of course. Whereas the Kimi Tani was just some Maranello that was behind him. Well, it's not just some Maranello, it's Shevchenko who is now there into second place and is trying to close in out of the race there. That's not gone too well at all for Theo Blanc, and he will go no further. The privateer this weekend out of his final qualifying heat.
That is such a shame, because Theo Blanc has been at the top end of things so far this weekend, has been looking very strong indeed, has the Frenchman, with that privateer effort. Current intermediate classification points as they stand. If Kimi Tani can take this one, he would have absolutely maxed out. Nobody within the KZ2 or the KZ category so far this year has managed to take a clean sweep of qualifying heat wins. If Tani can do that, it will be quite some stuff in itself. He's currently leading things then with 250 ahead of Michael Adair, who's currently on 217, and Shitalov there on 202. But we've still got those two final qualifying heats left to go for the rest of the field. Arthur Leuk now fastest driver out there. Arthur Leuk, one of those names who will be desperately trying to claw his way through the crowd, was a massive name coming into this weekend, points-wise on your board, but for that qualifying, it's just not put him in the strongest point so far this weekend, and time again, he's had to weave his way through the crowd, and now finds himself in P12.
It does, and this fight here, though, still not over. Very close indeed, actually. All these drivers are fighting for this spot. Jean-Louis Bregeot and Sala. Sala here, is he going to look to the inside, thinks about it? No, he thought about it and didn't do it.
I saw Filippo Sala just a moment ago when I was running back up the stairs into him, and he said, I keep getting penalties.
Oh, well then stop it.
Yeah, Filippo, just chill out maybe.
Yeah, enjoy the fastest lap, but just don't get a penalty. There we go. Right, down the back straight they go, and again, while taken to the outside line here, Sala is going to look for the up and under. Oh, there was a bit of a sideways moment in the background. Vilkens trying to get down the inside of Rossini. That didn't work out just behind, and yeah, they'll stay in position as well. So battles forming here, Nicole, all the way up and down the order. But no one just as of yet getting those overtakes done. Matis Prouch did get past Ilkins on that moment. But here now, over the line they go. No changes for them. So they stay in position for the moment. Tani's lead, Shevchenko 0.6 of a second. As Sala finally gets that overtake done. And I don't think you'll get a penalty for that one.
I think you're all right with that one, Filippo. I think that was clean enough at that second corner. So Sala now into P5. Points-wise, he's not sat inside of that top 10 for the intermediate classification points. He's going to have to really try and put some work in through those super heats tomorrow morning, or shoving out the way are some of the names further back. Big sense going on. That was Emilio Coivisto that you just saw get past Zhang Hujie there for that P10. Arthur Leuk there on your screen continues to try and chase, has now made up that position, has got past Zhang Hujie there for that P11, and is maybe trying to use Emilio Coivisto, who's putting in some tough work throughout this race with 4 places gained so far. 50% of this one done and dusted then. These drivers, it will be the last time we'll be seeing these names today. Long run of qualifying heats in some conditions that have been so tricky.
Indeed. So Kimi Tani, that last lap, is responding to Shevchenko's quick laps on that last one. Sets the fastest lap of the race, 56.35 1:05.7 and is continuing to go purple. Now he's opened up the gap to 1.1 seconds. Sala on the back of Jean-Louis. He's tried to go for the up and under there. There is fighting just behind. That's Matis Prush-Vilkans and Emili Koivisto batting away. And speaking of Koivisto, it's just popped up on our screen. Under investigation for potentially causing a collision.
So Kimi Tani still out there in the front, 1.1 seconds from the Marilero of Sheritalov there behind. I'd say this weekend, for many names in the field, they're just going to be thinking now, we've got to force the driver who has been the best of all of us so far this weekend into a mistake if we want to try and get past, if we want to hold him off, because as it stands, it's going to look like it's a very, very difficult day tomorrow for a number of names. If Kimi Tani can continue with this pace that he's got, and he's even continuing it in the late stages of this race, goes fastest out there and extends that gap once more. Nowhere to hide then for Jean-Louis, under increased pressure now by Filippo Sala. Brogio in this one, as is Nicola Rossini, who's just tailing round Matis Prush there in P8.
Indeed. A little lick of the curb there for Sala. And won't be too happy with that one. He's got immense pressure from Brogio just behind. This here, still Rossini under pressure himself. Has actually got a run here now. Matis Prush trying to get a nose down the inside, but no, don't think has managed to do so. Just behind. No, they have stayed in position. Looks like Leuk was going for a move there in the background on Koivisto. So again, everyone just trying here, but seemingly not finding the pace. There's someone in a spot that isn't the racetrack. That is the 346 machine of Paul Andriotis. He will go no further. I'm not even sure where he is actually on track.
No, maybe it's in towards the entrance of the pit lane. We'll have to see if we can try and catch him on the camera, but tough pill to swallow for Paul Andriotis, who's not had the day that he would have maybe wanted. Didn't have the day either yesterday. Time qualifying was not his strongest suit. Still Sala trying to find his way past Jean-Louis, but Jean-Louis holding off the rest of the field. Both drivers then being caught out at some points today with penalties, and both a little bit undecided there. Further back after that pack, Matis Prush, Edward Vilkans and Arthur Leuk still going for it as these drivers now head on to their final lap of their final race of the day.
Indeed. This is going to be an important one here for these drivers. And that's going to be a late attempt there for Matis Prush, and that is heavy damage to that rear anti-launch device in the background. And that is disaster for Rossini, who was the recipient of that damage, and he will not be happy with that. Tani, though, in the lead. Well, what can you say about this young man from Finland? The La Motorsport team on that Parolin chassis have given him quite the setup this weekend, and despite all odds, he is looking at a perfect scoring weekend so far. Over the line, it is 5 wins out of 5 in the qualifying heats. Kimi Tani will take 25 championship points. He will add that to his tally of points that he had coming into this weekend. And Kimi Tani is certainly looking like the favourite to not only take the final win, but also take a European title at the end of this weekend. What a weekend it could be for that young man from Finland. But we have a long way to wait until that moment. The superheats, of course, and the final will decide these vital things as they all make their way back. Arthur Leuk, the biggest mover in that race, 8 places gained. He started 18th, finished 10th. Great results there. Tani taking the win from Sheritalov and Michael Adair. 1, 2, 3 for the field. So they will make their way back into Parc Fermé, 4th place downwards. We'll see Filippo Sala on a 4th place gain ahead of Jean-Louis and Antoine Brogio. Edgar Vilkans from Matis Prush and Nicola Rossini. Arthur Leuk and Samuel Louis. Zhang Jose and Emili Koivisto. Mark Brovko and Hugo Marti. Morgan Hudson and Christian Petillo. Rundebrücke and Paul Andriotis. Theo Blin and Jaden Teen, unfortunately, not finishing that race. So Field will make their way back. A small clean-up operation will be underway, and there you can see mechanic absolutely happy as Larry could be, and great results there. 5 heat wins out of 5 for Kimi Tani. He's looking at a pole position start for tomorrow. For other drivers, such as their Theo Blanc, it is just not meant to be this weekend. Here's the highlights from that race. Slow getaway. I think that was Jaden Teen, actually, not getting away off the line. Yeah, it was. Jaden Teen did not get that power down. Thankfully, was not collected by another kart from behind, and was able to bring that kart safely back to Parc Ferme. There you can see, just very slowly off the line, he would trundle his way back, and that's a disheartening moment for Jaden Teen, not even getting a full racing lap in at the end of that one. Then we would have the fighting at the sharp end of the field. Shabatalov up into second place. Tani, of course, beating Michael Adair off the front row. Michael Adair having that drama. There is Theo Blanc. He had the drama as well. And unfortunately, a mechanical failure there would tumble him out of the race. Then Filippo Sala, late overtake, but did manage to get it done on lap number 5 of 9. And then we saw more dramas happening in the background. Ratteliuk trying to push through the field. There was the moment for the Formula K. Unfortunately, Matis Prush trying to get the move done on Nicola Rossini. That would result in heavy damage to the rear anti-launch device of Rossini, as over the line, Kimi Tani would take the race win. 5 out of 5, and is looking at 25 championship points and a pole position for tomorrow's Superheat. Well, that is all the action done there for Groups D versus E. But let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, Kimi Tani has just done something that nobody has achieved so far this year, which is take 5 consecutive qualifying heat wins. Kimi, great day for you. Qualifying was great. You set things up today to be looking at pole for tomorrow's Superheats. Can you sum things up for us from what you've experienced?
I don't even know. Feels good to win every heat. Never done it before, and it's good for the championship too.
And Superheats tomorrow, going into that front row. The starts have been going very well for you. We've seen drivers maybe swap sides with you, try and put you off, but it's not worked, right?
Yeah, honestly, I think the right side is better side to start.
Well, Kimi, thank you very much. Great day indeed. Like we've said, 5 out of 5 qualifying heat wins for Kimi Tani. Confirms a pole for that Superheat tomorrow morning. We'll confirm, of course, more pole sitters very shortly. 2 more KZ qualifying heats left to go.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Indeed, 2 more races to go, and Groups A and F will be the next one onto the track. They are due out in about 3, or actually 2 minutes now for the field, as the clean-up operation now is over. Great work from the marshals here at the circuit. And this one, Max Schleimer and Dion van Verven on the front row of the grid. No switch of sides this time for Schleimer. He has done it twice so far, but it's not benefited him, so he's sticking to the inside line here. For Van Verven, he will have the outside line once again, but the pressure is still on to get that run down in towards turn number 1 as well. Tyres in this one have been deployed. Tom Spagel has got a new set left-hand side. All of the drivers have got them on the left-hand side here. No one has elected to go for a right-hand side set, and that is, of course, all falls down to the dynamics of the circuit here, which is why they have done that. But Tom Spagel, who's starting it on the P7 spot, the 4th row of the grid, is the leading driver to have the new set. Skulinov, Kastel have done the same. Alvar, Timotsvara and Simas Pachuska, they've all done the same as well. They're inside the top 6, and there's a few more just behind that as well. But for Max Schleimer, this is going to be an important race for one reason only, to get those last 2 points on the board. He's looking to get that decent start off the line. For Dion van Verven here, He does sit 4th in the points right now, 185 to his name. A good result here. Couldn't really put him in a good position. He could potentially even look at a front row start again for tomorrow's Superheat.
Absolutely could. So drivers will really be trying to push forward within this race. You just called it there, Anthony. Kimitani cannot do any more than he has. Nobody can get past him when it comes to that first Superheat pole position, but somebody could claim that second. Somebody within this session, indeed. Jan van Verven then pushes things off. So does Max Schleimer, who of course sits on that pole spot. Again, within this weekend, Schleimer this time opts to start on that typical pole side along the CPB Sports Sodi kart of Van Verven.
Indeed. Here's the rest of your grid. Noah Wolf and Alessandro Zolocco on that second row. Eddie Goldstein and Alois Jeladay going for row number 3. Goldstein also in need of a good result here. Row 4 will see Tom Spagel, as mentioned. The leading driver on those fresh set of tyres on the left-hand side. He has Hugo Besson alongside. Row 5 is Jaroslav Skilinov and Manuel Castle. And they'll have Alvar Timotvara and Simon Swachuska on row number 6.
Row number 7, Kyle Wick will be hoping for a good race within this one because, of course, he's had 2 DNFs so far. Row number 7, alongside him, Kalayan Varbitsialev has gone new on board that left-hand side of his kart when it comes to tyres. New tyres for row number 8 on board the left for both Giuseppe Ambrosio and Kievan Vardin, and the same could be said for row number 9, which includes Tommy Duan Destroys and Radak Vavra. Row number 10, no Julian Kamen. He will not finish out his day. He should be starting alongside Maximi Tivigiano, who has not gone new, and neither has the final driver on your grid, which is, of course, Simon Billman. Groups A versus F are up. It's Schleimer versus Dion van Verven. Both have taken multiple qualifying heat wins. Somebody's maybe going to make it a triple or maybe lose out here. It's undecided. What we do know, this is going to be exciting indeed.
Indeed. Just stealing my grid back from Nicole. So
A bit of an attitude, as if you didn't pass it to me.
I did pass it to you, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Whoa.
Very well.
It was really aggressive.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
You're just exaggerating things. Right, speaking of exaggerating things, Lee Gilstein is exaggerating to warming up those tyres. Needs the result in this one. Nicole really does need it. Points leader into this weekend, and it just seems to be falling apart a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, actually, Ellie Goldstein, it was a similar story last year, just comes to Sarno, and it seems as if some bad luck comes into play for the TB karts, hoping that that doesn't unfold for the rest of the weekend, because we'd love to see a fight for the line for so many names that could be contenders to take that European Championship at the end of tomorrow.
I'm so thankful for calculators. What are you thankful for, Nicole?
Yeah, I'd agree, calculator, because I'm no good at maths.
Just steal mine. Right, anyway.
I don't know. You, for using a calculator, because I haven't got one.
That was going to start, it sounded like that was going to start really sweet message, and then you ended it with, no, because you've got the calculator.
Oh, I'm not thankful for you, no way.
There we go. Anyway, back to the racing. A&F is going to be the penultimate race of the day to determine final points here to see who's going to start where for the Superheats and who's going to take those all-important championship points at the end of it. As the last two cars just get into position, Maximo Tovagiano and Simon Billman just pulling into place. Of course, no Julian Kamen in this race as they all get ready to go. The red flag is cleared as Pasquale Lupoli starts the lights procedure. It's lights out and fights on. Brilliant start for the front row, but it's a better start for Dion van Verven round the outside. Takes the lead away from Max Schleimer, but Schleimer has found his way into second place. He'll defend from Noah Wolf, who's not able to get his nose down the inside, but look at the advantage that Van Verven's got already. He's already opened up about a 4-kart lead from the rest of the field, as the back of the field now all tries to not trip over each other a little bit as they enter onto the back straight for the first time.
Do you know what? I say Dion van Verven said something to Schleimer there at that first corner and asked him how brave he was. You just saw him ever so slightly squeeze across on the Tony Kart and manages to get into the lead and hold on to things. Ali Goldstein, much better start from what we saw from him earlier on, as he's got a trio of Sodis just behind him. That's CPB's lineup all getting a bit feisty as they look ahead at the TB kart. Out of the final couple of corners, out of that final and newest sequence on this track that was added in 2024. Van Verven leads the way then ahead of Max Schleimer. Noah Wolf sat where he started things from, as Girardet and Skilanov has done a good job so far to be sat currently P4 and P5, as the rest of the field actually quite tight and quite close for comfort out there. Drivers including Hugo Besson, Ali Goldstein, Simas Varas, Bajel, Kassel, Vabitsiev, Van der Stroys and Simas Pachuska.
Indeed. So for this race to continue on, Schleimer has to dig deep. He has caught him. But he's catching is one thing, passing is another. And here at Sarno, there are plenty of overtaking opportunities, but you have to fully commit to them. And I'm sure we have seen those. A little bit of tripping over here happening in the background. Is that drama there? Is that Tommy Van der Stroys there having a bit of a moment? But I'll try and work out the number as they go through. At the front here, though, Van Verven leads. 1/10 of a second now is the gap. Schleimer is here to stay, albeit it looked like he ran a little wide there out of turn 1. Just looked a little unsettled on the exit.
Yeah, some of these drivers now maybe starting to struggle slightly. Long couple of days for the field. Long races, tricky round this circuit. It's bumpy. These drivers are balancing around on that grip. They're dancing with the gears, having to hold on to the kart one-handed. This is the stage in the day where tiredness levels will be absolutely at their maximum. For Dion Van Verven now, he is being chased down. He is being hunted down, and he is now a bit of a prey for Max Schleimer. Schleimer has now arrived. Let's watch how the Tony Kart tries to go for things in towards that ninth and final corner. Could the gap maybe open up? It does become a bit of a hot spot for these drivers, but Van Verven does not make himself vulnerable, and he holds on to it for now. Out of the final corner they will go. 6th gear down that main straight is now. Noah Wolf is being taken. A great send there by Girardet. Gets the job done even before that first corner.
Yeah, that was nice. Good power there. Good waft out of the final turn. First waft of the weekend, that, as they push through. But all these drivers now trying to close in on that fight up ahead. And speak of a name that we've not said much about in this race so far, Ellie Goldstein. 56.648, fastest driver out there. Was that a defensive line for Dion Van Verven into turn 5? I think it may have been. That might make it a little bit interesting.
I think we could be on for a bit of entertainment here, Anthony. Dion Van Verven now just tightening things up to not let past Max Schleimer. He knows how quick Schleimer is. As again in towards that ninth corner, varied lines for the top two. It's CPB versus Tony Kart now. Out of the final corner, Dion Van Verven looks over his shoulder. He knows that Schleimer is absolutely there. Schleimer there into that first corner. You can just see the exaggeration for these drivers on the grip. It's misleading how difficult it actually is for these drivers through that first turn. Just after your trio at the front, we've still got Wolf, Skilanov, Zoloko, Besson and Ellie Goldstein in this fight. The last driver involved to be Tom Spagel, who's currently sat P9. Both Dion Van Verven and Max Schleimer then look over their shoulder in sync. They know that they're absolutely under some threat by the rest of the field, who just sit right behind.
Something's building here. I think the drivers are building for a grand finale in this penultimate race of the day. Van Verven's lead has diminished massively. Schleimer is there, Girardet, Wolf, Skulinov, Zoloko, Besson, Goldstein is there. He's got the company of Tom Spagel now just behind as well. But it's just a case of not when, but where will this overtake happen? Because Schleimer is looking at multiple different parts. There you can see Skulinov looking at Wolf at loads of different parts to try and see if he can get a nose down the inside. And in doing so, Wolf now has become to be a little bit tight through some of the corners now. It's opened up a bit of a buffer now between Wolf in 4th place and the 3 up ahead. You can see now that's starting to kick off. Skulinov down the inside. Zoloko's going to try and do the same. He's not managed to do so. Besson managed to get through though. But that's what's going to kick things off. Goldstein still there. Spagel, Castle, who set the fastest lap of the race earlier on, has also caught up to the back of that fight. And that should make it nice and interesting as their contact down the inside. Out will go Zolocco. He is nerfed out of the way, and he'll have to try all over again. But at the front, Van Verven, Schleimer and Girardet, that's the fight we want to see. There they are on your screen, but still no change. There's a little wobble there for Girardet on the exit. Did not get the powered out of turn 2, and that's allowed Schleimer now to go to work.
Well, for Schleimer, no matter what, if he overtakes Dion van Verven here, he does not get past him in intermediate classification points. However, he does extend the gap between him and the next closest driver behind him, which is Noah Wolf. They are only separated by 4 points. Schleimer, really, whether or not he overtakes Dion van Verven, wouldn't take Michael Adair at all either, but it's Noah Wolf that he's potentially going to be out there thinking about. They are still nose to tail there through towards turn number 9. Dion van Verven once more goes slightly tighter towards the bend and through the final sequence again. Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we have the fight. Here we have the change. Schleimer down the inside.
He's done it, but he lost a lot of speed there in doing so, and now Girardet is right there, but he's lost out to Skulinov as well. So 2 overtakes happening there at the first turn. And now I just don't believe that fight's over just yet. Yes, Schleimer in the lead, but Van Verven, who was holding on to that one for the majority of it, I've got a feeling will want to take it back. Big look down the inside for Skulinov there. Nowhere near close enough, but denies Girardet a look down the inside.
Yeah, Noah Wolf here still has a couple more corners left to go to try and pull something off and to try and get some more points to chase up. But Schleimer has now added to his tally, has extended things to now being on 212. So again, like we said, despite getting into the race lead, he does not pass Michael Adair in those points. He gets nowhere near Dion van Verven, but he opens up that gap between him and between the young great Brit. Schleimer from Van Verven from Skilanov. They are your top 3 on this last lap of their last race of the day to set themselves up for that qualifying superheat tomorrow morning. Schleimer holds on to things. Dion van Verven may be under a bit of pressure. However, it is his teammate that is sat just behind. I'm saying he's probably quite confident that he is settled and comfortable there in P2, and he absolutely will be now, because we have got Skilanov going defensive from Girardet, from Wolf. Goldstein still there as well, as half a lap still remains.
Indeed, and you can see how close it is still, but a much tighter line there for Skulinov out of turn 7, not utilising the full track width there. But here at the front, Schleimer will see a checkered flag, and he will see some decent points, but it's Van Verven in second place, who will look at a potential pole position start for tomorrow's Superheat 2. That is what is that. And Kimitani, of course, he couldn't be beaten with his 5 wins, but Van Verven there in second has done enough for Schleimer. He's looking at a front row start. Guess who alongside? Dion van Verven. So rinse and repeat for these two tomorrow. As it stands, of course, but there is one more race to go. Groups B and C will be the next race. And that will change things up a bit. Biggest mover graphic, you just saw it there. Does fall to Yaroslav Skulinov with his 6 places gained. Up into P3 at the end of that one. Max Schleimer, Dion van Verven, and Yaroslav Skulinov round out your top 3 at the end of that one. Tony Kart versus CPB Sport this weekend. It's certainly been the common trendsetter. Add a dash of Birrell in there and you'll have quite the package. Alo Girardet finishing that one in CRG in P4. 2 places gained out of Noah Wolf and Ellie Goldstein in P6. Still a good result there, and Goldstein still 9th in the points, so we're still looking at some championship points here, and still in a good spot nonetheless. Then you have the likes of Hugo Besson, Tom Spagel, and Manuel Castel, Alessandro Zolocco from Alvar Samadzvara, and Kaloyan Babitsaliev in 12th place. Tommy van der Struis from Siemens Machuska, Carl Wick this time around coming around with a race finish. The wild card has had a couple of DNFs this weekend, finishes that one in P15. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. Kian Fardin ahead of Radek Vavra. Giuseppe Ambrosio from Maximo Tomaggino. Simon Billman rounds out the top 20 with, of course, the non-starter of Julian Kamen. Here's your highlights. Race start there. Well, Schleimer not getting the run fully off the line. It was a good start, though, nonetheless, for him, but it was just Van Verven had the legs. And again, that's what we talked about, that outside line. But every time we've seen the pole sitter switch sides, it has been like a curse to them. And they've not been able to get the power down at the start. But every time they start on the inside line, it seems to be the outside that gets the better run. It's very tricky to call on that one. Relatively decent start for the field, actually. All carts that started that race did finish, despite a few dramas here or there throughout it. A little bit of contact here and there. Everyone did make it to the end. Relatively controlled race for the field. On to lap number 4 of that race, and we did start to see some dramatic moments as down the inside we saw Anna Girardet getting up into 3rd place at the expense of Wolf. There was Zalocco with a bit of contact. He would tumble down to 10th place at the end of that race. And then here the change for the lead down the inside. Beautifully done. And then, of course, a little bit of contact there. You saw that would massively benefit Jedison Skulinov. He would be able to get himself up into 3rd place. Over the line, though, strong result for Max Schleimer. Good points on the board. Steps up to 4th and is looking at a front row start in Superheat B tomorrow. But that's as it stands at the moment. One more race to go could change that fact. But let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Another qualifying heat win then for Max Schleimer. Max, good day of racing for you. Some up and down moments, some up and down starts as well. For how that one unfolded, can you talk us through the race?
This time the start was okay. Before it was terrible. The pace was the whole day pretty good, also yesterday. We just need to work on the starts.
And of course, going into tomorrow, you're not going to be a pole sitter for those superheats, but you are going to be at the front. For you, names around you that you're specifically looking at, can you tell us some of those names?
Like you can see on track, Tanya's pretty fast this weekend, won everything so far. He's one to watch out. Mogato's there still anyway. And also Goldstein for the championship.
Well, Max, thank you very much. And of course, other names to look out for, like Dion van Verven. We're going to pull Dion over now. Dion, good stuff for you so far this weekend. We've got to see what goes on in the next qualifying heat for names like Savico, but you could be on for a pole tomorrow. Feeling good?
Yeah, feeling amazing by the looks of it. We struggled in the testing a lot, and we found a solution after the practice before quali, and in quali just worked, and we stayed like this, and we've been consistent so far.
And the composure out there in conditions that are really difficult, the concentration when you're that hot, there's so much going on. How do you manage that?
Just drinking enough, eating enough, and staying hydrated is the most important thing.
Well, Dion, we know that you're going to be sat now trackside watching how this final group get on. Thank you very much for your time, Dion van Verven, and then potentially looking at a pole for that second superheat tomorrow. But one more KZ2 qualifying heat left to decide.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, we do indeed. One more race to go, qualifying heat B and C. But before that, we're going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in a few. one more race to go. The last race of the day and the last chance to discover who will start where in the superheats tomorrow. It's qualifying heat B versus C. 9 laps, 15-kilometre race distance is ahead of us. Again, a lot of tyres to report on in this one. All on the left-hand side, and Jens is the leading driver in that, who has deployed those fresh tyres, the entrant from the Netherlands. Starting on row number 2 there is Yanis Savico, who is going to fire up the engine now. Whistle blows. They will make their way out onto the track. They will whiz underneath our commentary box position, and Nicole Sutherland, I think, has just done some maths there, so brace yourself for this to be wrong.
Well, whoa. Thanks, Anthony. By my calculations, the only driver to potentially challenge Dion van Verven here is Yanis Savico there, the Tony Kart driver, but it's going to be on the absolute fine line between him and Van Verven, and it's going to be an interesting race, I would say, for all the drivers starting on pole. Indeed, he starts on pole position and he's joined by Matheus Morgado, who certainly might make it a challenge for him to take maximum points here in this race. Jens Lier as well could have something to say with a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. I'll have Maddox Goodvan starting alongside Robert Kinderbarter and Sam Kanopkis go from row number 3. They will have Nicholas Vine and Jay Irwin on row 4. Vine has got brand new tyres left-hand side. Row 6, Andrea Dale and Daniel Macia lock out the first 10. Andrea Dale, brand new tyres left-hand side. With row 6 being Jensen Graham and Enzo Bull, both of them brand new tyres left-hand side. Row number 7 then, it's Mark Zvaric alongside Andrea Pirovano. The drivers then there are looking at potentially new tyres, and it is for Mark Zvaric. Row number 8 then, it's Giovanni Tosso alongside Massimo Volante. They both have gone new on board that left-hand side. And from row number 9, Leonida Kanov, then new on board the left, but not the same story for Matti Rittinen, who's still on those old. No driver in the form of Christian Fiorucci, he is missing from your grid, should be starting alongside Leonardo Bonomo, who's also gone new on board that left. No tyres for Patrick Ogrodovchik that are new. He's starting alongside Mattis Umer. Left-hand side, fresh boots for the CPB driver, who rounds out your field of 22 KZ2s for their final qualifying heat of the weekend, which is shortly going to determine, are we going to have Dion van Verven as a pole sitter for that second heat? It's going to be very close indeed between him and the Spaniard of Yanis Savico. Indeed, but Nicole, I can't help but think you've not mentioned any numbers yet. I don't want to speak too soon. Okay, fair enough. We'll wait until the computer does the maths, and then you can confirm your reasonings behind it. There you go. The calculator's out, folks, in the commentary box here for Yanis Savico. Can he take a pole position in this race? Answer, well, where did he qualify? Where's B? Pole. Yeah, that's the thing. So, he out-qualified Dion van Verven, so it's going to depend on that. So he can take it. So but he's got to win. He's got to win this race. If he wins this race, he's joint on points with Dion van Verven, but because he out-qualified him, that means he will take pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Can't take that Superheat 1 pole because, well, Kimitani has secured that. He's reserved it for himself. Well, he's got to win this one. Could potentially have it. Of course, he's starting off of that pole spot, but he's got a massive challenger just beside him. Matheus Morgado, starting on that front row, will be hunting down every single point after a DNF earlier on. Here we go then, the lights procedure gets underway. 4 red lights, it's lights out and fights on. It's a good start for Savico, it's a good start also for Morgado, but he's not going to get the run round turn number 1. Is he going to try and switch it to the inside? No, he's going to commit to the outside line here, but he's not going to lose out. It stays as it is. Savico, Morgado lead the way then. It's Maddox Goodvan who's got himself up into 3rd place here as the rest of the field try to slot into place. Good start for the rest of the field here as everyone snakes their way through the first 2 corners. They're onto the back straight now for the first time, accelerating to up to 150 kilometres an hour. Once again, Morgado on the outside line tried to go for the up and under. Wasn't going to work for him.
and settles for P2.
Well, pace-wise, if we're going off what we saw in qualifying, Savico was faster than Matheus Magato, so you'd say he's got the upper hand going into this one, and he's got the legs. Goes in towards turn number 9, goes defensive to try and fend off the two Sodis behind and try and back up the pack that exists just on his shoulders. First lap done and dusted. Will head under the start-finish gantry, and it's the Spaniard right at the front, and he does it. He matches those points with Dion van Verven, goes 2-9 when it comes to those points gained, but is currently ahead of Van Verven because of that pole time in group in qualifying.
Indeed, and that is what makes it interesting. There you go, Nicola, you're happy with your maths?
I am, actually.
There we go. That's a win in your books.
Yep.
There we go. We'll let you have that one. There it is, confirmation of it. Kimi Tani from Savico, Dion van Verven, both at 229 points. Why don't you celebrate my maths when I get it right?
You're older than I am.
That's fair. Not by much. Anyway.
10 years.
Throw that out to everyone. Thanks. Right, Savico still leads the way. Morgato, Scrivan, Karokas, Kindervata. Oh, look at this train, and it's all going to kick off here now. As Daniel Macy has just lost out, but he's going to force his way through off the road.
Graham.
There is Jensen Graham. I think all victim in that one did not want to be put in that position.
No, he's going to have a mouthful of dust, I would say. Absolutely goes into the bottom of the helmet. So Jensen Graham now on the recovery drive for the rest of this race. Savico out in the front. It's almost 3 tenths. Now it is 3 tenths that splits up him and the Brazilian of Matheus Magato. Scriven, Knopkes and Kideveta. They are the last drivers inside of your top 5. Defensive and tighter line goes Scriven now from Knopkes. So duos starting to form within this top spots in this final KZ2 qualifying race. Time will be ticking for the field, and I would say the likes of Janis Savico out there will be hoping that the clock runs out quicker. Now it's overtaken Matheus Magato down the inside and will ruin those points slightly for Janis Savico now, who will lose out on a couple and will have Dion van Verven for the time being take back that provisional pole for your second superheat.
Morgato just said, stick that in your maths and calculate it, Nicole, because now work this one out. So Morgato takes the lead. That will change it over, puts Dion van Verven back into pole for Superheat 2. Savico at this moment would start alongside Kimi Tani for Superheat 1 tomorrow, as it stands with 223 points to his name. And Morgato now in the lead, has just set the fastest lap of the race. He's been released to the world of Sarno and is going to break away to see the checkered flag.
Yeah, let's not forget, for Matheus Magato, had a DNF earlier on in this weekend, has got fresher rubber compared to the Tony Kart that he just took, has got fresher rubber compared to Mark Scriven there, who sat in P3. So that's going to be helping the driver for CPB Sports that leads the way. Big Sens now going on in towards turn number 1. That's a nice move there for the Croc Promotion driver, who invites in other names like Robert Kindvegter into the fight once more. Jensen Truer has now found his way past Sen Knopkes.
Yeah, DJK Racing there, Jens Truer on that Croc Promotion, pushing forward and having a good battle so far in this weekend, I would say. He's always been up at that sharp end, has Jens Truer, and certainly will want to see him racing tomorrow. Morgato again, fastest up the race, continuing to open up that gap. It's up to 6 tenths of a second now. This train here, though, really starting to concertina up a little bit here. Everyone not wanting to trip over each other, but you've got the likes of Sam Knopkes here. You've got Robert Kindervart, Andrea Dell, Nicholas Vine, Enzo Bull. They're all in that area. And then the lone SP out in this one, obviously of Enzo Bull. They're in 9th place, trying to close in on the fighting up ahead. And you can see he's right there, but he's under pressure himself from Jay Irwin, who's just off the back of him.
As it stands then, after your intermediate classification points, we would have Kimi Tani in that first superheat. He would be starting alongside Janis Savico, and then in that second superheat we've got Dion van Verven and Michael Adair. Scriven would join Tani, then we have Schleimer in that second. So quite an interesting setup, many quick names, and actually quite equally divided compared to what we saw in those time qualifying sessions yesterday. Still a couple of more laps left to go for these drivers. Still, we've got Genk under some increasing pressure there by the Birrell just behind. Knopkes tailing round with Kindervetter quite close for company. Those three drivers actually have seen quite a lot of each other so far within these races. Anthony and have all definitely had far better runs compared to what we saw at Genk.
No, indeed. And I'm seeing some investigation flags out now. Patrick Ogrodovchik under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Morgado again, another fastest lap of the race. He's showing off at this point now at the end of the day, I think, is the Brazilian. 56.336. He is driving away from Yenis Vico there. There is the third place battle. Scriven and Preo, that's closing in. Knopkes, Kindervarterdale, Vine, Bol, Irwin, Macia, Rittinen all there as well. And Martin Rittinen currently the biggest mover in this race. 6 places gained. He's there in P12 at the moment.
Yeah, good stuff for Rittinen then. Was, of course, here last year in 2025. So he's got that track knowledge, has been around this circuit many a time and is now trying to use some of that for the rest of this race. Morgado now absolutely miles away from Yenis Vico. Is broken out of the chase of Scriven. Scriven not looking like he can do any more to try and chase up to the Tony Kart as we head on to the penultimate lap of this final qualifying heat. Morgado, again, is not letting off. He's saying, do you know what? Watch this. Watch what I can do for the rest of things, as that's the retirement, and that is Mathis Humer, who will go no further.
Yeah, that is a shame for the Frenchman going no further here for the CPB Sport team. Still, though, for the rest of the field, well, relatively simmered down at this point. Still, the fight for third seemingly looking like the closest battle at the sharp end of the field. It's got quite a significant train of karts all forming up just behind. There's another relatively close battle between Martin Rittinen, Ilian Yankov and Giovanni Tosso at the moment. That is sort of 12th, 13th and 14th place, but for the moment, everyone all nice and calm. Last lap board is out then to Morgado. He is looking to take another win after that drama this morning. Heavy contact into the barrier. All is fine, all is good, and he's looking to round out the top 7 in the points with this victory.
Yeah, and you know what? He's got tyres to think about tomorrow as well. Morgado, great performance so far today, and has now got half a lap left to go to complete to pull off a good redemption charge after, like you said just a moment ago, Anthony, that big moment in that second corner earlier on today. Morgado then, P7 when it comes to points, would be in that first qualifying superheat tomorrow morning. Morgado, final couple of moments, final corner complete, takes yet another qualifying heat ahead of Yenis Vico and Marek Scriven, who round out your top 3. Great day of racing for all 3 drivers in the business end of your field. It's Brazil from Spain, from Czechia, and then we have Genk, Sam Knopkes that round out your top 5. Good stuff today, I would say, for Robert Kindervetter. Finishes in P6 ahead of Andrea Dell, Nicholas Fine, Enzo Bol and Jay Irwin as the last drivers inside of your top 10.
Indeed, yeah, really strong performance there for them. And there again, confirming it, Martin Rittinen with his 6 places gained from 18th to 12th. Biggest mover in that one. Great little run, though, for Morgado. I think can be happy, and I think can still be a contender tomorrow, Nicole. We'll have to just wait and see, though. As there is your top 3 in the last race of the day. And, of course, Nicole going over the top 5. Robert Kindervarter finishing in P6 ahead of Andrea Dale. Nicholas Vine from Enzo Bol. Jay Irwin from Daniel Macia. Martin Rittinen from Ilian Yankov. And Giovanni Tosso in 14th place. Malik Zaric from Jensen Graham. Patrick Ogrodovchik and Andrea Pirovano. Massimo Verante and Leonardo Bonomo finishing in 20th place. Mathis Humer. The only retirement in that race, and the non-starter of Fabracci, who unfortunately did not take to the grid in that last race of the day. Well, that brings a conclusion to the racing action here, Nicole. We'll see the highlights, of course, for that race, but relatively decent day, I would say.
Yeah, I would say steady race for our final moments, of course, taken by Mateusz Morgado to round out our 21 qualifying heats that we saw today. We had 3 yesterday, making it 24 in total for all of the drivers that have joined us this weekend. Good stuff for every single one. But of course, we've got one more day of racing here in Sarno to round out your FIA KZ and KZ2 European Championships. But the best moments of this final race, good start then from your front two, which included Jennifer Civico and Matthias Magato. Lights went out. Both had a good run to the line, but at the back end of things, it was Patrick Ogrodovchik that was the main struggler when those lights went out. You saw, of course, the Tony Kart break that formation really well and did lead things for the first couple of laps in towards turns 1 and turns 2. Fended off Matthias Magato is in the background. Names like Marty Rittinen, Ilya Yankov, Giovanni Tosso and Max Varic all started to weave their way around. This was the stage where Jensen Graham, I would have probably said, is coughing underneath his helmet with some dust in his lungs. Had a big moment there out of turn number 9 and onto the start-finish straight, as this was the stage in the race that we saw Matthias Magato deploy that extra bits of pace and confidence and find his way past the Spaniard. Race continued to rage on. Jens Truer managed to make it a P4 in the end, and it was at turn number 1 that he got his way through in that Croc promotion. Mathis Humer then was a non-finisher, joined Christian Fibrucci to not finish that one, but your final lap, your final checkered of the day, was taken by Matthias Magato to complete things on Saturday. But one more day left of running here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli here in Sarno. And tomorrow, of course, we will crown 2 brand new European champions.
We certainly will do. Track action for the races starts at 9:50. Make sure you set your alarms for that one before you're here at the circuit. Warm-up starts at 8:30 on track, so make sure you're not late for that one. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland, a big thank you to everyone watching from around the world. And we'll see you for finals day tomorrow for the European Championships.